At least I think tunaelewana or something, eh?
Yeah, but you realize us when we came to that page, we keep it very busy. We set the agenda. Watu wanakuwa busy. I think that's how politics is.
And again, I love it because si matusi. Unajua kuna debating na kuna
yes.
What do you call
it? It looks like mockery, but you know it just provokes people just. But
and then it puts you on toe. You
and have you ever realized hata uniambie kitu gani mimi sishikangi moto? I take it very lightly. I take it very lightly. Hata useme baba ni nini? Okay, it's just debate anyway. It's just maoni yako, so I don't have to. If I kuniuma sana.
Mind you, kuna time I used to speak good of him, eh? So
yes. Yeah, me huambianga watu, let me tell you, Jex. Today, if I flip the coin,
of course,
if you ask me to speak the goodness about Ruto, I can speak non-stop. I know. It's just like when you are in the football. Wakati wewe uko Arsenal, you cheer Arsenal. Listen, you don't cheer Arsenal, man. You focus on one side.
Nakumbuka leo wakati nilikuwa na watch mbio, ni realize wakati si Mkenya anakimbia, but it is maybe someone from Africa. I was finding myself cheering a black person.
Yeah.
Allow zile ni Mkenya.
Yes.
You know, go back home.
Yes. And again, the people who have done let me be very frank. The people who have done justice to BBI, because that opposition makes us think and think hard. Welcome, our elder of wisdom. After I told you are the next wisest man on earth.
Just like TJ Kajwang is the what do we call him? What do we call TJ Kajwang? He's what do we call him? An AG, Sindios.
Yeah, yes.
You know what, Wekesa? Jex, you know what I've come to realize in this panel, better I come before like this, I just greet everybody, then I disappear. I wait for the last minute. All the people who will come join now, there are so many children, they don't know nothing in politics, they just shout, they don't even talk anything tangible. So when you wait up to last minute, look like yesterday, Wekesa, it was so nice. Even somebody's giving you time to explain yourself.
Yes.
But here, somebody's telling you, me, I want this, it don't explain anything. Otherwise, folks,
I was telling before you ask me,
yeah.
The people who are doing justice to this model called BU, bottom up, are us, the handshake team. Because the more we criticize it, the more you crystallize it and make it something better. And the people who did justice to BBI are the people from Tanga, because they criticize it so much that we had to concretize. You remember even when we were in Bomas, there are shots that William Ruto came with them. They were concrete. So he did justice to the BBI. So, and that's why when you come to a debate like this, be open-minded. I will take my stand, but learn from me. I also want to learn from Jex, from his point of view. What is his view about Baba? And then what is Wekesa's view about William? At the end of the day, we are shaping leadership for this nation. And whoever emerges the winner will be a president of us all. He will not be a president of Hassala Nation, even if your stand is Hassala. Raila will not be a president of BBI team. He will be a president of Kenya. So whoever emerges the winner, we exchange our uniforms and say, uniform ya BBI ndio imewin, so Kenya mbele. Kama ni made in Kenya ndio inaendelea kutawala, wacha itawale. Kama ni Hassala Nation inatawala, wacha itawale. So let people debate properly. Mimi sipendangi watu wanashika feelings. Allow somebody to talk his mind. Nothing will happen. I cannot, maybe even, and let me tell you one thing about Africa. It's hard sometimes to change voters. Jets decided to vote for William maybe 2018, and he will carry the same feeling into 2022. So maybe I will not convert him. We are just here to debate, but he decided 2018 who will vote 2022. You see, that is the challenge with Africa. If it's in US, it's different. Where today, anything that happens today can swing a vote tomorrow. Are you seeing? But in Kenya, whether today you declare somebody is a thief, tomorrow he will be voted in. Whether you declare Baba Muganga leo, kesho atavotiwa tu. We don't change our mind. We have set ourselves like that, and that is how we do things. So allow us to debate soberly. We know already the battle lines are drawn, and whoever will be voted in, majority will be our leader, na Kenya isonge mbele.
The other thing, Wekesa, you need to understand the interesting
Huyu
part
jamaa anaongea na nini yake sijui. Sijui ni Kizito anaongea na ako mute. Anaongea.
Naongea.
Mtembea ametumia hapo nyuma.
Hapana.
Okay.
Okay, Jakes, I will join you later. I'm taking my woman for shopping. My here is too much. A woman is the first. I will join. People like Obwedede, I cannot even join when Obwedede is there. It's a Louis lost. Okay, later.
Sawa. Allow me to.
Just to confirm, are my echoes over?
Let me talk. Yeah, you're good.
I'm good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're good. So welcome, guys. Karibuni sana, people from all over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people from all walks of life, or lives rather. We are live at Mtembei TV. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Salim, for joining and making it to the panel. Mr. Yego, we see you. Obwedede, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct, but all the same, thank you for being part of the panel. Mr. Mumin Moha, we see you. Thank you for being part of us. Bernard Tanavez, thank you for being part of us. Bernard D. Moore, thank you for being part of us. Evans Omariba, thank you for being part of us. We see you. I see Minam Sim. We can see you behind the scenes commenting and all. Thank you so much. Mr. Victor, thank you for making the panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Frederick Omolo, for being part of us. We see your comments, we appreciate. So you can join us through the links that are appearing on the comment section, either on YouTube or Facebook. The link are from Mtembei Official, Mtembei, and Mtembei TV. Either of the clicks or the links rather, if you click it, it will take you to a StreamYard podcast. Then from there you'll enter your name and then log in. When you log in, if we are not full, if the panelists are not so many, we will add you, and then you'll be live for everyone to see and hear your sentiments across the board. Otherwise, we love everyone who has made it to the show tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Omar. We can see you. George Otieno, thank you so much. People are coming in thick and first. Abdu Jao, we see you. Asante sana. Islamabad Radi, we thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. There's so many who are commenting. There's so many who are joining live. We are live. We are live on Facebook, live on YouTube. The first people who are beginning the show are Wekesa, me, Jakes. I can see Yego. I can see Victor. I can see Obwedede. I can see Honorable Salim, and many others who will join. This show will go for quite some hours. tune in. Thank you for following us. Thank you for always making this part of your weekend show. We are always grateful, ready to listen to different political commentary and different political affiliations and people who are diehards, others are critics. But the views in this are not the views of Mtembei TV. These are just views from Kenyans. And what? Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Kenny Rocks, we can see you. The topic for today, as you have seen from YouTube and Facebook, we are talking on should Jubilee finally kick out any member who has not promoted its vision, mission, and agenda over the last couple of months or years, and should it also translate to kicking out of the deputy president who has, in one way or another, not seen eye to eye with his party leaders? Do you think it's time, or does it make any political significance? Does it add any water? Who benefits from their kick out? Is it a blow to Jubilee? Is it a win for UDA? Is it a blow for UDA? Is it a win for Jubilee? So we want to hear your views. We want you to think about what we have suggested. And you're allowed also to come on board and be part of the many panelists. So, let me begin with the newcomers, yeah? Okay, I want to begin with Mr. or rather the Honorable in the house. Honorable Salim, vipi jamaa? Unmute yourself, sir. Umejimute, bro.
Okay.
Niaje jamaa?
Mzuri sana. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you, sir. Take it home. Niaje, tuambie, unaonaje mada ya leo? Do you think it's time now that these people, they should now be allowed to go build their new home?
I think, okay, thank you very much for welcoming me on the board. I am Honorable Salim, aspirant Kiamaiko Ward, Nairobi, and I am vying on UDA. So I think at the moment, it's not yet time for those members who are in parliament to yet come and start building the house that already is there. The foundation has already been built, the UDA. I think maybe by December or January, that's when we will now need all those who will have defected, obviously from Jubilee, because as you know, UDA is part of Jubilee, but as the things goes, it has changed the name to UDA, which was part of Jubilee. So by the end of this year, we will have a party that will fight with the ODM, because, for example, in Western, the only party that will be there that will fight other parties, it's UDA versus ANC. The same will do here in Nairobi. The party that people will obviously have to vie. It will be Jubilee, no, not Jubilee, UDA and ODM. Of course, here in Nairobi, you cannot expect someone to vie on ANC. Where will you go? ANC only has a saying Kakamega or Vihiga, Malulu. That's what I can say. So me, it's not tribalist, but I am a Luya. I am vying here in Kiamiko, where majority of people are Kikuyu, the northeastern people, the warriors, or we can say Boranas and Burjis, and we have Luya, part of them, Kambas. So it's like it's a cosmopolitan here in my ward where I am vying, and like the UDA party that we have shown interest in vying the 2022. At the moment, we at least we have more than 10 people. That means we will be going to nomination. So it is UDA. By the time we come to 2022, it will be very strong party, that it will be strong as ODM, because at the moment we know the party that is strong is ODM. Jubilee is already dead, ilinaswa na NASA, ilishaingia kwa kwa ODM. So the only party that will be there, ODM. I know it's a strong party. I was once a member of ODM, but you know, politics, you have to seek for survival for the fittest. You go where you think you can survive. If you think you can survive in ODM, you go there. If you think you can survive in Jubilee, UNC, so you go where you have favorites, or where your voters think that if you vie through this party, they will elect you. You just do like 2017. I vied on Jubilee in Kakamega, Butere sub-county. But people used to tell me, you are a good politician, you have good ambitions, but the only thing that is you have made a mistake is the party. They used to say Nasao, Nasao. So even if you are good, but the party that you are vying on, it will already sell you or it will put you down. And that thing that costed me in 2017, because I vied on Jubilee. If I could have vied on ANC, I could have been the MCA or ODM. So the party matters a lot.
Honorable Salim, I love your sentiment there.
Yes.
I've heard you want to vie with a UDA ticket from Kiamaiko. I have two questions before I allow other panelists to ask you more questions. Yeah. Number one, is Kiamaiko in which constituency? I don't know if it is in Kiamba or where is it?
Kiamaiko is in Mathare constituency.
Oh, it is in Mathare constituency.
Yes.
Okay, so in Mathare constituency, who is your MP?
My MP is Oluoch.
Oluoch from ODM.
Yes, ODM. But
okay.
Yes, so, and my MCA is a Jubilee.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you, yeah. We have a serious MP from ODM, but you are in UDA, covered in Jubilee. Don't you think it's high time you seal off the bandage, that we can now see you clearly that this is UDA? So why wait till some time, maybe next year, next month? Why wait? Why not do it now? Begin building your party more stronger now.
On my part,
why would you wish to wait?
On my part, as I have already started branding myself. I have made posters, banners. Everybody at the moment knows that Honorable Salim will be vying on UDA. Even you can see my cape here, it's hustler. That means I am behind the wheelbarrow or the bottom-up economy. So everybody in Kiamaiko knows that we have a leader or someone who is vying on the bottom-up economy, as you can say, as I can put it.
Okay.
So I am not afraid at the moment. I've already registered almost more than 500 members on UDA. We are given the booklets. We have already registered members. On my part, I have done my part. We have other aspirants who are already registering. You know, the registration, you are making those, like I have registered more than 500. I am sure those are on election by nomination. Those are my voters that I target on nomination day. I get those 500 that are on my pocket, and I hand somewhere. Even those who are aspirants who have registered, others, I snatch them from them, and they vote for me on nomination. The only big issues here in Kiamaiko is you go through on nomination on UDA, then you are through. You're a current MCA.
Okay. So my final question before I bring in the panelists, yeah. If you feel you guys are strong, why don't you quit and rather let's test you through by elections so that we can really say you are the face, the new face, or the new strong party on the block, or in the block, or whatever the location. Why don't you quit? Because in the past, strong leaders have left their post, or rather they have resigned from parties that they didn't feel were selling their agendas, and went and sought for the same seats using the new parties that they sought. Case in point, for example, one man, Raila Odinga, has done it before. His dad has also done it before. People have done it before, and they won with the seats they wanted, with the party they wanted. So why don't we brand UDA and make it that the members who are in parliament are purely UDA? They are not a cover. They are not a remix of Jubilee. They are not they are not hiding behind Jubilee. Why don't they do that?
Okay, thank you very much. Up to now, we have less than 13 months to general election. So if we say we have mass, uh, how can I say, mass resignation of MPs from Jubilee, then that means that almost more than 100 constituencies will be vacant, and that even the IEBC recently said that it doesn't have the money to hold any by-election from now. So in case that we have any by-election, IEBC will not be holding any by-elections. Even recently they said that they don't have capacity to hold nominations for parties. Parties will do their nomination on their own. So at the moment, let's say we have more than 200 MPs.
If you raise that point, Mr. Salim, then it brings another question. Now, do you think IEBC is ready for the general election? It's just barely 13 months, as you rightfully state. So if they are not able to do by-elections, are they prepared for the big one? Because by-elections are not
they are prepared for
to a national general election.
They are prepared for general election because they have already been budgeted for the general election. So this how can I say, by elections, again they will have to go to their accounts to budget for by elections. So at the moment they are not interested in doing any by elections. So even they said, I think by December, when all these MPs will be resigning from Jubilee, we will not go to any by elections. We will automatically go to a general election in 2022. So at the moment, IEBC has the capacity to hold any elections, but the budget that they have is for the general elections.
So in short, you're buying
yes,
time.
They are not buying time.
Okay. Sawa.
Yes, you are buying time to avoid.
Okay, let's have someone else asking him a question before I give Shadi Chuka to be the next speaker. Any question, Wekesa, Senior, Nikki? Do you have a question?
Wekesa has a question.
Pass it on.
Yes, Wekesa, Mulembe.
And a comment. Okay, Honorable Salim, it's okay. But I find you are making your candidate just so simplistic that if you are in Nairobi, as long as you are on your DM or whatever, you will make it. Look at even the by-election in Kibera. ANC was able to fill. Even for the Kenya tried its best. So I think for me, it's the strength of the candidate that determines if you have aligned yourself well with the electorate. Sometimes the electorate will tell you it doesn't matter, even come as an independent, we will elect you. So for me, I want a situation where the candidates move away from the party thing and become themselves. If this guy called Obado was able to make it in Migori, even with the cloud of ODM.
I'm not getting it.
Hello?
He's asking, what is the question? Anauliza swali ni gani?
No, I was commenting, then I will ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just commenting. I said I have a comment and a question. So I say if Obado was able to make it in Migori and it's a stronghold of ODM. So let me ask you a question. Why UDA?
Swali yako imefanya amepotea. Okay, as anang'ang'ana kurudi, wacha twende kwa Shadi Chuka. Shadi Chuka, how are you? Can you hear me? Unmute yourself, sir. Shadi Chuka, unmute yourself. Unmute, you're muted. Okay, as you're working on your mic, allow me to go to if you can remove the banner so that I can be able to read the people's names. Mtembei, I know you can hear me. Remove the the whatever. Yeah, then the message dashboard. Rogers Opande, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Saddam, asante sana. Nick Kiptarus, asante sana. So Shadi, are you able now to communicate?
Sorry, I was being asked a question. Can you please?
I can hear you well, sir. Yeah, my question was, why UDA? Hello? Is it just because you want to win, or why UDA?
Okay, thank you very much. It's because I want to win. And the next thing is because UDA has the youth has the, what can I say, interest of the youth in Kenya, or how can I say, or in my ward in Kiamaiko, more voters are the youth. So most of them are telling me that if you are not going with the UDA, then you are not supporting DP. So most of them are supporting.
Honorable Salim,
Dr.
are you capitalizing on two things? Number one, the number of the
winning.
youths. Number two, your interest of winning, whether or not you will be a performer or not. For you, it's just about winning.
No, yes, I want to be there to win. Next thing, because the current administration is not helping the youth. So I am there because many youth in Kiamaiko are dying. Many youth are being shot dead. Many youth are disappearing.
Just one moment. What will be the difference between? Just one moment, Mr. Salim. What will be the difference between what you have said and what is number one priority of Kalonzo? Because Kalonzo only wants to win Ruto. You only want to win. So that's why you're a new day. So what really will make you? Because I'm sure there are people from Kiamaiko watching you right now. So
Yes.
what will be your selling agenda? I don't think you'll go out just saying I just want to win. I'm sure you have policies, and that's why Wekesa is asking you why you DA. Why do you want to go with it? Because if your policy and your agenda is just to win, I think you'll have a mountain to climb, Michael.
Okay, thank you very much. One of my first agenda is this one, education, because we have the word bursary that is being used by the MCA. Then on my agenda, I had said this to my people that I will create a different bursary, like the word kitty bursary, whereby I will lobby for some cash from my pocket and well wishers. Then we will do a mini harambe within my ward that we will create that account whereby students joining secondary school will be given a bursary of 10,000. Those joining tertiary education will be given a bursary of 20,000. That money will be different from the ward bursary. That will be we have the ward bursary that is given by the government. Then this one will be the community bursary, Jamii bursary fund, whereby this money will be like this one. I will be in a committee, but I will not be the chairman. We will take the wazes from the areas, from the Borana, Kikuyu, Luo, and put them in the committee, whereby they will monitor. They will say this parent was given the other bursary. This one as a student, but didn't receive the other bursary, so we'll give them. Second, we have the security lights, like in Kiamaiko. It is bordering Kariobangi. If you go Kariobangi, you will see there's lights, street lights, security lights everywhere. But here in Kiamaiko, we have a security light Here, then you walk a distance of 50 meters, you get another one. The roadside street lights. I think you know them. Third one.
Least just a moment.
Let
So
me
that
let me say
just a moment, so that isikuwe ni opportunity yako ya kucampaign.
Was just a simple question.
It was good that you have done that. Actually, you have given us noble ideas and all. But allow me to cut you short. You go on that trajectory. It's a good one. Polish it up, do better. And then eventually we will soon host you to talk to people of Kiamaiko and tell them all your plans and all, yeah? So allow me to cut you short. I don't know if there's another question so that I can give another panelist. Is there another question to Honorable Salim? Okay, good. Shadi Chuka, go ahead, sir. How are you? Good to see you. I can see now you're ready to talk. So tell us, what do you think? Should we now finally kick out these guys who have been selling the yellow color as a and the wheelbarrow symbol and the UDA party? Do you think it's time that ile mikono mbili ya Jubilee iwachanishwe, tubaki na mkono moja ya Jubilee na hao wengine wasukume hiyo mkono ingine wheelbarrow wakiendanga kwa the yellow side? Do you think it's now time? Shadi Chuka, are you there?
Okay, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you well, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Go ahead.
Good evening.
I'm suggesting that we are relevant to the topic of the day. Hello?
Continue. We can hear you. Continue.
Can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I can say that UDA is the best party to go. Unlike Jubilee, which was seen to be a party that is going to unite all the other affiliate political parties. But it came along the way and it distracted its agenda. Now that the other members of Jubilee are not being heard, their agendas to the party are not being heard. They cannot be brought to the table. They cannot be acted upon. People are being despised. People are being thrown away from the committees. So I can see it's better that we are for the young generation that is going to aspire for the future positions to come up. That is, as you depart nurturing them. Secondly, I can say that as a UDA party, with its slogan that has just been put in place, with its symbol as a wheelbarrow, and the people working within UDA are the people various vulnerable people across the society. Unlike other parties which are just roaming around the country, discussing agendas that are not in line with Mwananchi or with the common Mwananchi. So I can see that UDA is the best party to go at the moment because we have very many people who are coming up, who are unemployed. We have very many people who they are looking for where to dwell in, but they cannot find. As other parties are just roaming around campaigning and selling their policies which are blind, I can say that UDA has got a manifesto that is directly associated with the common Mwananchi.
So if they are good as you say they are, why don't you think it's time that they now walk out? If they are good, they are better, they are stronger and all. Don't you think they are now of age to walk alone and be on their own, simply because one of the slogans of Jubilee is tuko pamoja. Now that hawayuko pamoja na Jubilee in terms of what they are promoting and what they are selling, don't you think it's time that watengane, watoke, wawe peke yao, wasimame on their own? If by elections it happen, wasimame na UDA, and then kama they are as good as you purport to say, they win the seats and all. Don't you think it's time? Okay, I seem to have lost. Shadia, are you still there? Okay, good.
Bro, thank you.
Yes,
But as you can say, or as you can even see, it's open. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Just continue talking. We can hear you. Okay, Shadi, just work on what you on your end. We seem to have a challenge. Wagungu, how are you?
I'm doing so well.
Good to see you.
But I actually almost want to ask a question for Shadrack. Nikuulize sasa, unasema watu watoke waende wapi? Our country in terms of political parties, they are so mixed up. Like nobody knows wherever. Nani anajua yuko? Sasa unasema watoke waende wapi? Na hasa ndio hao wanatoka kwa chama dogo wanaenda kwa ingine kubwa, the same party. So like watoke waende wapi? Niko salama lakini
ni kama kwa mfano ni tuseme Sakaja aende Amani Party kwa sababu huko ndo ameonekana akielekea. Wale ambao wanaegemea Jubilee wabaki Jubilee, wale ambao wanaegemea upande whatever side.
I think it's like
we are people wafanywe independent.
It's like we are one big old political party, the whole country. Like nobody knows
so
where
we are a one party state.
Like you said, you will hear Sakaja in a couple of days.
Just one moment. GK Malema, mute your mic kidogo. GK Malema, mute your mic. GK Malema, mute your mic. Yeah, thank you, sir. Wagungu, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that nobody in that country has the audacity to tell or lecture anybody else about political parties because we are all over the place. In a couple of days utasikia huo Sakaja unasema akirecture Jubilee ama wale watu wako UDA, lakini yeye mwenyewe anafuata Mudavadi while he's still in Jubilee. You understand?
Okay.
So I think tumefika mahali that our politics are so dirty, they are so disorganized that nobody can point the finger at anybody else. Tunasikianga watu wa UDA vile wanasemanga, ukienda kuuliza about wanasema the president in here alianza, so we are just doing what he taught us to do. Unaona?
Okay.
Yeah, so me as far as concerned, kushinda tukiwaambia ati watoke waende wapi. You know, so, this is our politics, unfortunately.
Okay. So that will also mean, for example, we have seen CSAs and cabinet secretaries coming out loud and seemingly supporting a political side, a political ideology, pushing and saying things that may be termed political, yet in their job descriptions they are not supposed to do so. Do you think as we are chasing or rather as we are parting ways with UDA, do you think we should also do a thorough cleanup of the entire system as we are on it?
Man, I don't know. And by the way, I think there are people walikuwa mbele yangu, so I don't know sitaki kuruka raini, so I'll let the other guys talk and then I'll come again later.
Okay. Yes, let me go to Rogers Opando. I'm coming to you, GK Malima. Let me go to Rogers Opando. Opande. Rogers, how are you? Can you hear me? Rogers, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We are talking of this issue. Do you think it's now time that as NASA did, they folded NASA and now everyone is on their own? Do you think it's now time that even Jubilee does the same with UDA?
Okay, in fact time ya Jubilee ilifikanga kitambo
Okay.
Wangeshaenda kwanza, si hata saa hii ndo wanataka kuenda, wangeshaenda kitambo, because here comes the deputy anasema kwamba hakuna venye anafanya kazi na serikali saa hii na wako binded with opposition.
Okay.
Saka hawezi fanya kazi pamoja, na anasema yeye saa hii si kama DP anawekwa tu lakini anakula mshahara. That is what we know. Inafaa kui impeached ama ajitoe, tujue kwamba yeye si DP, because he's just shifting blames to the president.
So in the event you say that he needs to be impeached and those promoting things that are not of Jubilee need to walk out, as I've asked, don't you think it's also time that also the cabinet guys who are seemingly supporting either side, whether UDA, ODM, Amani, and any other political side, do you think it's time also they walk out so that kama mtu ni governor anatafuta ama anatafuta kitu fulani, do you think it's now time so that mtu kama ni kazi anafanya ile kazi alichaguliwa? Because as you are saying, DP anasema hafanyi kazi yenye alichaguliwa kufanya, so it is also same can be said about leaders chosen or elected or appointed as cabinet secretaries promoting a political agenda. Don't you think also same can be said about them?
Okay, same cannot be said about them because wao hawajatoka kwa ofisi yao, hawajakuwa na hizo blames zenye tuseme governor mwenye ana support Ruto saa hii hapa kwa ground wanamtambua kama governor wao na anawafanyia kazi, unaona?
Yeah. So
lakini
Ruto ametoka kwa ofisi as per you?
As per me, Ruto ametoka kwa ofisi because ye mwenyewe amesema saa hii afanyi kazi na mkubwa wake. He is a deputy, na deputy anafaa kufanya kazi na president. As per now saa hii afanyi kazi na president, hakuna kitu kenye anafanya.
So according to you, what kazi ya Ruto ni gani? What is his work?
Saa hii
kazi yake inafaa iwe
kazi.
So what is kazi Ruto normally, okay, on a normal scale, on a normal day, what should be his duties?
Okay, his duties sana sana inakaa kuwa ye, because he's a DP, anaweza kuwa kama PA wa president. He's an advisor. But right now hakuna kitu ana advise president, hakuna communication yana make.
So kazi yake ni kuadvise president na awe PA.
Yeah.
So okay. Sawa. Okay. I don't know if you're through.
Okay, I'm through. Wacha kwanza waongee, kuna kitu kingine hapa anaendelea kufanya kiasi.
Okay. GK Malima, I know I saw you laughing. Tell us. Unmute yourself. Umejimute.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Unanipata?
Hello, yeah, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Some guys purport to be talking on behalf of the deputy president. Like Opande there. Listen, my guys. Politics here, hallelujah. Politics is not hallelujah. And the deputy president clearly amesema ile kazi angefanya amepewa Matiang'i, of which kama amepewa na boss wake, it's okay. If his boss, that is the president, may decide kwamba now hii kazi ifanywa na mtu fulani, that is okay. He will not object. Hata pinga hayo. Number 2, nimesikia wanaume wakisema pale watu watolewe Jubilee. Listen, na usikize vizuri sana. If today MPs watoke Jubilee, and I'm telling you guys, at night, those guys who purport to be supporting the president or on the Jubilee side are with the deputy president. If today all MPs decide to watoke kwa parliament, this country will go to election because 200 and something MPs from Jubilee side will be out of the parliament, and that will warrant us now to election. So wale wanatisha, they don't know. Ask my friends. At night, those people wale wamebaki peke yao wachache, they say, you know, they're with the deputy president. A day that would be Uhuru. Hao wengine sasa walikuwa pale current jana, there were over 150 MPs allied to the deputy president, but from the Jubilee side. So mukianza kutisha, if these people today wasema enough is enough, then that now goes will warrant this country to win the elections.
But Malema,
okay, Malema,
yes.
then that brings this question.
Yes.
If they are strong as they believe they are, I
Yes.
don't think they should fear elections, because either way, whether we wait or not, eventually we shall head to the elections. So why stick only to come out later? What is the logic behind staying?
You know, kuna huruma saa zingine unaona. You know, guys, even you know, hakuna haja saisi because it's only 1 year. We take over this country and this country will belong to hustlers. Hii mambo ingine ya kando, just 1 year, tunavumilia tu 1 year. Just 1 year and this country will come to tutapata independence sababu ile ya 1963
Okay.
ilikuwa agreement ya Mbeberu na yule alikuwa pale. Yes.
Okay. So let me ask.
Hapana danganya watu wengine.
Is a question for you from
Malema.
Ask your question.
Yes.
Malema, first of all, I want to congratulate you. I've been seeing your clips moving around social media. I hope you are the
everywhere.
one.
Yeah, I'm the one, sir.
Yes, I've seen that face.
Okay.
There are clips moving around. He's a passionate supporter of one William Samoei Ruto.
Yeah.
Let me say, yes, very loyal.
Yes.
Let me say, let me ask you this way. You are saying there are people at night they support William, at daytime they don't. Let me ask you, when there was sanitizing in Jubilee, these people you are saying 200 and plus MPs, why did they allow their colleagues to be sacrificed? They should have stood with their colleagues to show solidarity, and they show, because they have been singing numbers not from today, from the time memorial that they have the numbers. But when when the time for counting the numbers come, they ship out. They coil the tail. So let me ask you, today they say that there is an expulsion and they are not even sure whether the next parliament will begin when. How many of them will accept and go for by-election? How many?
Thank you so much, my friend. Na nitakujibu namna hii. It's so simple, right? These people. Sorry for interference. Let me tell you, at night, even governors, most even CSS, directors, and everyone, top leaders, majority 3/4 of the leadership, the government, out with the deputy president. At day wanachificha pale because hii inji imekuwa inji ya wichan. Watu wanafuata ukionekana deputy inakuwa namna hiyo. Number 2, wakiendelea sasa kutufinya, kama wataenda kufinywa zaidi, kuwekwa kona, my friend, watu wakisema it is enough, this country even tomorrow, watu wataenda election, hii nchi itaanguka, my friend. Let us not hide. Even Uhuru himself knows. Even Raila himself knows. Even now as we speak, this weekend, leaders from Nyanza will be with someone over the weekend somewhere. I don't know to say. And if you don't know, my friend, even Nyanza, this country is yellow as we speak. It's only that tunahurumia tu, tunavumilia tu. It's just 1 year. So if you don't know, ask Malema and others. The leaders, 3/4 of leadership in this country, from the parliament, from the ministry, from the directors, from the institutions, are with the deputy president at night. At day, they just pretend to be loyal on their side. Lakini wakiwekwa ukuta, wakiamuka, and it's not even enough. Wait till April next year. You will see this country was not even on their side. Even from the NASA side, people will be running away. And the next government is yellow.
Malema,
I'm speaking the truth.
Just one moment. Wekesa asks you a valid question.
Yes.
You know, at times it's good to put your money where your mouth is. We at times really needed to see the hustler image coming out, probably more so in serious moments. For example, when we had the BBI. So why is it that when we seriously need to show that we are together, we are one, why is it that it is then that the numbers that are highly spoken of they are not seen, what happens? Are these pseudo numbers? Are they the Tharakanithi of 207?
Yes. Now listen, there was a trap being put by these initiators at BBI, like the sites of like the case of Kimani Ngunjiri in Kibati constituency. These people knew Ngunjiri watakao constituencies mara mbili, and because ilikuwa imefika hiyo siku, Ngunjiri had to vote yes because they are targeted. Like the Bahatu constituency was supposed to be divided into 2 constituencies, my friend. If Ngunjiri angepiga yes, ingeumana, but the people wanted 2 MPs. Like, listen.
But the same can be asked about Susan Keheka, whose county was to gain 5 constituencies. Don't you think also she voted no? Don't you think she betrayed her constituency?
No, listen, it is a good question. Just you are asking.
David, I'm coming to you. Go ahead,
wambie jamaa nyamaza kidogo. You know, iko hivi like the case of Susan Keheka. In Nakuru County, it's a metropolitan county. Susan Keheka did mathematics. Hata kama aliweka no, she knew still but anapenda on the other side with numbers. And Ngunjiri kwake constituency yake wangeweka Ndundori na Bahati. Hiyo ingekuwa 2 constituencies. That is why out of 59 MPs allied to the deputy president, they voted yes. But Ngunjiri was the subject of the day. But those guys wangepiga yes wa BBI, but 2022 wangepigia kura deputy president. It was not a guarantee eti jamaa wangepiga yes wa BBI at 2022 my friend, ingekuwa those people wangesema okay, yes, tumepiga yes because we have a member of parliament kwa ile initial the original 1 constituency, but 2022 wangepigia kura Ruto, and that's a fact. It doesn't mean kama hao MPs walipiga yes at the 2022 aigo issue guaranteed vote ya deputy president, and that's a fact. Watu wengine they wali just dumb as they okay because no BBI yes no, it was a trap. Na hiyo trap imekufa na imekwisha.
Let me just ask us a question as you conclude, because you are repeating yourself. Now,
I'm not beating myself.
You saw NASA was a minority in parliament.
Yes.
But when you guys were passing the security laws, these guys, they knew they didn't have numbers, but at least they demonstrated that they tried to stop it and they were unable to do it, including even Millie Odhiambo pouring water. There was a force, they showed that they are against something. But you guys want to tell us you are against the government, but the way you behave, as is ni kama mmeingia baridi. Can you demonstrate? Like, for example, Raila meets Uhuru in Mombasa, then they decide, they approve the guys who are going to the commission of IEBC. You guys have a conference, you don't even talk about it, you just go and talk about the way you have moved from. Are you guys serious? Can we see when you have the numbers now, you have projected, you have numbers, can you take them in parliament and say we are not vetting this unless you tell us this and this? You try to show the government that you have muscles. But you don't just display numbers for nothing, and then when you call in parliament, we don't see the numbers, my friend.
Wekesa, let me tell you one thing.
Malema,
let me finalize. Let
me ask you a question that is not related to BBI or a political side. When it comes to Wanjiko-centered issues, the UDA is very vocal on how it wants to do things for the common mwananchi and all. Why is it that when now we need the voice of the hustler to really be heard, why is it that this number is not loud?
Listen, my friend. First of all,
we can ask that question as Malema thinks about it. Why are you questioning him after another question? Give room for other people to answer that.
And that is, let me first answer from Wekesa. My friend, UDA and leaders allied to the deputy president are led by people with ideas. We are not cows. Those leaders are not cows. At wanaenda kufungiwa mali to decide. Those people goes with ideologies. but the end of it they know the leader to vote to lead this country. Sio kama hii wengine ya ODM wanaambiwa muende hii laini, wanaenda kama mbuzi kama ng'ombe, right? Leaders kwa upande ya UDA ni watu wako smart and upstairs. They have yani wako smart and upstairs, right? Wengine wale
Malema, okay.
Number two,
before you continue in that trajectory, allow me to cut it short. I'll have you soon, David.
Okay.
And then I'll have Ayag after David. David, come in.
Thank you so much, Jex. It's a long time since I was here.
I
was just interjecting to answer that question you asked, Malema. Without emotions and political inclination, the fact is people have personal issues. So that's what I'm answering Wekesa. That
just David kidogo tu. Malema, mute your mic so that we can hear David. Malema, mute your mic.
I get. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying that why we may not have numbers, Wekesa, is because people have personal issues, by the way. I may belong to this political wing or party, but at the end of the day, after we have made political rallies, statements here and there, it boils back to an individual. So if you are in government, sometimes you may not really want to come out so clearly and oppose the same government. That's a fact. And if you listen to Malema clearly saying, there is also even a witch hunt. Witch hunt in the sense that you may come out so strongly and then things start following you up, as an individual.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm just laughing with the comment.
It's okay. People are free to. So sometimes you may come out so openly and things start following you up. Maybe uko na maloans kadhaa. So kitambo seme tuvunje hii government ama hii parliament, you are not even sure you are coming back, because at the back of your constituency there are people who vote you. So you may want to show one side that we are together, yes, this is our voice, but at the same time you are not sure of your own seat. So politics is just about the people, about personal issues, about the party issues. So sometimes you might take a French leave to avoid some publicity, That's when we are really sincere with ourselves. Like you may support William Ruto and feel that if I go to some meeting, I may end up causing problems to myself. So you fake some safari, but at the back of your mind, you are supporting him. Lastly, there are people in the government, and as Malema said, who are sending messages to vocal people on social media, trying to say their minds and hide their identity. Do you know why? They wish to say, but they are not allowed to do that, because they will compromise their position, they will compromise their security, they will compromise many things. Anyway, I was trying to interject to Malema's
but David,
question. Yes.
If you are a clean politician, if you are dealing just a moment, if you have clean garments and you are a good person, why should you fear to come out clean and utter your support? Does it mean that those guys who want to support any of the candidates, they have hidden mistakes and sins in their garments, and that's why they hide? Because just like Nicodemus of the Bible, he would appear at night, and he was told, for you to see heaven, it is easy for for a camel to go through. I'm just trying to be comical, but anyway, don't you think it's time that they come out clean?
I'm getting, but I want to give you an example.
Yeah.
You may be a career civil servant, and ask you one question. Why do you think we have unions?
To defend the rights of the workers.
Why can the workers just come out and say what they want? Because one, it might compromise.
When they are united, their voice is more vocal than an individual, Ama.
That is one, but two, it avoids victimization and what we normally call as insubordination. Because if your boss is messing you up, you may not be allowed by normal standards to rise against your boss. Maybe you may want to channel your complaint somewhere so that your boss may also hear. We also have civil society organizations which air views of people cannot be heard. So I'm trying to say that in a nutshell, there are people who may not air their or say their predicaments or what they feel like because of their positions in government. They are bound by the code of ethics, right? But at the bars in the evening, as Malema said, they will pour their hearts. They can even tell their friends, enyewe hii jamaa tungepata nafasi angetuondokea, but lazima protect their flower, lazima protect kazi zao. Okay. Anyway, let me come to the point where you asked the question about whether these guys can be expelled. UDA has formed a party. So who are you expelling? Because they belong the other side. You just clean up your house if you want. That is my feeling. If you have formed a party and you have a home, you can't even use the term expel. Who are you expelling? You expelling, is like someone is there and he wants to be there, don't want him there. These people have already formed their party. They belong somewhere. So who are you expelling? I wish you could change the title even. Thank you.
My friend, in terms of law,
one moment. The verse that I've quoted, it is Matthew 19:24 that says that it is easy for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. I just used it as an analogy of the question I was asking. It wasn't personal, Kizito. Yes, Wekesa. You have a question?
Yeah, I was just telling him, okay, these guys, even if they have moved, you see, they are not even directly associating with the party, as because ukiangalia even in Kiamba, they were not agents of UDA. Why? Because they cannot belong to UDA and belong to Jubilee. So they are okay, legally they are a Jubilee member only by proclamation, and that's why the deputy said that UDA is the party of the future, but Jubilee is the party of the current. So we need to know whether we will remain in the current or we are looking to the future. Now, the next comment I wanted to make is on what you said about what I commended. You see, Jubilee Party actually is the one still shielding the UDA and its component. And if Jubilee decides to crack the whip, it is you who will go to the registrar of political parties or to the court to seek for redress. We have people like Kina Aisha Juma. Actually, they stood strong and they decided that they are associating with this regardless of what happens. But majority of these people you are talking about, they don't want to identify themselves. You are saying they are waiting for the opportune time. When time will come, you lack what we call moral authority. Maybe you guys, UDA, had the opportunity to cause a revolution in this country. And maybe most of us could have followed you because there are many things that are happening in the government we don't like. But as long as you are not comfortable to leave the government and you are seated in and you want to end your term and you say because you are protecting professional ethics, what happens to moral authority? You will not have the moral authority to lecture other people when the time comes. We will all be in the same ship and we will be accusing each other. So nobody will have the moral authority to lecture another one that the government has failed or the government did this because you said you protected your job as a civil servant. So why are you lecturing to us and you are the civil servant in the same government?
Okay. David, do you want to respond before I give someone else?
Yeah, I think Wekesa is so much inclined to his side. He doesn't want to be neutral. I said, besides our side, we are supporting either ODM or Jubilee. it boils down to an individual. So even if it becomes difficult to sell your idea towards the end, you could have protected your unga. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to...
Kwa hivyo hapa watu ni kazi
Ni waunga sasa.
Ni
Hiyo
unga.
ni ukweli. Unajua, let's stop cheating each other. Some of these guys are protecting personal, even the politicians were Kesa. You think those guys are protecting you? Okay, I'm a supporter of you, I'm not saying no. But to a large extent, these guys are protecting their territories. We are only passengers in their vehicle. They know who is the driver, they know who is the conductor. They are only mopping up the bus to fill up, and they can use any means. We have gone through euphorias, you know, the ODM movement and all those liberation, we have gone through them. But at the end, it boils back down to an individual. We are simply trying to elaborate what Marema said. Wanajificha sababu wanajua wanachunga unga zao, lakini mind zao ziko mbali. That's what we are trying to say, Wekesa.
Okay. Sawa. I want to come to Rupia. Just a moment, Sammy. I'll come to you. Is it a question?
Yes.
To who?
I want to ask a question to Malema.
Oh, to Malema, okay.
Because me and Malema, we are actually in the same faction of a political side. But sometimes we have to be realistic, and it reaches a situation when some of us are confused. Because as we are talking of the other politicians, whether they are in UDA or they're in Jubilee, like us, it is easy to choose the side that we are. We were in Jubilee before, and now we were taken to UDA and we believe. But now our chairman or our, the head of UDA, who is the deputy president, when he talk, sometimes he leave millions of us confused. The other day, when he was denied to go to Uganda, he went and have interview with, I think it was in Oro FM, in his current home. And he told us clearly, without blinking an eye, that he has been sidelined from government, and all his task has been assigned to another person. Okay, I agree, because everybody see that they have been sidelined, and I sympathize with him, and a million of us will sympathize. Only for today to receive a shock. He posted again something today. He was talking with a minister from South Africa, and they were talking on a government project that South Africa and Kenya are planning, I don't know, on something of a vaccine. Now, leave us confused. Is he talking on behalf of Kenya government, or you have another government of another country that is actually, maybe he have been appointed to? Because what we know from his word, not from hearsay, is that now he's like in opposition, according to him, because he have been sidelined. All his task, he says,
Malema, I don't know if you have been able to make the question from Makosi, but he's asking you that is the DP talking from two sides of his mouth, that is out, but he still carries out some functions from the government?
All right, Makosi, I think we must be realistic on this, Matt. Are you getting me?
Yeah, we are.
Explain so that I can get you.
When the deputy said that his role has been assigned to someone, then you cannot assign, the president cannot assign an envoy to someone like Matiang'i. Right? I think there are some things that guides the some whatever the whatever of the government. An envoy of South Africa, when he says, or whatever the plans they have, says he must meet the deputy president, that cannot change. But what is internal, what is inside the country, or operations inside the country, Matiang'i can do so. The president can assign that, like opening of the projects and all that.
Before you confuse me. Jex, 1 minute. 1 minute before.
I love what you're saying, Malema, but
yes,
that also means this. When we see, for example, we saw the UK envoy talking to Wetangula, There was a time they were talking to Alonso. So I think
Jakes,
this involves yes.
Jakes,
So let me ask you
excuse me.
the question Marcos is asking you. When the DP says his duties have been given to someone else, but when he speaks from a government position of how he, as the deputy president, will, or rather as Kenya, we will work with South Africa. From what capacity is he talking from? Because when you see Akina Kalonzo, they talk from an envoy of, for example, Baba is works with AU. We know that level. We know what level Kalonzo talks of. So, from what level? If he has no role in the government, from what level? I think that's the question, Marcos, you are asking.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know, my friend, there are things I can't respond because I don't work for the deputy president, right?
Know.
Yeah,
but again,
because I'm a citizen like Makosi, because I'm a supporter like Makosi. Listen, because I'm a supporter like Makosi, there are some things we can also identify and see what is possible or not possible. Many things. There are so many projects. There are so many things that have been going around in this country, and the deputy president has actually said some of his roles have been assigned to Matiang'i.
That's the most important part.
And I agree.
Malema repeated that.
Sorry?
Some of my, they didn't get that.
Yes.
They are picking a few words.
He said, listen,
David and Malema are taking us for a ride.
Makosi, listen.
What are the roles of the deputy president?
Listen, Makosi, and he said, what are the roles of the deputy president? No.
You not assigned by the president. Does he have any role?
Mr. Checks, can you protect me from Makosi because he proposed to be supporting media?
No, I'm asking you a question. What are the roles of the deputy president?
Protect me.
The president.
Let me answer.
Just a moment.
Yes. He said,
no, you cannot be saying empty things here. Like somebody like Malema should not be talking like that. I don't expect that from you. If you tell us,
protect me from Makosi.
I'm not talking.
What are his roles?
Malema, it's Rupia. Rupia is asking you, what are the roles? Malema, Rupia is asking you, what is the role of the DP rather, given that he says his roles have been assigned elsewhere. And as per the constitution,
let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right?
So
let me finish what I'm saying.
So that you combine
the deputy, yes. The deputy president. Listen, my friend, the deputy president said the president has his own liberty to assign. If he assigned to Matiang'i, that is okay. He doesn't have any problem. He will not object on that. So why do you want to ask me so many questions on that? We're just basing on what the deputy president said. He said if the president so it is okay to assign Matiang'i for this role, that is okay. He's not objecting, because he has that capacity to do so. And then why is Makosi and Rupia wants to pin me down on that? We're just testing on that, right?
David wants to help you, Kidogo. David, you can help Kidogo as we go to Rupia.
Does he want him to assign Raila?
Malema,
is he complain because
I want to
Malema, you are making noise.
Malema, David wants to help you a little bit. I'm also a supporter of William Ruto and I listen to him a lot. There is one bit our friends did not get right.
Okay.
Let us also be very careful with English. The deputy president is a doctor, so it's not just someone who just says things from the street. He said some of my roles are assigned, but
does he meet the requirements?
Listen, when I'm talking, young man, I will give you.
Is he really a doctor?
Rupia, just one moment. You are next.
DP is not a street boy. He's a PhD holder,
But
which some we don't have.
let David
Just
know.
a moment.
Let David know that some of these allegations he's making, we are asking Mutembe to put here a clip. You know, they cannot rewrite what
Who
he
is
said.
talking?
All of us, we know what he said.
Who is talking?
And if you argue outside what he said,
Jack.
we will put a clip here and we
Okay,
listen
Jack.
to it.
Jack.
Okay.
Jack. It was me that I brought this question. Can I please?
You are the one who just
I was answering. I was answering.
You are the one who opened this can of worms.
Yes. Can I please say something? I'm done that brought it.
I'm coming to.
I haven't finished. Why are you cutting me short with some emotions?
David, go ahead. David, go ahead.
I was saying, my brother Makosi, don't get confused, because if the deputy president said some of his roles have been taken away, that was right, and we all know they have been given to Matiang'i. But some of these government operations,
which are the roles?
Wrong. Let me finish. What is wrong with these people?
No, I'm asking you, which are his roles? Can you tell us the roles that were taken away?
Roles for what?
You are not putting me to an exam room, young man. Let me say what I want to say, then I'll answer your question. Thank you. When the deputy president says that some of the roles have been taken from him, we all know they were assigned to Matiang'i. Part of those roles were in charge of government projects, which we know Matiang'i is going around to use it as a political tool to familiarize himself. But I want to say that sometimes government operations take long. Some of these meetings could have been arranged a long time ago. Even the deputy president went to media to speak about that. Secondly, government protocols demands that sometimes when someone comes, he wants to meet a particular person. If an envoy is coming to meet a deputy president, he will come and meet that deputy president regardless of our internal problems we have.
No, Jack. Let me interrupt. Please,
secondly,
David. David. Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt. David, wait. David, you cannot lie to us. Kenya is a sovereign state. There is no way that an envoy will come from a foreign country and choose whoever you want to talk to. Number two, deputy president is a principal advisor of the president, and it is only the president.
Then you are asking the same question. You have answers. So what are you asking?
Listen. There is no way that an envoy will choose that is coming to talk to someone. So it is Kenya government.
It's like you're not
asking Kenya government that assigned the envoy.
Don't lie to us, Bwana.
Don't lie to us. It is the Kenya government that assigned the envoy.
You cannot be lying the same thing.
We are hearing a lot of
We cannot allow you to lie to us.
A lot of echoes.
You cannot lie here the same way the deputy president is lying to us every day.
Let me ask you guys, if there is a delegation regarding environment issues, do you want them to come and meet Raila Odinga and Bondo? They will come and meet the delegation from the environment department. What's wrong with it?
We cannot allow you are older people to just make reckless and crazy statements.
Okay, Jack.
I was saying,
you know, the
lying to us.
Sometimes, let me finish.
David, one moment. The problem is this: even you, while you are correcting, you're also making mistakes. The constitution does not.
David akona machungumu ya kusema uongo.
Just listen. The constitution.
Unamaliza uongo bwana.
The constitution does not describe. The constitution does not describe Ruto as an advisor to the president. No, it describes him as a principal assistant to the president. And his roles are assigned. His role are assigned. Rather, that chooses to assign. That is the correct version. So when you say advice, it means that Ruto is the same as Kanze Dina and some of these people that
we not allow you.
So I was saying that is what the constitution says. That is the correct part. So
Jack.
Everything else is
Jack.
Tunajua wewe ni mtu wa UDA, Jax.
Now I'm correcting David.
Okay, listen. Let me take over. It was my question. And you answer me Yes, somebody you answer me according to the direction
Wait, guys,
that I am expecting that answer to be. Now listen.
Can you listen? Can you listen?
Before you contribute,
listen, just a moment.
The quality of this thing, people should mute. People should mute their mic kindly.
Okay.
There is a lot of echoes. We are not hearing anything.
Okay. One of the reasons.
Ukimaliza kucontribute, kindly mute your mic. Kindly.
So this is what I wanted to say, that I'm moderating and I want to be as neutral as possible. So I have begun correcting.
Unaongea sana, hata kama una moderate, you take a lot of our time.
It's because you interrupt.
Allow me finish so that you can correct me wholesome, Jakes, kindly with the due respect. Allow me finish what I was saying. Just 1 minute. I wouldn't go beyond 1 minute. Have you allowed me?
Nikolai. Okay. I just wanted to. I'm looking at that person whose mic is on so as to reduce the echo. I can't see the person. Anyway, for just 1 moment, the reason as to why we are here, me and Wekesa and everyone else, is that we don't sell lies from either side, and we give the correct interpretation of everything. So, Rupia, for your information, when one moderates, you become as neutral as possible. If I was to be UDA, believe me, you know me, I would really be so UDA. But I'm even asking some questions that I know are difficult to be neutral. So for David, it's not correct that it is the envoy that chooses. There's what we call an agenda, a program, and all, and a protocol that is observed. And that is one of the reasons that brought the challenge in the Uganda trip, because everything does not just happen. There is a system followed, there's a program, there's also a diary, a government diary, and all. So I think as much as there was a meeting and all, I think there was a reason that he met the South Africa person, and his role is clear and why he did so. You remember when the Burundi president was going, it is he who escorted him back to the airport. So some of this role, we are not sure if it was assigned by the president.
Wait, Kesa, are you moderating or you are contributing?
We are correcting.
You talk 2 hours, man.
So the next person that I want to finish up 1 minute is David. Then I go to someone else. David, finish up.
Thank you, Jakes. I was saying that sometimes
my question not yet clear, Jake.
Sometimes when anyway.
Jakes, you know, David is very confused and he's taking a lot of our time. We want to contribute and move on. He wants to gag us with nonsense here, with Owongo, and he knows he's telling a lie, and he continues. Can you give somebody else?
Okay.
Jake, let me clarify now my question, whether I've been answered or no. Now,
I don't like the language. I don't like the language Rupia is using. When I'm given time to contribute, he tells me nonsense. That is not very fair on him.
Yes.
It's
Jake,
better he finishes. I finish my nonsense, then he can gag
now
me.
Let me clarify it was me that I asked the question.
Jakes, is that fair?
It's not fair, and
then that is not good. Allow me 1 minute. I borrowed from the chair to finish. Why are you gagging me with a lot of abuses? Don't bully me,
but we can't leave you to tell us lies, my friend. Can you give somebody else? David had contributed.
I haven't even spoken.
One moment. If you allow him to finish,
no, you have spoken.
We'll be able to move. You have heckled him. He didn't speak.
I don't like.
No. I didn't heckle him.
Finish up, David, quickly.
Okay, I was saying.
It's okay.
Sometimes good to be fair. I was saying that the deputy president mentioned clearly that some of the duties have been taken. That is clear.
Okay.
Makosi should not be confused because meanwhile he's in office, there are things he protects. Remember, the deputy president is also an individual who needs those trappings of those powers. But he has clearly spoken to his people.
Please, moderator, let's mind the kind of words we are using. When you say somebody is confused, just like diminishing somebody too much. Sorry. I just let us mind the kind of language we are using because we are all brothers as officers.
Did I say someone is confused? Did I say that? I don't remember.
Yeah, you say I'm confused.
So, okay, sorry for that. The reason is that, you know, you are the one who used the same word. I'm quoting you. You said the deputy president is confusing you. So,
yes.
Izito, those are not my words. Those are his words. He's saying at one point, he's not in office. Another point, he's representing and meeting envoys. He's now confused. Have you now got me right? And I want to put the record clear.
You know, David, it's not a problem. You are just correcting and saying the same thing in another way. Because when you say, Sammy, you are confused, that one you refer to Sammy. But when you say, DP is confusing me, that one is not direct. We have got this direct speech and indirect. Indirect, I can talk even to another person instead of talking to you. Thank you. But all in all, it's good. I was just trying to beg us people on the panel because we are all grown up. We respect one another, and everything goes well. Thank you.
Okay.
It's
well
okay,
said, Kizito. So summarize, David.
Yeah. So let me summarize by saying that the deputy president can keep doing what he can be able to do until parliament is broken and until the government is dissolved. He's not the only person to have complained about his roles being taken away. You remember during the Nusumkate government, those of us who were in ODM, we complained a lot about Nusumkeka and the way the co-principal was sidelined. So let this one not be a new thing to all of us, such that when it comes from Ruto, it is raising eyebrows. Even deputy governors, if you can remember, some of them are complaining of having no clear roles. In fact, being a deputy of something, even if you are a deputy principal of a school, sometimes the principal can sideline you and give roles to another teacher. So let's be fair to the deputy principal and support him instead of critiquing everything that he does. Thank you, good friends.
Okay, thank you, David.
Okay, Jake, let me clarify because I was one that asked.
One moment. Do this, toa mic venye umeifunga. Inafanya sauti yako ina sound funny.
Okay.
Umevaa mic kama
it's my time. It's not Makosi, it's me who is supposed to talk after David.
No, I asked a question, Merupi. I just want to clarify whether I've been satisfied with the answer or not. Please.
No, you cannot clarify your question. If you asked a question, you wanted an answer. Then you're supposed to get an answer from somebody.
Yeah, but if I'm not satisfied, then I have to say I'm not satisfied in one or two. Just allow me to finish that one because I'm the one that got that question. Yeah.
1 minute, make it fast.
Yeah, thank you. Because I think my answer, I have not yet been satisfied when somebody said that his roles, as you are trying to correct me, Mr. David, with English, that some of his roles, then he should come and put clear that these are my roles that have been taken and these are the roles that I'm still retaining, so that at least we will know where we will be supporting him and where we will not be supporting him. Because now, even us of his supporters, we don't know whether to support him as a deputy president or we don't know whether to support him as a opposition from the UDA party. So the reason why we are also still confused with other member of parliament who we don't know whether they are in Jubilee or they are in UDA is because their head is behaving that way. You know, it's like a bat. You don't know whether it's an animal, whether it's a bird. So what we are saying is, even if you don't want to resign because of the Kamshahara and the privileges he's getting, but at least make it tell us, okay, as I'm winding up, another one that I'm giving you, you will answer later. He told us that he was going to Uganda for a private visit, and yet he was going to discuss about something called wealth fund that affects all Kenyans and a company that will give a team to Kenya. Now we don't know whether Kenya has turned to be his private property that is going to discuss it as a private business, or is still going to represent in government matters? And number two, you take it from his mouth. He told us that he make a call, take 15 billion from Equity Bank to borrow that investor, and then that investor to go and invest in Uganda. And at the same time, he's criticizing the president for using 4 billion to build a ammunition factory, just only 4 billion. But this one is a cool 15B. That is 4 times the one that president do to make factory in Kenya. But this one is 15 billion taken from Equity Bank Kenya, going to Uganda to make investment in Uganda. And is going to facilitate it.
Well said. Your point
so
is
now
home.
We don't know exactly how that is why we are confused. Thank you.
Okay. Rupia, I'm coming to you. Kizito and Joshua, I'm coming to you. Rupia, go ahead.
Jakes, if you could filter the questions that are asked by Makosi so that we react on them one by one.
Makosi made statements. He made statements.
Oh, it's okay. And then what I would like to say,
his question and gave a contribution. Okay, what do you want to say?
Sawa. Thank you very much. So David, you said
Rupia, please, can I borrow just one second? Just 1 second from you.
But those who are not contributing, can you mute your mouth?
Yeah, please, I beg you for just 1 second of your minute. Okay, Mr. Jakes, I think this panel, it will become very much boring if we are just repeating the same thing we started discussing last time. Makosi and David has answered you according to what I've understood, but when you continue, the same question you are asking, the whole of yesterday, we discussed all these things. Can we go to the topic? When somebody has answered you, don't go back, you still want the same answer is going to twist in another English. Please. And when we are coming to this channel, please let us read the content. Because when we repeat only the same thing every day, like Ruto went to Uganda yesterday, today he went to Uganda, every day it will be Uganda. Thank you, my brothers. Amen. But once somebody has answered, accept. Don't twist the answer again.
To add on that, Mr. Jakes,
no, it's my time. What is wrong with these people?
I just have one complaint.
Collins,
please, just a second, please.
He requested for 1 minute.
Rupia, I'll add you the minute.
I'm not contributing. I just wanted to say, today I can see we don't have order. Everybody's just speaking without going through the chair. So I'll just request all of you, please, just keep our calm. If somebody is lying, if you think somebody is lying, wait for your time. You'll debunk all those lies. So let's have some order, and we go through the chair for us for all of us to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Collins. Now, Kizito, I'll add you 2 minutes. So it is at with 32. I'll give you up to 37. Go ahead.
I don't want not Kizito, please. Kizito, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah, sorry. Rupia, sorry.
But where's the echo coming from?
Kizito, mute your mic.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to go straight into the topic, despite all the lies that we've been told here. One, I can say that we have a very good president who is very lenient. And despite being disrespected by his deputy, the president has actually played his cool. And I think it's now the right time to crack the web. Because, you know, when we voted in 2013, ilikuwa ni mfumo mpya ya deputy president and president. But that does not mean that the deputy president has got equal powers to the president. The president is the head of state and is our symbol of national unity and is our leader. So everyone should respect the president. And in Jubilee, we've seen that there's a section of Jubilee that are very confused, that are talking about UDA, the party they don't even know its honor, They don't know they will run. They will run on that party's ticket in 2022. They are not sure, and they don't know. For your information, the UDA guys, David being one of them, go and look for your party and move out of Jubilee. Go and seek fresh mandate from the electorates if you have the numbers, and then you count it, you call it a day, because you cannot threaten anybody in this country that you have the numbers. Which numbers do you have, and where do you have those numbers? Because we've seen, even when those numbers were required in the National Assembly and the county assemblies, you only had one county assembly. I don't know, they were 2 or 1. The others were still sitting on the fence waiting to make a decision. Some of them did not even make the decision that was required. So you cannot threaten anybody. Another thing I would like to say, deputy order ni party ya uongo. They will say things that they cannot substantiate. One of them is bottom up. They don't know what bottom up is. They don't understand it. And if Kenya can go the other way, then we are still taking back our country to the dogs. But as a Kenyan, you should think and you should be honest to yourself, because we want our country to grow. If somebody can talk about the Uganda things, you can talk about everything that has been said by the deputy president against the president. They are totally wrong. They are uncalled for. They are baseless. They cannot be substantiated. And you come and lie to us that there is an envoy from South Africa who chose. And even Malema, where is Malema? Malema has left. Can lie. Somebody like Malema, who is being followed by so many people, and we respect him just the same way we respect Mutembe, and he can come here and lie to us that an envoy from South Africa has chosen to talk with the Deputy President William Ruto. We don't believe in such things. We know your bad intentions, and if you don't want to move out of Jubilee, we will now force you to move out of Jubilee. Because we don't want double speaking.
You will force them as who, and you belong to ODM. Can you stop lying too?
Okay, my brother or my father is in Jubilee. How do you force
someone from a different party don't belong, Bana? Can you be respectful?
Already we have forced you and you have been sidelined, so we will still force you and you will go out.
Rupia, can I ask you questions? I don't know if there are several questions I would want to ask you. You rightfully said that when it came to numbers and all, BBI during its initial stages, that UDA, or rather Ruto, only got one side, right? Does it mean that when people were voting, the MCAs, the MPs, and everyone else who voted, does that mean that is their political inclination? That is the side they stand for. That is what they will vote. That is how they will vote in 2022.
Yeah, because the MCAs are representatives. Even MPs, they represent people.
Okay.
But if you look at what they were supporting, which is BBI, and with the goodies of the BBI, the only reason why the UDA is opposing the BBI is because BBI is interfering with William Ruto's presidential ambitions, because he knew very well he was going to be supported and he'd be president. But now,
not all UDA oppose BBI. Not all. Some they voted for BBI.
That's what I'm asking you, Rupia. Just one moment, David. That's what I'm asking you, Rupia. Does it really mean that all those who supported BBI, as per what you have said, does it mean they are 100% in going to vote against Ruto? Because BBI was not against Ruto, but as per what you are saying tonight,
Jakes, first, we needed this BBI to test the waters.
Okay.
That let BBI go to the referendum, and we will see. Ruto will come with his no, and we will come with our yes. We will carry the day.
Okay.
Do you get that?
Okay.
But because we are seeing the ill intentions of the deputy president, and he has kept a cohort of Wakor around him.
Jakes, if you allow some kind of communication, some of us may not be in this forum. We can't allow someone to call us Wakora, talking a lot of nonsense. We are grown-ups. We can't allow that kind of shit.
But the theme of Uda ni ukora tu. Hakuna kitu ingine na wizi ya mali ya umma.
Can I speak now?
Rupia, one moment. Honestly, when you asked people to not speak lies and not to say things, that was your demand. I respected your wishes, and people stopped talking lies. Now people are asking you if you can refrain from using abusive language and just stick to the conversation and the questions being asked and the topic of the day. Do you think you're able to do that?
Jake, let me interrupt. We need the definition of Wakora. I think Wakora is not something wrong to refer. They have Wakoras. Even, okay, we can say even in Jubilee they have Wakoras, but in UDA they have a lot of Wakoras. Why should we sugarcoat? There's Wakoras.
Sami Makosi, it's not just a Wakora word only. It's several words that have been used. Several foul words.
Just one moment. If it is okay to call someone Wakora, do you think it is okay if I can now call you Makosi Mkora? Would you feel good about it?
Makosi ni Mkora.
Would you feel
as long as you have something tangible to attach that name. Because in UDA, I can point some Makoras there. Waluke was in court. Was he a pastor? And he's from UDA. Just as an example.
Well said, Makosi. So you can cite examples, and you have said we need to have tangible evidence for the same. Do you think you have tangible evidence to clarify all your points?
Can you go and ask the Deputy President William Ruto why he called people Wakora and he doesn't have tangible evidence?
Now, these
are I think he's leading.
Rupian Makosi, I want you to note we are talking of the people on this podium. So let's stick to us. Because Hapa, this is not an assembly of Wakora. This is not an assembly.
No, Rupia did not call anybody a Wakora. He referred to those in those leaders, not people here.
Makosi, I'm the one talking. I'm saying let's keep it to us. If the politicians use those names, let's be different.
Okay. Well said.
Rupia has overspoken. You've taken too long.
No, I've not taken too long.
No, he hasn't. He's still on time. He hasn't. Go ahead, Rupia.
Oh, yeah, I was just concluding because I don't want to go back to Wakora, but it's a term that is friendly when you come to politics. The Wakora word is very friendly.
Rupia, the other one is on that. I think we have made a ruling on that.
The other one is conmanship. That one is very common in politics. You have to know that. But gentlemen, what is important?
I think you're through with your points. As per how you're going, I think you're through, yeah? So can I have Kizito? Kizito, go ahead.
I'm still laughing about Rupia cannot even contribute because, Rupia is talking like a Nigeria. That if I say you are a fool, doesn't mean that you are a fool. Let's get somebody say, me, I will be there after morning hours.
Okay, so let me go then to Joshua. Joshua, how are you? I'm coming to you, Collins, eh? I'm coming to you. Joshua, how are you?
I'm very good. I'm happy to be here. It's interesting to see some people having a very interesting feelings.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Now,
the topic. Why are you jumping my friend Makosi? He has not talked.
No, Makosi contributed earlier. So,
and even Ayaga, I took his time though. He's
I just asked question. I've not yet contributed anything.
If you have noted, I'm skipping the next person of the one who is speaking. So Kizito was to speak, so I've skipped Collins, then go to Joshua, then I'll go to Ayaga, then come back to Collins. That's the order.
Thanks, Jex. No, it's nice to listen to this conversation and hear different view from people. But I think one of the very interesting thing talking about people in Jubilee, whether they should leave because they're already in other UDA party. Officially, they are not members of a UDA. They are just trying to make a sort of an affiliation, in my opinion. And this affiliation, it is in this way. One of the things that is happening with the sitting member of parliament is that the fear of missing out. Number two, the fear of not be elected in the next coming election, and the fear of being left in the wild. Those are some of the fears these people are there. The unfortunate thing is that what happened with this scenario is that now they are doing a gamble. It's a gamble of I am in Jubilee, but now I imagine what is happening in UDA is there must be a lot of extortion in terms of this is a young party. They must make sure that you own this party. And how can you purport to own this party is making sure that you have a contribution, so that by the time there is by the time January is getting there, they have a pool of a lot of resources, and someone would want to be affiliated there. But one more thing that I want to make it very clear, and this is what is happening with UDA. UDA, what is trying to do is they are trying to popularize the party. And as I said yesterday, and I don't want to repeat it, is that when you have the majority in the parliament, you have the say, because it means any sponsored motion, you have to have the number, the threshold of the 2/3. If you do not have that, then it means that you do not have any numbers. And this is a scenario that we saw when Kibaki never had numbers, when he had to fire everyone. But let's not live there and talk about what is the scenario with our current DP. The DP will not leave the privileges that he have. On the other side, the president will never give these guys an opportunity to thrive by dismissing them. And someone say that the president is very good. The president is trying to say he abandoned the political journey of back and forth, exchanging ones and so on. And for him, is looking at how do I make the development agenda going forward. I don't know whether someone read about an article today in the Nation that was talking about that in 2023 or 2024, people will start praising Uhuru as a very good president. It is the same thing that is happening now. We are talking about that President Kibaki was the best. And even recently, we even saw people or the DP consulting the people who are in the economic model of Kibaki. Why is he doing that? Because this is politics. And what he's trying to do is to look for sympathy. And he's very smart. He's very smart on that. I will give you a good example. The recent visit of the DP to Nyandarua, where I come from. That guy, you will think he's from the village down there. He's talking about even one of the very street in the village somewhere there. Nobody knows it, but he's so eloquent to say this place we are tarmacking, but it is not being tarmacked. It is just being graveled. You know, some of these things, they are just put there to ice the thing. But one more thing that you need to know is that as much as UDA is getting that popularity, there is nobody who will risk leaving Jubilee. Because even the people like Gachagua that you see, he's really eloquent in talking about, oh yeah, we are talking about the mountain. The Dede Nyoro, we are talking about the mountain. The Aris Wahome, we are talking about the mountain. And the so-called Faith, the Gitao, who is a women rep for Nyandarua. These people will never be on the table of negotiation table when the Mount Kenya start to speak about what we want. That is a scenario. So at the moment, it's just we are in the ocean, and this ocean is just having turbulence. We have these waves. They are just making you just in the canoe, swinging. Whether you will get on the shore, that's another question. Whether you will sink with that canoe, that's another question. Whether you are a good swimmer in that troubled water, let's see what will happen once the waves come. So that's my simple summary of what I see with people who are in Jubilee, and they will never leave. So yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask you 2 questions, then I'll allow some panelists to ask you questions as well. Number 1, what does it mean staying in Jubilee, given that Jubilee will, or rather has indicated it has to form a union with ODM? Yesterday you said that it's difficult to have ODM, but you're also saying that now it's difficult to leave Jubilee. So my question is this: what does it mean staying in Jubilee, and the factors that will eventually come after the merger of Jubilee and ODM? What do you think that will mean to any person who will be remaining in Jubilee? Does it mean it will be a support to the candidate that both Jubilee and ODM will choose to support?
Well, let me tell you something. Jubilee is a lifeline of any politician at the moment. As much as everyone is dismissing Jubilee, Jubilee remains the heart. It is the heartbeat of the current government. And until a statement comes from the core people who are in the Jubilee says, it's done, we are going to a different direction, nobody want to leave Jubilee. And I'll give you a good example. In the recent visit of Gachagua in one of the media, he said, I cannot leave Jubilee. I'm a member of the Jubilee, and you cannot force me to get out of Jubilee. Because he knows that is where the lifeline is. Number 2, you're talking about a possible, these are rumors, a possible correlation between Jubilee and ODM. I don't see it happening. I am not a prophet of doom, but I don't see it happening.
It may not happen.
It may.
A comment.
Yeah.
A comment that the UDA proclaimed UDA members. They are members of Jubilee, as we know, but they have been seen actually advocating for the ideals of UDA. So Jubilee can move ahead and go and to the registrar with the evidence.
They don't have the power.
They can be removed. They can be removed from the party register, being that there is evidence that they are now participating in the activities of the UDA, and that is the party they are promoting. We saw them promoting UDA in Kiambaa.
In the Kenya that we live, in the Kenya that we live, and the people that we are dealing with in terms of who are the registrar.
But Rupia, remember, even in Kibera by election, President Uhuru.
What happened? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Salim. What happened?
I think. Well, I think he's trying to say that even in Kibera, there was a lot of mix of people who were supporting certain candidates of ODM, others were supporting the candidate of Jubilee. So there was that mix match that was happening.
Yes,
this is the thing that we
yes,
saw
in Kibera there was a yes.
There was
even
nothing
in
like
Msambweni.
that.
You saw what happened in Msambweni?
Oh yeah, also in
Kibera.
Msambweni.
Did Uhuru support Mariga, who was vying on Jubilee? No.
Yeah, Uhuru supported Mariga, and he endorsed Mariga in the State House. Mariga was in the State House.
In the State House, was Kibera voting in State House or in Kibera?
What do you mean?
No, what we know is that Uhuru met Mariga, and Uhuru endorsed Mariga. That is the fact.
He met Mariga
Unasema
in
haina
State House. He
evidence.
met Mariga in State House. Why could he go to ground in Kibera on the ground now that they had done handshake with Baba, that he said, let this be a fair competition whereby I am supporting Mariga, Baba is supporting brother to Okoth, the late Okoth. That could have been a fair, because Baba himself and his brigade were in Kibera. They come. The NC Owalo, you saw, Mudavadi was there. But this one, the
Uhuru is a wise man. He
Jubilee,
knew they were going to lose. He knew they were going to lose.
No, my friend, Uhuru.
Yeah, just one moment.
Waiguru, where was Waiguru supporting? He was supporting Baba.
Rupia and Salim, you guys have begun contributing. Your time has already expired. It's time for Joshua.
I was just telling him that Kibera is Baba's bedroom. There's no way Uhuru can go there and campaign.
Thank you for confirming that Kibera is Baba's bedroom.
That's why we have a private chat. That's why we have a private chat.
Just
Rupia and Salim, you can pick it up at the private section.
Yeah.
Joshua, go ahead so that Akina Ayaga can contribute and Collins.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joshua.
Just to finish.
Thank you very much.
I think you need
just one moment, Ayaga. Just one moment. Malizia Joshua ndio tupe Ayaga.
Yeah, I think to talk about the president is very tactical, and one of the best thing also in any power, there is nothing beautiful as the power of being silent. That is the most beautiful thing when you have power, because silence makes other people start thinking, what is this person thinking? What is the next move of this person? So by leaving people in that dilemma, it is a very good tactic for the president, and that is what we are seeing now. Things will never unfold because the DP want to have that exchange, the moment of exchange, but Uhuru will never do that. So he might be playing safe, but he knows what he's doing, and he has all instrument of power. He can use anything whenever he want to whip it. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's one more question, but I wish to go to Ayaga. Ayaga, go ahead. Ayaga, can you hear me? Okay. Ayaga, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me too?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go to today's topic, I have a few reservations that I have to talk about. Number one, Malema was asked a question and David. They never answered. They avoid the answers at late. UDA is like a greedy child. A child that eats with both hands. Because you cannot tell us you are in government at the same time you're not in government. Sami Makosi asked a very nice question. You can get me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Sami Makosi asked a very good question. Why is William talking about I'm in government, and the following day he's talking about a government that is not inside the same government in South African envoy? That is a lie. You know, I read something about North Korea. How North Korea children are being trained. They are brainwashed in a certain way that they believe Kim Jong-un is the only human being they should protect. So the UDA doing the same in this nation. They are brainwashing people like Malema. I hope he was here. They are brainwashing people like Malema until a grown-up person cannot even reason that this guy is misleading me. That is one. Number two,
the same way Luos are being watched by Raila.
I want to talk about Uganda trip. David, you have even changed your name since the party was linked to Uganda alliance or agenda. So you
Yeah,
have
the same
even
way
changed.
those
I
are
don't know why
brainwashed
today
by Raila. They don't believe in anybody apart from Raila. You know, if you talk Raila bad about
you have,
Raila somewhere, you'll be killed, man.
you have even changed your name to. I don't know why you dropped the name UDA. So yeah, I will not bother you. Uganda
It was
trade.
then. My
There
name
was
is David. I always been.
a court ruling the other day. There was a court the other day. A court ruling that people like David who want to interrupt me because of emotions celebrate. And in that ruling, they had nothing. In that ruling, there is a concrete evidence there that in a presidential election,
Rupia mute. Just a moment. Just a moment, Ayaga. Rupia mute your mic.
Yeah. Eh?
I was telling
Is
Rupia to mute
David
his mic. No, I was telling
or
Rupia to mute his mic. Yeah, go ahead.
please? In that ruling, that people like David celebrated, you want to reduce me to Raila Odinga mind of reasoning. They celebrated it without reading and understanding. In that ruling, they say in a presidential election system, Mr. David, there is no day the president will be a private citizen. President and deputy shall never and will never. That is according to court. Go and read it. Those two people will never be private. The office they hold will never change unless they vacate. So there is no day our president will even one day goes to even in Yemen and calling himself, I'm going to Yemen as a private citizen. The guy is not, he will never. He's our deputy president. When he reaches there, he must be treated like one. So if you guys are arguing about that, then the court ruling you don't believe in, then you say yet you celebrate is very wrong. About a party at Jubilee to expel. Where is Jubilee? Jubilee is not a party. I want to tell you from bottom of my heart, Jubilee, there is no party Jubilee. Because Jubilee has never done a national election. Everybody in Jubilee from president to where Jakes is interim. Nobody elect them. Those people are handpicked. That's why Jubilee cannot take action. There is nothing like Jubilee. There is no law they can even go to a political party and claim. President is an interim chairman of national party. Deputy interim. Tuju interim. David Murade interim. 4 years since the party, or 5 years since the party was created. So there is no Jubilee. Same to
Ayaga, one
UDA.
moment. Ayaga, one moment. Rupia said that when someone is not saying the correct thing, he should be corrected. Would you allow us to correct you?
Let me correct him.
Correct me.
According to Jubilee's constitution, the president and the deputy president, they are the party leader and party deputy leader, and those two, that is not negotiable. The only interim leaders are from Tuju and others. But the president and the deputy, their seats are not contested. That is the official Jubilee constitution.
You are lying, Jake.
Ayaga, I'm wondering.
Am I lying? Can I post it
Ayaga,
for everyone to read?
Ayaga,
that is the Jubilee constitution.
Don't post it to me because I know
Ayaga,
they are where Jubilee elect a party leader is like UDA. They will tell you we have a clear presidential candidate, we have a party leader who elected him in the first place. It's the same thing, my friend. You cannot be lied always. It's the same thing. Jubilee, there is nobody. All the members in Jubilee, include even the list of members they have, is interim.
Ayaga, point. Let me correct you a bit.
Can I correct you, Ayaga?
Due to the fact that, Joshua, listen, due to the fact that Jubilee has never held any election, does not disqualify Jubilee from being a party. Jubilee is a party that has got members and has got members in the National Assembly and in the Senate. And there is a party leader. They have all the organs of a party. So I don't see the reason why you are saying.
Ayaga, how can we do election yet? Even the deputy president himself was granted by Tuju as non-grantor at the headquarters.
Ayaga, let me tell you something with experience. With experience.
That's why I'm
in the election of 20. Can I
holding is interim. It can be given to anybody. That's why even Tuju declare him a persona non grata. You cannot be declared a persona non grata when you are truly elected by the people. Why is Tuju has not declared him as a persona non grata in Aslamation in Karen? Because he was elected as a deputy president. But in Jubilee, is an interim. The two are different. My friend, don't confuse between Jubilee Party and the government of Kenya.
Ayaga.
Those two are different. You can be declared like Mugabe, and today they can go there, you can chase them away. The position they are holding is interim. Nobody elects them. They cannot claim anything. And that is what I'm talking about. And you guys are arguing.
Ayaga, you are very low.
Because if Tuju was if Tuju was William and his lawyers and the best lawyers around him, they could have gone to court. Because nowadays the court is on their side. They could have gone to court and challenge that, because he knows very well. Even his advisor knows that very well. And even all the legal mind around him knows what I'm talking about very well. They cannot go to court. Today, if you chase Joho out of the ODM,
and even Tuju himself was handpicked. Ayaga, my friend. But even
I think
Tuju himself was handpicked.
Nani? Who was handpicked?
Ayaga, you are wrong. Whether interim or not interim, Jubilee is a party. Tuju is the Secretary General. Uhuru is the party leader. William Ruto is the deputy party leader. That one is there. Jubilee is a party that is fielding candidates every day in elections and even in by-elections. We've seen it.
And let me tell you something.
Ayaga, why do you hate deputy president so much?
I don't. Tell me the word of hatred that I've mentioned. Just tell me one hatred, the word of a hatred word that Ayaga has quoted. Just give me one.
Can I respond to you, Ayaga?
You cannot say so. What I'm saying is very simple. Jubilee was a party that was created to fail. I'm not saying that in a bad way, because if you want to create a party, create a party. William and Uhuru, those are not party people. They are the people who are looking for vehicles. They jump into that vehicle. When they reach the stage, they left the vehicle, they go to another vehicle. They are not like Raila Odinga. A man of a party in this country is only Raila. Raila is the one who you can say can maintain a party. Maybe ODM and Kanu. Even Kibaki was not a party man. After NAC, in 2007, when people say NAC is dead and a dead horse that cannot even be flogged, he jumped to PNU. And after in 2013, PNU dead. That's how they behave. They are not party people. Don't force them with party people. I'm telling you, it will be shock if by 2022 March, there will be no party called UDA. There will be no UDA. They will be, maybe they will sing another party. Is when you guys will believe me that Ayaga was saying the truth, that these guys are using a party as a vehicle. Once they reach the destination, they go to another party. They are not party people. People who are singing UDA here, tomorrow you will sing the Service Party because UDA has a question and the question is in court and it kitaumana pale kotini because the original owners of UDA want the party back. The ruling will be around December, and even in January you will talk of it may be the Empowerment Party or the Service Party. You will not talk about UDA anymore. And I'm telling you here, and you are arguing. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I respond to your concerns? Because I feel you've really pushed your point.
Yeah, he has, and he has really misled
with a lot
us.
of us, with a lot of assumption. And I would want to take you back a little bit, to tell you how the Jubilee was formed. The Jubilee was formed by 11 parties. A lot of assumption. And I would want to take you back a little bit.
Just one moment. Joshua, just one moment. Mtembei, can you remove the
can you remove
Just one moment. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't know who that was, but okay. Go ahead.
The Jubilee is made up by 11 parties. And these 11 parties, I'm sure you even don't know that there was a party by the name Republic Congress. Let me take you back a little bit. There was a question about if Jubilee would form a coalition with ODM. Let me tell you something, what will happen. Now that you're talking that there is no Jubilee, there is Jubilee, and Jubilee is there. It is a lifeline with this government. What will happen if today there was a coalition between Jubilee and ODM? You will see the integrated secretariat that will be created, whether interim or not interim, because party matters. The decision is made in a resolution, and it's not a must that there should be a PG for such thing to happen. It can be already be decided by the party leader to say these are the people, have the core people agreed on that. So it is not a must that it is outright there. And it is as easy as possible. We can all speculate and say that that there is no Jubilee, but that there is Jubilee. And let me tell you a good example here. When Jubilee Party was formed, the party were dissolved, but they were never dissolved without having people paying the remuneration of their monthly contribution. And that is how you know a party exists. I can tell you because I had this experience in 2017 when all the people who are wanting to be nominated via Jubilee would come and register. But let me tell you something. The people who are in like Jubilee Alliance Party, the people who are from the URP Party or GNU, the Grand National Union, when they were coming to register, they first had to clear their arrears of their parties to be given the ticket to be nominated. So that is how you get to understand, as you would say that a party is not existing, a party exists. Whether it is an interim party, whether there is an interim secretariat, a party exists. So you may not be able to
Yes, can I borrow, Joshua, can I borrow just 1 second from Joshua, please?
Go ahead.
There's something very important that I would like the panelists to know. We have people from church and we have people contributing, but here in this channel, I don't think, according to my thinking capacity, there's somebody paying for Mtembe to put us here. We really enjoy this channel. We exchange, we make our, we know one another, but I would just like everybody who is here, let's try to respect the channel for somebody. It's his channel, it's the one who decided to make it, and we are just people who are joining. Me personally, I don't know Mtembe, but I like the channel because it's making me to know Joshua Collins, Ayaga, Jakes. But I'm seeing some other people. You come to somebody's channel and you start even insulting. It's better you insult me. Me, if you insult me, I can reach you personally and I will deal with you. But Mtembe is so soft. He has made this channel for us to enjoy. And if you dare enter into Mtembe, start your channel, your YouTube, your Facebook. I just beg for us to know because he's listening to me. Me, he can insult me, but me, I will search for him personally and I will hold him. But Mtembe is very soft because this is his channel, he needs his respect. Insult me, not in Mtembe. Even in chat or here. Thank you.
Kizito, thanks for the
Jakes,
contribution.
for me, I had a question for Joshua.
Yeah, Wekesa, let me respond to Kizito. Kizito, I appreciate that point that people should give respect to others. But I think you have to appreciate that the society that we are living with mixed people who have
Respect doesn't go with society. This is somebody's channel, and this is not. Yeah, we understand Wekesa. We understand Wekesa, but this is cyberbullying. Cyberbullying, it starts with you come to somebody's channel and you start even. It's better, Wekesa. I can insult you. I can insult Joshua because it's not your channel. I can insult Ruto, Raila. That one is not their channel. But when somebody decide and put for you a forum where you can unterhalt, you know, Wekesa, you are my brother now because I know you personally. Even this thing, I just hear your voice, I will know, that is my brother talking. Jakes, Joshua. But when somebody is coming to the panel to say that this is for society.
Kizito, let me give you an example from the church setting. They normally say when a pastor is preaching and a demon comes in the church, he should not be distracted and focus on the demon. He should continue with the sermon. Let the ushers do the job.
Yeah,
let's continue with the conversation. We will have even our chief whips
but
handle that.
Wekesa, when you say you say about Asha, I think Kizito is now behaving as an Asha. He wants to Asha.
Yeah, I want him now to deal with them secretly. He doesn't have to change the conversation.
Yeah, but I don't want to deal with them in the private chat. That is private chat. I want to deal with them here. Then they hear it. I accept. Let them insult me. Me, I'm ready.
Asha Kizito, we agree. Asha Kizito, your point is home. We agree, Asha. Thank you for the good job. Yeah, the pastor now can continue.
Yeah, I was asking a question on.
You have a question from Wekesa.
Yeah, Joseph, I see you have dwelled so much. Okay, party, but on the minor issues. The real issues we talk about when we say somebody is able to sustain a party, we want to build a party to be an institution. For example, if we have ODM, even if when Raila is not there, the party can stand and it stand on its ideals. We are saying that in Kenya, majority of parties don't.
Just for a moment, there's something that I was looking for, and I know you are able to elaborate. Ayaga said that the president and the deputy are interim. I know you know the constitution of Jubilee. Is that correct? Wekesa.
Hello?
Yeah, answer it, Wekesa. Because that's how we ended up.
Jakes, your mic is not clear. Jakes.
Nasema, the reason as to why we are here is because of what Ayaga said, that Jubilee ain't a party because even the president and the deputy are interim. Now, as per you, is the president and the deputy interim people in the party?
The party leaders?
Yes, the two. One is the party leader, the next one is the deputy party leader. Are they interim?
As far as I'm concerned, Jubilee have never done any election.
No, but as per their constitution, and I think
in fact, let me tell you,
downloaded it. I can now read it.
Even the deputy party leader himself was planning for a season where they do elections from the grassroots up to the top, and even they wanted to elect him as now the leader. But when they know that plan, that was scattered, so they know that everybody who is right now in Jubilee, nobody was elected. All of them are on interim basis.
Okay, but there's what we call a party constitution, right? This is what the party constitution says.
Yes.
About all the members and all the leaders. That one, the president or the person when you run for the presidential seat shall be the party leader with his running mate as the deputy party leader. Those ones as it urge any elections. That one is as per the constitution. Anyone who will run for the presidency and his running mate, automatically they become the party leader and the deputy party leader. That is from the constitution.
Okay, I'll go through that and respond when my time comes. I was just asking this one.
Yeah, you can download it, or I can send you the link. It is that.
Yes, I'll just check right now, and then when my time comes, I will respond.
Okay. So Joshua, go ahead.
I think I had finished my contribution.
Collins, you are next.
And my thing is to say there should be no assumption that the Jubilee Party does not exist. Jubilee Party exists.
Mtembe, we cannot hear properly.
There have been reports that there have been some wrangles between PEP and UDA, especially in the Mount Kenya region. And that's the reason why the Gatundu South Member of Parliament, Moses Kuri, is not around. Maybe you can confirm that.
I think the first one, let me tell you, the members sitting behind me are members of United Democratic Alliance. We are in Jubilee normally, but the current and the future party of ours is UDA. So any other party we will not discuss. And I think too, we will not discuss about the person and the institution of the deputy president. That was not part of our discussion as a people. Any other question? My friend from NTV.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Just before you ask, on PEP, the only member on PEP who is a hustler from the hustler nation is here and is part of our PG. And is here. Please.
Thank you so much, Seth Olale, NTV. Just to ask if UDA.
Okay, I don't know what was the intent of that clip, but it's okay. Collins, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Collins.
Okay, I'm saying. Can you give me the exact words of the topic of today?
Oh, we are talking of,
Yes.
Should Jubilee expel all Ruto's ally eventually? Should the deputy president be impeached?
Okay. The answer, of course, is no. For the following reasons.
Okay.
Number one, the first person to support a rival party is none other than the party leader and the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Okay.
In Kibra, by elections, we saw President Uhuru supporting the ODM candidate Imran, not directly but indirectly.
That is untrue. There is no evidence.
Let me finish. Let me finish that, and I'll let you know whether it's true or not.
Did not support.
You cannot oppose before you bring out the points. You cannot oppose before you bring out the points.
Yes.
So what I was trying to say is, we saw Anne Waiguru. We saw Anne Waiguru campaigning for Imran. We saw Commander campaigning for Imran. plus many other Jubilee members campaigning for Imran, and those are allies of President Uhuru Kenyatta. So we know
and
where
you saw President campaigning for Mariga.
He doesn't have to campaign. He doesn't have to campaign himself. In State House that day, there was another function in State House where the deputy president was supposed to be there, and Mariga was called in. So the president did not know that he was going to take a photo with Mariga. He was somehow ambushed, but his heart was for Imran. So the first people to break the law were the Keleweke side, and nothing has been done to them. And nobody has ever called them to answer why they supported a rival party. Nobody has ever summoned them, and they'll never be summoned because the party leader agrees with what they were doing. That is one. Number two, UDA is not a rival party to Jubilee. This is a friendly party, and they have an alliance with it. They signed a post-election alliance with Jubilee. That's why in the Senate, an elected member of UDA, formerly PDR, she has some post in the Senate. When there was a cracking of the whip of when they were removing Ruto's people in the leadership of party and parliament, there was this lady from northern Kenya who was given a post, and she's an elected member of UDA. So UDA is not a rival party per se to Jubilee. It's a friendly party. They have an alliance. That's why Jubilee Party has not been able to punish its members for associating with the UDA, because they know they cannot punish them because they are in bed together. Number two, you saw Murade and the group, they went to court to try to sever ties with the UDA so that they can have a chance to punish errant members, Jubilee members. Why did they go to court? Because they know that the law protects the Jubilee members who are associating with the UDA. So by them going to court already tells you that they know for a fact UDA and Jubilee are together, and they're just one and the same.
Collins,
that is legally speaking.
Collins, just one moment.
Yes.
Wekesa kidogo tu. Wekesa, the next person to speak atakuwa Kihash, then followed by community, and then now you can begin giving people second round. I want to do 1, 2, 3 things kidogo tu before ifike saa sita, then I'll be back. But I love all. Wekesa, are you there?
Yeah, Mr. Man, who is next?
Kihash, alafu community.
Okay,
and then
sir.
From there you can begin repeating them.
Okay, sir.
So thank you so much. I just want to do one thing.
Make your comment before you go.
Sijaenda, ninarudi.
Oh, you are coming back. So
nakuja sijaenda. Let me just do this. Let me send shout out to people who are commenting hapa nyuma. Jackson Perimo, asante sana. We can see your comments. Thank you for following us. Manish Daniel, asante sana. PG Games na Simeon Dongo, I can see your fight ni mzuri, si mbaya. I can see the referee Collins trying to moderate. Iko tu sawa. We thank you guys for following behind the scenes. All these fights are also appreciated. Mtembei has a hard skin, as he normally says. Missionary Abraham, thank you for being part of the show. Collins Oyuka, I've mentioned you. Among many other people who are joining us. You can share the link. Actually, you can share this link to many people to join up. You can send it as a share to a friend and all. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's talk to one another. As one of the panelists said, we are brothers. We would want also to have our sisters on board on the panel and all. But by the end of the day, we are Kenyans. We are one. We don't do this because we are diehards of anyone. We are just doing it because we want a better country for everybody of us. I need you just as much as you need me. We are complete when we are together. Thank you so much. I choose to go behind the tent, but I'll be back. I want to take on some issues that have been mentioned, but anyway. Collins is on the deck. Take it home, brother.
Yes. So I was just trying to prove the way it's hard to discipline UDA members because of the post-election alliance that PDR, now UDA, has with Jubilee. So there is nothing actually that those people can do. About William Ruto resigning or being impeached, that one is not here or there because as far as they are concerned, they have not committed any crime. They were all in Jubilee, and we all saw what happened in Jubilee. The dictatorship. They were all mistreated. They were chased. There were no PG. Anybody associating with Ruto was arrested or on trumped-up charges and so many other things. So they had a right to find another home and to feel and use it as a vehicle for the next election. So for now, what they are just
a point of correction.
Yes, please.
A point of correction. I want to correct you that on the issue of Kibera, that
yes,
it was not the decision of the Jubilee party to have a candidate for Kibera, because at that time I think Jubilee had entered a handshake with the ODM. So it is the decision. What was the decision of the deputy president for his own personal gains to have a candidate in Kibera? So it was not a decision of the party. So if you say that the president was not supporting Mariga, he did not actually support the ODM candidate. The president was silent, but it was the decision of Ruto and his friends to actually have a candidate in Kibera. So that should be clear.
That one I agree with you totally. I agree with you. It was not the decision of the party, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that ODM is a rival party to Jubilee. They went to elections in 2017 and to compete against each other. So at the end of the day, the party leader should have supported a candidate from his own party, and not to send his allies to support a rival party. As we speak right now, we have over 100 MPs who are supporting UDA, and another big number is silent. They're not saying they support UDA, and they're not saying they support Jubilee, though they were elected in a Jubilee ticket, on a Jubilee ticket. What that tells you is that these people are scared of the consequences that might come up if they support UDA openly. So at the right time, somebody should mute. Rupia Ekesa, please mute. Ekesa, okay, thank you. So at the right time, we'll see so many people defecting to UDA because during in the last minute, nobody will be scared of being prosecuted. And that is the reason why you can see so many MPs are quiet right now, because they know if they support UDA right now, the next day the DCI will be prosecuting them for one crime or another. So about Jubilee expelling UDA leaning MPs, I think that one will be a tall order for them, and I don't see them succeeding in any way. Thank you. Unless somebody has a question.
Let me just react a bit. Let me tell you one thing, that the MPs you are seeing in UDA, most of them are beneficiaries of proceeds of corruption. Just to mention one is Linturi, who actually formed 20 companies. So they are not following UDA because they believe in UDA. After all, there is nothing that UDA offers because it doesn't have a policy in the first place. They are following UDA. Some of them are bought. Some of them, like Aisha Jumwa, they are bought using money. So that one you have to know. But let me tell you one thing. in the coming weeks or months, you will see Jubilee cracking the whip, because Jubilee Party has actually the authority to crack that whip. They will go to the registrar of political parties to actually remove the names of the people who are supporting UDA. This thing you will see it now. It is coming, and for your information, there will be nobody joining UDA, because those who are there are just there for their own personal interests, which they also fear prosecution. Yes, like if somebody has actually taken part in corruption, they fear prosecution. So they are with their God, their demigod. But it will not take long before some of them are brought to book.
Rubia, let me ask you, when they say that politics is about interest, how do you read that statement? When they say that politics is about interest, are there special interests maybe for handshake than the interest for UDA? Or
Yes,
why do
Rubia,
people take
Rubia,
sides? Why do people take sides in politics?
Rubia, can I chip in? Can
You want
borrow
to
me your
help me
airtime?
answer? It's okay.
Yes.
Just answer for me.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Wekesa, like you raised the point, it's very true that politics is a matter of interest. The situation where we find ourselves today as a nation is that we are having political divides that are trying to compete so fast to bag in their interest at the best point. One, the point where we have UDA today, like Rupia was saying, that it is a composition of political cronies who are corrupt and awaiting prosecution, and they're having a political king who is perceived that is more effectively able to protect them once he's in power. And the other wing, we have a political class led by ODM, the handshake team, that is having an interest, a more perceived interest in the public perception as an interest that is carrying on the interest of the country. And that is why we have a one team hitting on UDA as a corrupt team, the other team running with the interest of the perceptive interest of carrying the interest of Kenyans, which is peace and also having a need to bring change into this
Bruce,
country.
Bruce,
Yes.
I think you're not being honest. If you want to talk about corruption, I think we can name the corruption cases in both sides. We can name the corrupt people in both sides. So it's not about one side being corrupt and the other one being holier than thou. No, that's not the truth. As Wekesa was trying to ask, politics is about interest. So it is the interest of people like Linturi to side with people who will help them maybe win their seats back at home, and also to champion the policy that they would like to be initiated once they win the elections. So it's not about that one side is clean and the other side no, that's not true. In fact,
I agree with you, but it's heavily painted.
Old money. This other side has new money. The other side has old money. So it is old corruption versus new corruption. Yes.
I think Bruce
Collins,
nicely. Bruce,
Collins, it's heavily painted on the other side as a corrupt team and having a huge percentage of brand as corrupt. I agree with you. There is another aspect of interest that we all must agree that both parties have. One, there is the political interest in terms of who is holding what position, either at their community level or at the national level. There is a high interest for the individual William Ruto to occupy the State House. There is high interest for the individual Raila Amolo Odinga to occupy the White House, the State House. And then the big interest here, there is one person who makes the matrix very complicated on one end and very easy to the other end. It is the interest of the president. From where he is seated today, he has the biggest headache to see who is he giving the baton to. One, can this person protect his interest? His first interest is his legacy. He wants to leave a legacy either with one leg or both feet. So if it's left with one leg, who is going to continue to enable this legacy to walk through? In the first phases of in the first phases of Jubilee government, they thought that William Ruto would carry the legacy. But along the way, which is still a question that is for us, an answer that is in the dark for us, we still don't know what happened that Uhuru Ruto got out of that land. Others perceive to say it's because of massive corruption that he felt from Ruto. Others make perception like maybe it's because of the issue of land or many other things. Others bring also the issue of Gideon Moi into it. That's why they had to. So the fact that remains for all of us as young Kenyans to agree is that it's a matter of interest. But one interest is better than the other. And
I think
from where I sit,
I think
ODM has a better interest for Kenyans than UDA.
Okay, thank you. I think the question is answered. And I now proceed to community. Can you make your submission?
Yeah, I thought it is Kiash then me. But
Sorry,
no problem. Let me go. Let me
just go.
Let me go ahead.
You will be next.
Yeah. Is okay. Yeah. In fact, the topic of today is very good because it speaks of this. Yeah. Yes. The topic is these were MPs who are allied to UDA and the deputy president himself. If it is good for Jubilee Party to expel them because they are, it seems that they are running another government which is parallel to the government which is being run by His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Me, I'm gonna say, yeah. In fact, these MPs, according to the Registrar of Political Party Act, it says you cannot at a one different time be working under two different political parties. So all these MPs, they're supposed to be expelled from Jubilee. Then now I come to the issue of deputy president to be impeached. Yes, I can say the deputy president is supposed to be impeached. Reason being, number one, he is very busy criticizing his own boss, who is the lovely president of the Republic of Kenya, openly. E.g., when he said that, look, about the issue of a trickle-down model, it has failed. The reason the deputy president gave is that 15 million jobless due to this trickle-down model are languishing in poverty. That is criticism. Reason being, the deputy president, I don't know if it is every Thursday or every Tuesday, he always goes to State House or wherever the cabinet meetings are held. So he sits at the cabinet meetings. This issue of helping these 15 million who are jobless is not supposed to come and raise at the media because of his status. He's supposed to raise that point at the cabinet meetings so that the president and this other cabinet will be able to debate about that issue, and then a mechanism be put in place so that these 15 million people can be able
to get job. So from my point of view, the deputy president is so selfish. Reason being, he is telling us that for him, once he gets into power, he is going now to help these 15 million to get jobs. Why is the deputy president withholding that solution of how he is going to help this 15 million, whereas he's still having everything at his disposal to help these people who are jobless? Then the other thing, the deputy president going to Uganda, he had a mission going to Uganda, in fact, to support a dynasty who is called Museveni. You know, Museveni is a dynasty. In fact, I get sometimes so much irritated when the deputy president is saying that he doesn't support dynasty, and then he is going to support Museveni, who is the dynasty in Uganda, without telling his boss, okay? Because what if he has flown to Uganda, anything bad happened to him? You remember about Garang? What happened to Garang when he left Uganda? What if, God forbid, the deputy president is involved in any bad issue? Where will this country be? You see now, because we will start raising our voices towards the government. Why did you not give the deputy president, maybe if it is well repaired aircraft, to take him instead of allowing him to go with maybe an aircraft which is not even serviced? You see that those are the the issues which will be raised when maybe anything bad happens to the deputy president. So these are the issues which
community.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So according to the submissions you are making, if you are to present them before a tribunal or of a court, can they constitute to something that warrants an impeachment?
Yeah, you know, like now my first submission and second submission.
I think community.
Yes, sir.
You should ignore the question that you are asked and continue. You are continuing well. So just ignore the question and continue.
Yeah, in fact,
Rupia,
burdening you.
Rupia, I think Wekesa is trying to say legally, the deputy president cannot be impeached for such things. Those are things that you can say, I don't like about the deputy president, but you cannot use them to impeach him.
I think he will draw his conclusion. If he draws his conclusion, we will be able to judge. But so far, he's actually going.
Okay, continue.
Community, I think you're on the right part. Wekesa is just trying to advise you to.
In fact, I did not
exactly.
want the answer. I just wanted him
just harden your nut a little bit so that it can fix, so that you can have tangible
exactly
responses that can pin down the deputy president.
Very true. Now my last point is about even in fact the deputy president every now and then is just complaining that Mr. Matiang'i has taken his duties. Okay, now in fact our deputy president every now and then complaining. I don't see that it is good for the benefit of us. Me to my side, Mr. Collins and all those who are who love the deputy president. I'm not against with the deputy president, but the deputy president, he must know that in fact he is second in command and he's supposed to lie low as an envelope until, because it is 1 year to elections, so that everything will be, he will be a free man as we enter into general elections. So I'm gonna say thank you as others join and make their submissions.
Okay, let me give an opportunity for 1 or 2 questions, and then we go to Kihash. Kuna swali kwa community ancestor?
I think community has actually tried.
Yes.
And he has actually brought it out well that all the things that the deputy president has taken part in warrants impeachment. Like when the president said that there should be no campaigning, and he goes on and he campaigns, and he is a super spreader of COVID. Another thing is that.
Thank you. I know you are creating an opportunity to make a contribution. Thank you.
Can I make a contribution?
Another thing which is very important,
just hold your contribution. I'm giving you.
That's related to.
No, I just want to add something. I want to add something on community.
Let's hear from Josh first. Maybe it is the point you are going to add that is going to say.
I know.
Let's hear from Josh. Let's hear from Kihash first, and then we proceed. I'll give you one round to add.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is my second time on this forum, and I thank for the opportunity to address you guys. Back to the topic. The topic was, should Jubilee MP remove all the MP who are affiliated to UDA? And my question would be, what would be the objectives? What would the Jubilee achieve by removing these members of parliament? Remember, UDA is coming out as a very strong party, especially on Jubilee strongholds. So what would be the objectives? Would removing these members from the party make Jubilee more stronger? I don't think so. If I was the president and I was advising the president, what I would tell him is to do this. The president still remains to be the leader of Jubilee. What I'll do, I'll call to order of all of members of parliament in Central Kenya. Remember, one of the issues that the members of Central Kenya have raised is non-communication between them and the president. They say the president does not have time for them. He does not give them an audience to speak. So if I was the president, I would not go the way of throwing out these members of parliament. By throwing them outside Jubilee, you're going just to make UDA stronger than it is already is. You have seen UDA winning by election in very strongholds of the president. So I don't think if the president would take the phone and call a person like Moses Kuria and have a sit down with him, I believe he will be able to call his house in order. Because one of the issues that they have is that the president is not communicating to them. So I would be against any move to chase away members from Jubilee. The other thing, all this problem has been brought by the handshake. The handshake has not really been well received in the Central Kenya. So the president needs a way to bring these members on board. Because without these members, I don't believe even the coalition that he's trying to build with ODM will hold water in the Central Kenya region.
Maybe just instead of just shortlisting that, can you just elaborate? What do you mean by the handshake has not been well received in Central Kenya? What is wrong with the handshake?
Okay. The handshake has the problem comes in with Raila. You know, Raila has been fought for a very long time in the central Kenya region. So don't expect a handshake will change everything overnight. Uhuru himself spent almost 7 years fighting with Raila and telling people how bad Raila is. You remember also the contest between him and Kibaki really damaged his reputation in central Kenya. So a handshake cannot cure that thing so easily. It's not something that you, by just a mere handshake, people will say everything is good and let's move forward. No. It requires time for people to.
Let me ask you a question in retrospect.
Yes.
When Raila said Kibaki Tosha, did you know that Nyanza was not for, okay, they had a problem with Kikuyu the same way the other guys now have a problem with Raila.
Yes.
But do you know they did not even have 3 years to think about it? It was Kibaki Tosha, and they went back and sold Kibaki there, and he was accepted 100%.
Yeah,
are you saying
okay.
your hearts are so heavy that they cannot change?
Let me tell you, there are two people. You need to understand the background.
Yes, just another point on the nail on that.
Sir, can I
202?
Let him answer, and then you yes, I give you a question time to ask question.
Yes, sir. Hello? Just look at the environment that we were in 2022 and the environment we are this time now. Here is a guy who has been consistently against what this community has been pushing forward. Then we have another guy who has stood with us. You know, a guy who've seen him sacrificing his own ambitions, not once but twice. And this is very recent, that 202, because like me, if you tell me about 202, I think 202, I didn't vote. I think I was in primary school or something. So what I remember well is this guy who has stood with us when the other guy were fighting us. And Maki, who used very strong words against him during the campaign season. So the person who has damaged Raila the most is Huru.
Please mute. Guys, please mute.
In fact,
Kiash, let me interrupt you a bit. Let me
make
how
one sentence. I'll give you one
how
sentence.
How did Raila fight? How did Raila fight Kikuyus?
No.
2017.
That's where I'm going. The reason why I'm telling you it will be so hard for Raila to sell in this Ninim, the reason why you see we have a very voter turnout whenever there are elections, most of the time is not for us to vote Uhuru, but it's to vote against something. And one thing that most people have, they have the Raila phobia. What have been told by these leaders that we elect, especially Uhuru, he told that if this person wins, a lot of bad things will happen to you guys. So this thing that was created and given to the Kikuyu for a very long time, you can't use a mere handshake to undo that. Or 1 year to an election and you think you can overturn that thing.
If you trusted Uhuru that time, why do you not trust him if he comes back with the Raila and tell you if this person wins, then good things will come your way. And if Ruto wins, bad things will come your way.
Rupia, just a minute. Kihash.
Yes.
Okay, let me do this.
Just a point.
Bruce, take 1 minute, and then Yayaka 1 minute, then we continue.
Me too, 1 minute.
Because it's a hot issue. Let's give it time, Kidogo. So take 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes. Okay, Bruce.
Kindly 1 minute.
Bruce,
1 minute. Ask your question.
Internet issues.
All right, you getting me, guys?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. In 202.
Yes, in 202.
Bruce has a problem with his mic. Ayaka, what do you want to ask?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to tell Kihash, during those campaigns, don't think in your mind that when Raila came to Nyanza to campaign, he told us Uhuru is a good man. We will do handshake. Uhuru is the best person in the earth. He also told us very bad thing about Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me tell you. And that is what Mandago told us. Maneno ya siasa weka kwa lungs. Ukipumua ziende. If you have the issues of politics in your brain, is what is disturbing you guys in Mount Kenya. Because you cling on. Uhuru came here. Uhuru told us bad things. Who told you Raila came to Nyanza and told us Uhuru is a darling? Who told you when Raila was in Nyanza, he called Uhuru with sweet names? It's the same thing he did. It's the same thing. But we took it as a political issue. Those are political statements. There are times, it will come a time when people will work together. After election, it is over.
Okay.
But you guys,
thank you.
Okay. My 1 minute also.
Thank you. So let him finish his.
Let me tell you something. People,
Kiash,
kindly everybody mute. Everybody mute to back tu na mtu anaongea.
Nani anaongea?
I just
wanted
to say something.
Alafu everybody mute kindly.
Sawa. Okay, I wanted to say that everyone receives news differently. Venye mulichukua Kisumu, it's not how it was received in Central. Central themselves had prepared for themselves for the next 20 years. They knew ni Uhuru Kumi, Ruto Kumi. And in fact, Ruto was brought very, very close to the Kikuyu by Uhuru himself. Aliletwa akaletwa kabisa. So before we think, that's why unaona he's going against the president and still Central kona support. Unaona? We Kikuyu feel they owe Ruto more than they owe anyone because he has stood with them. Ameenda 2 terms. In fact, sidhani kuna presidential candidate mwingine angeitikia ku step down twice.
Kihash, please look here.
Even
are we talking about Kenya or we are talking about the Kikuyu nation?
No. You know Kikuyu nation right now it will play a very big role because itakuwa ni kaa swing vote.
No, look here. If a decision is to be taken for Kenya, it should be taken for Kenya. And there is no community that must be considered and given priority over the rest.
No.
So if you say that you are prepared for 20 years to produce for this nation a president, and then you cannot just because things have changed, what is that? What is that implying?
Bernard, I think you've missed the point. The point was he was just trying to explain the perception that the people of Central Province have. And I wanted to say also in Nyanza Province, when you talk about Uhuru Kenyatta, the Jomo Kenyatta also comes into people's minds. The same way to Central Province, when you talk about Raila Odinga, the Jaramogi issue comes into mind. So it's an old grudge that cannot be wished away. A 60-year-old grudge cannot be wished away by a mere handshake. I think that was his point.
Let me ask you, Kiash.
More needs to be done. Use people's perception as an excuse
let me ask you one thing.
For deciding for the future. As much as we have different communities that has been hard in different ways in the past.
Bernard,
wait fast. I thought when we are on this forum, it's good to be a realistic analyst. So let him give his point. He's just analyzing what Central, the perception of Central towards. Maybe it is even a good if us who are campaigning for Raila want to go to Central, it's good to listen to the people of Central what they are saying and to see where their struggle is. And get the solution. Let's just hear him, and then
there is a difference between giving an analysis and looking for an excuse to excuse a fault.
Let me.
There is
I want
no
to.
super
Yeah, but let him
community in
finish,
this
then
country.
you rebuttal. Let him finish, and
Bernard,
then
can I?
you can rebuttal.
Yeah, Bernard, I want to tell you something. As much as you want it to look like we are very national as a nation, we think about ideologies and all that. Kenya, we don't do that. Kenya is a tribal country, and we vote along tribal lines. Very few Kenyans vote on ideas and everything. In fact, when you watch like a presidential debate, most of the people watch it not to be disappointed by the presidential candidate, not that the debate will change how they think or how they view their candidate. They watch it just not to be disappointed by their candidate. They want to see their candidate answering question well, but it's largely tribal politics. That's why even you see the biggest players in the political scenes, they come from the big tribes. So if you want to win a presidential election, you have to consider which tribes will support you. Those are the constituency that you need to work around for you to get to the presidency. So you cannot wish away us discussing the biggest voting bloc.
Okay, thank you, Cash. Thank you, Cash. I will go to Neto, then go to Bernard in that order. Neto, or is not around? Neto?
I have a question before Neto.
Okay, ask a question. Neto is has a problem. He has left.
I also have two questions that I want to ask.
Briefly.
Can I ask Ayaga? Let me go first. The first question.
Ayaga, one question, then you do your question.
Let me ask my question, then Ayaga will ask. Yeah. Question number one, you've said that I wanted to ask you that who is the king of the mountain? And question number two, if today Uhuru Kenyatta can come to you with Raila and says that now, this is my man now, that if you elect, good things will come your way. Will you change your mind and vote Raila, or you will still go with the order? And the first question was, who is the king of the mountain from your own view?
Okay, the king of the mountain still remains to be Uhuru Kenyatta, because we don't have anyone who has shown the ability to take over from him. Nobody has shown that he can do that. Nobody. Kionjori has not been able to do so. Kabogo has not done so. Madakaro has not done so. Peter Kenneth has not done so. Uhuru still remains the king. But him being the king, he should be very worried. But there are still resistance within his own strongholds. That a Jubilee, you know, in the last general election, if you had a Jubilee ticket in an election, used to say one leg is in parliament. Already that was a very big boost. But now you have a party that is led by your deputy, which is coming to your stronghold and winning. It means you as a king, you have failed. And you need to call to your house in order. The next question was about, okay. To tell you the truth, Raila is a hard sell in Central Kenya. It's a hard sell. In fact, the resistance that you're seeing right now that he's receiving is because of the handshake. It's because of the handshake. It will require a lot of work for it to work. It will require a lot of work. I think that's why he has not yet come out with Raila in Central Kenya and say this is my candidate. And you can see the election 1 year and few months before the election, and he has not yet done that. Because I believe the intelligence is telling him maybe the ground is still hostile and all that. Because people of Central Kenya will ask question, what has changed? You came last time and told us this person is this and this and this. What is that that has changed? And what happened between
your discussion is provoking a lot of questions. I will ask you which part of Central are you?
Can I contribute on that, Kehash, as well?
I'm from Kiambu, the president's county. I'm from Kiambu, Ruru constituency.
Okay, I have to ask you a question first. I don't want to.
Can I make a follow-up point from Kihash, Wekesa, if you don't mind?
Let him ask the question, then you can just do a follow-up as we move to the next person. Kindly.
Give me a minute.
I
have a point of order. A order of like 2 minutes. Let me tell Kihash.
And someone has a problem with the mic. I don't know who is that.
It is. Yeah. Kihash, you are my brother. Let me tell you one thing. You suffer a disease. I don't know how it's called. I will remember and then I will tell you later. It's a problem of a brain. What you are suffering from is what you are made to believe. You know, the problem is not you. The problem you are made to believe. You are made to believe that it is Mount Kenya that makes the president of this nation. That is the only problem you are having. If I were you, and you know very well, and you are reasoning very well, and your all organs are well okay, you just stop reasoning that way. You are made to believe that it is Mount Kenya that makes people the president. If you are voted with Mount Kenya 100%, you become the president. That is the only suffering you have. I want to ask you a question now. If Mount Kenya actually makes somebody president, and Uhuru was voted in 2017 by Mount Kenya 98%, Raila never even received 2% from Mount Kenya, according to them. Why can't they open the servers? What is the problem wrong? What is the wrong? Shida ni iko wapi of opening the servers after court order? Nowadays, I heard you guys accusing Uhuru of not obeying the court orders. Uhuru started disobeying court orders when they were with William Ruto, and William Ruto was not complaining. I don't know why you have split yourself to be William Ruto supporters are complaining. If I were you,
Ayaka, you are raising so many issues. Kindly you restrict yourself to what he was discussing, because now you will pulling him to another topic.
No. I want to go that direction.
I hope you will answer within the prism. You will not open another.
The server. I'll not go there. Ayaga, let me tell you something. I said it yesterday.
They are not ready to open the server even now.
No.
Because they know what it contains.
No.
Yeah, and that's why I'm avoiding that discussion. It will that is a whole discussion. It will take over the whole meeting.
Wekesa, let us deal with this matter once and for all and move to the next point. Okay? The Mount Kenya people
I was reserving time for you. If you have no problem, let them.
The Mount Kenya people must appreciate they are part of this nation.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. And let me tell you something. Yesterday I said something. Having the vote enough, you should know how to enter State House. You see, you should know how to enter State House. Having the vote is not enough. You know how to enter State House. Those are two very important things that you should know. Now you are talking about server. They were never open. People in State House, you continue complaining. You should know how to enter State House. And Miguna last time asked the same question. You have won an election. Do you know how to get to State House? Do you know how to take the instruments of power? Also, those are very important things. It does not end by looking for votes. You should know how to get power. Do you know what happened?
Now, Kihash, just on your own analogy. When we were in Bomas, Uhuru told Ruto very clearly that he was just going in the right direction. Then, having reached almost the end, he picked a button and started running backwards. So he knew how to enter State House. But now, having reached there, he now picked the button, he's going backwards. Do you think he will enter?
That is Uhuru's opinion.
based on your own analogy.
In my own analogy, it depends. It depends. Because it will not be easy for Ruto, especially when the president and everyone is against. You can say Ruto is like he's alone. Everybody does not want to be associated with him. And I'm taking a situation whereby even the one Kenya alliance, maybe they decide to fund their own candidate, and maybe you are forced to go to the runoff. I don't see a situation whereby Kalonzo and Mudavadi joining Ruto. I see them joining Raila. So I think for him it's
okay. You have answered that. Bernard, I want you to make your submission on the topic. Then we will.
I think Joshua had requested for some time before Bernard. I know, Bernard is a pastor and he will take all 1 hour making submissions.
Thanks, Lupia.
Okay,
I want
Bernard, can you donate 1 minute for Joshua kindly?
It's okay, Joshua, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to make a follow-up on a question that was asked to Kihash about if Uhuru was to come to Central with Raila, whether he would be accepted. It depends on who he comes with, and I think it is time that we need to be controlled by the emotions and get to understand the bottom of what is the problem of Central with Raila. It is not that the Central Province has a problem with Raila as a person. The problem with the people of the Central, and I'm talking on my opinion, is what would be the behavior of the community that he reads in terms of being people who observe the law and order. And here we are not talking about the intellectual people who are on the top there. We are talking about these low class people, like the people who stay in the slums. And we've seen this evidence whereby you don't want to be in a house whereby someone tells you that tomorrow morning I'm not paying you the rent because we have a president who is sitting there. These are the things that we are looking at. We are looking at who is this person we can trust that our business empire will not be affected. For us, we don't have any problem who will be a president tomorrow or who will not be a president tomorrow. For us, it's about, does this person have the integrity of making sure that there is the stability, there is an enabling environment for our business to thrive? That is the most important thing. Last point, and I want to touch this on UDA and Jubilee. UDA, if today you remove the so-called Kimani Ichung'wah, you remove the so-called Faith Gitau, you remove the so-called Gachagua, you remove the so-called Moses Kuria, can we speak about UDA again? These are the pillars that makes the house of UDA. I also want to mention about Ayaga. Ayaga talked about numbers. Numbers also matters, because you can also want to tell us that 1 + 1 it is equals to 0. No, 1 + 1 is equals to 2. So also numbers are very important. So it is all about, can you be able to hold the instrument of power while we pray with the numbers that are supposed to take you to that state house? Those are the things that we need to be critically think about. But again, as a unit here, we are also trying to contribute. How can we change the conversation to make it more ideological, that person who is on the ground there, who sit on the stone at every bus stop, that you can sit and dialogue and tell him, hey, my friend, can you listen here? Let's listen. Don't be taken by the wave, because that is what happens. The wave is what spoils Kenya. That I am stuck with Uhuru Kenyatta. I am stuck with him because he's the kingmaker of the central. He will no. I don't care whether Raila will become a president. I don't care whether Ruto will become the president. But shall we ensure that the rule of law will remain? That is the most important thing. So Our stability, our enabling environment for our business, it is what we fight for, and it is what we stand for. So that's my point.
One second. So the two gentlemen from the mountain. I have a question. I have a question to you, Kiash and Joshua. Just listen, Kiash. You voted in 2013 and 2017. How are your business affected right now? And do you think your voting in 2013 and 2017 was objective enough?
Well, you see, Lupia, there is an assumption that is being created, or a notion being created in Kenya by the current euphoria of UDA, to think that the only business that have been affected in Kenya, it is a Kikuyu business. That's a fiction. That is a fiction, and I can tell you that every person in Kenya, their business have been affected. And then another thing, there is an issue of that when the knife cuts, or when I come with a sword that touches on both sides about keeping the law and order, we don't want to say that, yeah, that is the right way to follow. We are people of shortcuts because we've believed that the shortcuts, the microwave style of cooking food is the best, rather than waiting that patiently, going at a certain level, making sure that everything is working. Every business of any Kenyan is being affected. It is just a narrative that is being taken around to think that the Kikuyu nation and the Mount Kenya are the one affected. That is not the case. If you think about it as being affected, then you're on the wrong side, because the tea, the coffee, the pyrethrum, and the rest of the things are gaining prices. There is a better chances of a better pay, a better bonus for a tea grower or a coffee grower or a pyrethrum grower. There is a lot of things that is being done. But because someone want to create this narrative that the people who have been affected are our people, it is not our people, it is the entire nation. And the reason why they are using these ideological approaches or these narratives, it is to gain the mileage. It is to gain the mileage. And this is a business of the politics. It's about propagandas. The propagandas, by the end of the day, they go like bushfire. And this is the situation. Why do you think people like Itumbi are always on social media every now
Joshua,
and then about hustlers?
One last one, Kihash. Do you think what you were told about Raila Odinga is true now that we have come through from 2013 up to 2017?
No, of course it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Because as Joshua is trying to explain, there is fear that sold. For example, you are told that if you elect this person and you're the ones who own a lot of houses in Nairobi, don't pay rent. You know, these are the fears that were sold. And let me tell you, there are few Kikuyu owns property. Most of us don't own anything in Nairobi. Not that we have so many things. It's a few Kikuyu elite who own small things. And back to the point that I said, they should not expel these members from Jubilee. Uhuru should try a way of bringing them back and call them back. Because let me tell you, if Uhuru today calls Mwangi Kionjori, calls person like Moses Kuria, they will all go to State House. He's for some on them. And he'll tell them this is what I want. Because they're saying the biggest problem they have is the president does not want to speak with them. If now he's able to bring all the leaders together and he's able to move them in the central Kenya, if he brings Raila to central Kenya, things might change. But if he still have a certain group of people from his own tribe who are very strong and they are still fighting, it will be very hard for him to do it. Yes.
The most important thing, and I want to follow up with Kehash there, is that that time of bringing Kiojori and the rest of the people to the State House or to that meeting in Sagana or wherever, it is not yet there. It will come. And when it will come, then we'll be singing a different song, a very different tune of song. And it is coming. It is coming.
Now, comparatively, between Uhuru and Ruto, they have worked together since 2013. And we are where we are today, knowing very well that Uhuru and Ruto were sharing. They shared ministries. What do you think Ruto can offer you that Uhuru failed to offer you?
You know what Ruto has done. Ruto has done, and I think that is going to be his undoing, especially in the central Kenya. He has come with a narrative to show that Uhuru has done nothing, and he has gone ahead to fight the president on everything that he does. And he has really shown, especially in the central Kenya, he has brought a narrative that will come to hunt him later, where he wants to show them that you have problem because of Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is not speaking. Uhuru Kenyatta anaendelea na kazi yake, he's doing his things, but Ruto is all over the place. Right now, he's very popular. Let's us agree on that. He's very popular on the ground. But things might change if Uhuru is able to bring all the members of parliament together and these leaders, whether elected or not, because we have leaders who are not elected, but they're very strong on the ground. Like now in Laikipia, if you go, Mwangi Kiunjuri is very influential. You remember even the first governor of Nyeri, well, in fact, was from GNU, a party associated with him. So he's a strong guy. If he's able to bring them together and then come to the ground with them, things might change. But as we speak right now, Ruto has built a very strong narrative to show people that the problems that you're having are caused by Uhuru Kenyatta, and we are all suffering. And in fact, that's how the narrative is. He's saying that all of us who voted for him are suffering.
Okay, thank you. Cash, you have had enough time. Let's have Bernard, and then Ndeto is back. So Bernard, Ndeto, then Mangi.
I'm back before some dark forces interfere with my internet. Can I make contributions kindly?
What happened? You disappeared.
No,
what happened?
Yeah, there are no dark forces coming for you now.
I think it was Kihash.
They won. Okay? Hata hii inakuja.
No.
Tukishikana Mount Kenya na Nyanza, Western, and the rest of the country, we shall win. Yes. Because part of the president's legacy is to leave behind a united country. Akienda nyumbani awache hii nchi imekuja pamoja. That for him, unity, for posterity, and for prosperity. And the enabler is Jacob here. Kama Jacob hangeshika hands, hii dunia ingekuwa namna gani? Moto. Ingekuwa moto sana. Na ndio nawaambia jana, he didn't tell you yesterday, and I heard you talking about investments. He had a very important function of connecting. It's called Investera. Connecting ideas and startups, to money, to investors. So all these ideas you're bringing together, he has a plan.
Hello.
Okay, wait first. So that will be our subtopic after this. Let's finish.
Yes. Now I want to pick it from there. I missed two areas. I'm saying,
no,
Cash.
Yes.
I missed two areas that I really wanted to contribute on. One, Cash, the persons that it's called Muraide, the people that Muraide is talking to, that Raila was addressing on that particular day is the Kikuyus. Raila has no problems with the Kikuyus. Kikuyus have no problems with Raila. The problem in Central Province is that the political tribal kings of Central Province have not yet gone to the street to whip their people. Ruto has no moral authority in Central Province, and he cannot and will not command the votes of Central Province when the right time comes. They are political kings in that community, and they will speak to their people when the time comes, and they will elect who the political tribal kings gives direction to. It happens everywhere. It is unfortunate in Africa, we are still playing the tribal politics. We had a very big problem with Jubilee government as Luos. But once Raila said, this is it, we are toeing down, and we could even accommodate Ruto when he visited the other day in Kisumu. We were not doing that because we loved him. We were doing that because Raila told us we are having visitors. let us welcome even the neighbors. So the political kings still have the power in politics in Nyanza. Uhuru will get out from his comfort zone. If he decides that he's taking Raila to Central Province, we will get votes there. Number two, I wanted to say that where we are today as a nation, it is important to indicate that having Central Province in the bucket of Raila will just confirm him again that he's still suitable to be the candidate. I really didn't want to be lazy. I really didn't want to be loose to say that Raila does not need Central Province votes. But back here in the last 3 elections, the 2007 elections, it is unfortunate he didn't have the Central Province votes. 2013, he did not have Central Province votes. 2017, he did not have Central votes. People have said, but for all those years from 2013, Ruto has been in Central Province. When Jubilee lost the other elections, they were saying, if you vote UDA, you vote Jubilee, you vote Ruto. If you don't vote, if you vote this other Jubilee, you vote Raila Amolo Odinga. And that Raila Amolo Odinga got 41%, even before Uhuru walked into Central Province. So, Cash, my brother, don't worry. Hiyo siasa ya Central here itashika tu mwendo. The most important thing that we want as Luo community is that Uhuru to hold the hand of our son this time round. Number two, we are also investors in this country. Luos have properties. We are very social beings. We love people. And even in the eve of 2007 elections, after Kofi Annan arrived and a deal was packed, we are the first community that brought in back the Kikuyus who feared and ran away. We have properties, and we know that properties have to be protected. We are not lazy, we are not careless, and we will not destroy people's properties because of excitement. Our excitement for Raila's presidency will just be a dance or 2 or 3 in the streets, which is normal, just like we do when we win football match between Gor and FC, and then we go back home. We will not destroy properties, because today we know that the leading tribes with properties in Nairobi are Luos and Kikuyus. We know Kalenjins are coming in, they're really trying to own properties in Nairobi. And then the Muslim, the Waislamu pia wanakuja hapo, but Luos today have property, so we'll protect our properties.
Thank you.
Sawa sawa wazee.
Bernard.
Okay, thank you everyone. I just came in and had a lot of things, but back to the topic about should the UDA friendly Jubilee MP who are UDA friendly be kicked out. Let us accept in Kenya, either we want to be ruled by the rule of law or we want to be ruled by the rules of the jungle. And one thing about law is that when you relax it in one place, you have to relax it everywhere else. So let us accept, if you want to have parties that are really political parties, then let them be carried as political parties. And I have no problem with people changing parties. It is it's normal for politicians to change parties. But you should have a nerve to step out of the old party, go to the new party, and ask for new mandate. Why is it that you want to stick in this marriage, yet you don't want to fulfill your marital responsibilities, yet you are moving out with another man elsewhere, and you also don't want to be stopped following this other man? This is the bad example that we must stop. So if Jubilee has a way of disciplining those people, let them use that way and let them be strong about it. One,
Bernard.
for posterity. Yes.
Bernard.
Yes.
Let me ask you this way. Can a father be polygamous and have a problem when his children become polygamous?
It depends. For you to be a polygamous father, okay, you must be man enough to run your home state without letting your neighbors come to help you.
I think the question that will worry the father is that be able to try to pay the dowry for the son.
Let me rephrase it for better to understand.
Please do.
It is Uhuru who began the polygamous marriage. He brought in Raila. And
No.
you know Raila comes, wait first. Raila comes with the ODM. Now, is there a problem when his children now finds another party called UDA and then associate with other people?
Yes, Wekesa, I agree with you. Let me just say one thing. Bernard, let me just help you kidogo. It is important to know that as a father, when your child is going for polygamous marriage, the first question is, what is the welfare of the first wife? Are you denying the first wife social rights, including the conjugal rights? At this point that Uhuru is bringing in and is being a polygamous is at a position that is able to hold those two marriages. And that is why he has not harassed Uhuru. He has not harassed Ruto to get out of the party. He has the monopoly. He has the power. He has the political power to get him out of Jubilee. But he knows he can manage both of them. That is why they're still there.
But
Number two, he knows.
He's claiming it's 4 years and they have not had sex.
Yes, he knows very well that his son Ruto cannot hold polygamy. That is why he's even so soft on him when he wants to try to get another wife. He has failed to even impregnate Jubilee. So how comes that he want to go to UDA? Atafanya nini huko? Si ndio maana anakuja na hii mambo ya bottom up. Not forgetting that if he has to tell us that bottom up is a reality, can he first of all implement it in this first cabinet where he sits? And he has sat there for the last 8 years. Raila does not sit in the cabinet.
Thank you. Wacha Bernard amalize point yake.
And as Bernard is finishing,
let me make my point.
Just a point of order. Ogweno, Deputy President does not sit in cabinet. Ogweno, Deputy President does not sit in cabinet anymore for the last 4 years.
He sits in cabinet. It's his choice not to sit, but as per the law, he sits in cabinet.
It is not his choice. He is
then
not.
He should be arrested.
He is no longer invited in cabinet.
And those are the reasons why he should be impeached.
You don't know. Don't report on matters you don't know. There is no way the deputy president can continue being deputy president if he does not sit in the cabinet. And
Boss,
it's not
don't
only
say,
sitting in cabinet.
Don't say don't say I don't know. Don't say that I don't know matters on the office that I work for. He is not an invitee of the cabinet for the last 3 years.
The cabinet is not served by invite. Stop misleading the country.
It's held by invite every sitting.
No way, cabinet is cabinet. And there are days for cabinet.
Know your country. Know your country. Know the rules that run the cabinet.
Mangi, let him finish. You have made your point. Let him finish.
Let me do my point, please. Okay. The story of Uhuru going for a handshake, it was not that Uhuru had a choice. If you were in this country and you knew where this country was, it was impossible for Uhuru to govern this country. Facing illegitimacy issues. So he had to look for a way to govern the country. And if you are my deputy, you need to share my burden with me. Now, if I am forced to go and make peace with my enemy so that we can govern the country of which we've been sworn to run, then you run away because I went to seek peace with my previous enemy. That makes you unfit on national matters. You don't value the interest of the nation. You only value your personal interest. And if your interest is not catered for, you will find it elsewhere. So that is a bad sign. And anybody who is following you in the same should be treated the same. The reason why you do what you do is more important than what you do. So if you want to prove a point by walking away, na unauliza mtadu, okay, and you have influenced people to go and ask the same question to the head of state, then you are all in an anarchy process. Your end is like that of Absalom of the Bible.
Bernard.
Yes,
William Ruto is a politician and incubator.
Yeah.
What you make, Bernard, when your wife or you yourself,
yes,
pick a phone from the toilet, what do you make in terms of relationship? When a phone call comes, you go either to the
I
toilet
think
or
you
just
don't
let
need to
Bernard
do that
finish.
if you are a man enough. But
Bernard.
Wekesa, let's look here. We are either working out to discuss national matters for the interest of the nation, or we want to find an excuse to allow what is unconstitutional and unacceptable to make it acceptable. My business
the reason
here
why
is
I asked you that way, I asked you that way, I wanted to mean why, okay, the handshake happened in a concealed way. Maybe that's where the mistrust began, no? We just discussing.
According to the president, his information in Bomas in the presence of the DP is that the DP was involved every step on the way. That means even Raila was not aware that the DP is aware. So the DP's behavior on the matter of handshake is personal. It is not party position and it is not national position. It is personal because he was fully aware that as soon as Raila comes in, he will be forced to play the third fiddle, which he did not want. The way Raila came in 2007 and Kalonzo after kupita katikati yao, he was still reduced to be number 3 after Raila came in. So Ruto was running away from that history of him being treated as number 3 to be the one inviting Raila to speak. That was his problem and is still his problem today. Anything he's bringing up as an excuse, that is what it is, an excuse, full stop. Let us not look for how to oil his ego and begin to make whatever a mountain out of a molehill. It is that simple. His personal interest comes first and everything else follows, and that makes him dangerous for any public office anywhere. So party discipline has to be recaptured. I know we have had cases of the past and how people are indisciplined, but we cannot encourage it for the sake of the future. If we want to have a multi-party political nation, then let us enforce party policies whereby we are building the party and not use parties as vehicles to get elected and after that you dump them and then go. Let us recover that. And when we recover that, we'll have now the moral authority to call the nation to order. Because if our party is out of order and we are justified to do the same, where do we get the moral authority of calling the nation to order? So let Jubilee do what they are required to do. There are many ways of dealing with rebel MPs. It doesn't have to be expulsion. Expulsion should be the last resort, but there are different modes to go about it. Let them use their constitution and address whatever the matter. Number 2, when a relationship moves from being persuasive to manipulative, then it has become toxic. There is one way your children can come and persuade you to buy them what they want. And if you get persuaded, you'll buy for them. But when they begin to manipulate you, to force you to buy for them, if you continue doing so, you are the one that continues to lose bonga points. And I believe I support the president for keeping his stand, regardless of the manipulation that is being thrown from his end, whereby he's being threatened that his backyard is being taken over, the intruder has taken over, you don't have control over the mountain anymore. And so they want to manipulate him so that he can buy back into the old politics of using public office to serve regional interest. And for that, I support Uhuru Kenyatta 100%. Let him be man enough, stay his ground, and anybody wants to manipulate him, let them be mentioned for the same and let them do their worst. We cannot be losing the country every 5 years because of some few people who have twisted interest that they want to cater for every time. We allow this, we choose to remain on the same level for the next 10 years. We don't want that. So let us have these two men, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, help us move away from the old politics of manipulation and come to a place where we can build a nation where every Kenyan is satisfied to be a Kenyan and has right to be a Kenyan anywhere he finds himself. Why should the other communities be apologizing for being in certain places or trying to establish businesses in certain places simply because it is far from their indigenous land? We cannot allow that to continue. And so, as sober Kenyans, let us accept there is a difference between being in a political relationship, and there is a difference when that political relationship becomes manipulative, whereby you're always telling me you will walk out with your numbers, then use your numbers to impeach me. And so I have to do everything your way. The moment you begin to bring threats and manipulation, it's time to take a walk and prove yourself a man by going to seek fresh mandate on your new party. Then we will know you are a man enough who can send an agenda, set an agenda for the country and make it happen. All these people who are dancing around claiming to have power, which they don't have, and they know they don't have. That is why they cannot let go their political seat, because they know they can't get it. So let us not follow them in their deception. Let us accept that we have come to a place as a Kenyan nation where we must mature up to take responsibility for where we are and then move to the next level. So Kenya for all Kenyans has to be materialized now. If we miss this opportunity, we are going to live on our knees for the next 50 years or so before there's another new emancipation for this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank
allow
you.
me to respond to a lie that was raised upon by my one person called Mwangi, that the deputy president has never been in cabinet meeting for the last 4 years. That's a lie, and it's not true. I can give you one fact as an example. In December of 2019, the deputy president was there for a meeting of a cabinet. In February 2020, the deputy president was there for the 8th national and county government coordination. Again, in February 2021, the deputy president was there for the cabinet meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't
to add something on that. To add something on that, on Joshua.
No, wait
also
first. I think there are people who have been in this tutor for long. Let them also speak first. Neto.
Okay, thank you so much. How are you guys?
We are fine, huh?
Wow. So I've been following, I've been listening, and I think today's topic is also very interesting. That should Jubilee expel all Ruto allied members, then impeach Ruto. One thing what I will say, I will begin with saying this, that politics is very interesting. And today you find some guys supporting maybe whoever they have chosen. Then if their interest tomorrow is not attended to, they will also have to shift. So what do I mean? Like here we can see those who are in Jubilee getting to UDA. I have an evidence of a case of an MP who is in ODM and she has joined UDA. So, and maybe some disciplinary issues has been done, but she still remains an ODM elected member of parliament. That is Aisha Juma, MP Malidi. So I don't see anything that is so different to see people like Kuria, people like Murathe, and like Nyoro. I don't see any difference. What is happening is You see what happened, like for NASA. These guys had not come together. They had not welded NASA as a party. They had a chance like to redeem back to their parties because it was a coalition. But for Jubilee, the case is different. So for me, this is a dream. There is no way that these guys, okay, they might take them through disciplinary, but I think also dispelling them from the party is not the best thing they can do. Reason being, you see, we only see Jubilee as a party, but these guys are also contributing a lot to sustain this party. For instance, there are party charges. I think they renew every year. So, which is also shareholding in the party. So there is no way you can just wake up. You saw what happened to NASA when it broke. A party was claiming it's, I think, 44 million, another one 100 and something million, another one 5 million, 10 million. So when we see these people in Jubilee, let us not take them as just joyriders. They are so bitter, especially when they see they see their leader maybe betraying them. And even if you hear the likes of Murathe, like spreading or broadcasting, maybe how some leaders should also be embraced in Mount Kenya, that is his own opinion. After all, this guy is not elected by anyone. He was just appointed to take part in the party leadership. So this kind of people are like they are tories of this nation. People who are not elected, and they claim that they have the Mount Kenya votes will back up a certain candidate. Let them first go for yes.
Let me ask you, according to you, Mwangi Kimunjuri angesimama ugavana angeshindwa ama ni nini? Because Uhuru just decided to give him a cabinet post. Do you think if angesimama angeshindwa? Maybe ask some of these people like Murathe. Ebu comment on that.
Okay, I think if Kimunjuri was allowed to vie in 2017, ageshinda huko Laikipia. I'm very sure of that because this guy was very strong, but he was misguided. And because he thought that Jubilee will be like a strong party that will take many decades before it breaks down, there was that opportunity to be given the CS kind of a position. So, and that's why I'm saying people like Murathe, I know maybe they have a lot of influence when they come like to give advices to some leaders. But I think by seeing them like taking a lead, and I think that could be one of the problems that Baba could be engaging himself slowly by slowly without knowing. You see, this guy is the guy who has brought down Jubilee, Murathe, because sometimes back, they were called like for a conversation with some leader. He was told to engage leaders into a conversation. Then he kept on firing and also like looking down upon some leaders. We saw what Susan Keheka was, it was done to her. We saw what even what was done to Kosetani. We saw what was done to Mulkomen. We saw what was done to Kangata. And it's out of being furious. I mean, even if you want to be a good leader, don't be overridden by emotions. Let your reasoning always be the one to nini. Alafu, you should also not make decision out of influence of something, some substance maybe that is influencing your brains or maybe your system. And I think that's where Baba is going wrong. So Jubilee.
So according to Neto,
yes.
Somebody should not. There should never be even something called party discipline. And then I also, as you answer that one, I want you also to look retrospectively in Central. There has been very, very powerful people like JJ Kamodho. Kamodho was the most powerful person in Kanu, but he could not even be elected at his backyard. But still, he lived as the most powerful person. So there are many ways of being a leader. So maybe think about that. Yes.
Okay. One, party discipline is palatable because there are no organizations that can work without like maintaining a certain order. Because in institutions where those who do good are not like rewarded, then it's like you are embracing those who are doing wrong to like keep increasing it. So, I mean, Murathe is not the best person to discipline these other guys because of this reason. This guy has been so emotive. This guy has been, it's like he has a lot of grudges. This guy is working under pressure of someone. Whenever you see him talking, he thinks that whatever the message he is presenting, we do not decode and know who exactly he is speaking on his behalf. So let him continue being used, but finally he will end like a beggar. That's what I will say. Then, like you have asked about the Kamodho case, for instance, you can see what is happening to Kabogo, for instance. This guy had a very good opportunity in his first governorship in Kiambu. But out of spewing some statements which were maybe misinterpreted, and because there were those who are contenders, it ended up ruining his relationship with the people. Right now is when he is discovering, let me just say sorry to my people so that come 2022, I might be in ballot for governorship. So, I mean, statements that politicians make cannot just be assumed. For instance, the other day, Murathe was in Central together with Raila, and they met, I think, young guys from university. You know, if we start influencing young people at this level, it is still very early before we conduct our elections. Then we have started like influencing young people. What do you think will come in return? You know, young people, sometimes we are misused, and we are the epitomes of violence in this nation. So the direction they are going, let them get through the Wazee of Mount Kenya. But getting through the young people.
I have a question for Neto. A question for Neto.
Yes, ask. I also have
who is Murathe in Jubilee?
And before you answer that one, I also want you to answer with this one. Are you only seeing Murathe in Jubilee, or are you also seeing Oscar Sudi in UDA?
Okay.
There are extreme cases in all sides.
No problem. Even if this guy holds, maybe I think is he the vice chair of Jubilee, Murathe? Yes. So, and of course, I know there is some information coming from the chairperson, whom we all maybe know. And this guy, whatever he is saying, then he is spearheading.
So if Murathe is the Neto, hold on. If Murathe is the chair or the vice chair of Jubilee,
yes,
okay,
yes,
and Jubilee as a party is supposed to undertake something, okay, let it be discipline or let it be a visit to Muranga to speak to university students, okay. What is wrong with the Murathe leading that? And if Murathe is the vice chair of Jubilee, aren't all the party members of Jubilee under his leadership? including members of parliament?
Okay, let me answer you, Bernard. One, if for sure he is portraying and he has goodwill, maybe like to help young people, to nurture them or even motivate them to be good leaders of tomorrow, then I don't see the reason why he should keep saying that leave these guys of wheelbarrows. You get, by that statement hurt me. When I hear him at SGUI, some people are telling you SGUI they will bring you wheelbarrows and what? What is that insinuating? Is it not a negative insertion when it comes to like even creating violence? You know, some things we characterize.
If you want, if you want to give people wheelbarrow and people have rejected wheelbarrow, what is wrong with that?
What have they given themselves? Have they come with jembes or even those mkokoteni? What have they given themselves? Better those who have given wheelbarrows, Bernard.
Cash, what is it?
We cannot use that as a standard. We cannot use that as a standard. And then
the language of wheelbarrows.
One moment, 1 second. There is something we are used to do on this platform, which I find it very unbecoming, whereby that the other party is also doing, so it should be right. I don't think we are doing justice when we say that so and so in that party misbehaved and was not disciplined, so we should let this other party also continue that way because the other one did not do. That does not in any way give a standard for us to follow, and we shouldn't uphold it, even if it is being upheld by other parties.
Thank you. Before you respond, let Kiash ask a question, then we finish. You respond to both, and then we go to Mwangi. Kindly.
Okay. Neto has spoken about Morale, and I agree with him. Morale should be chased away out of Jubilee. Morale is not elected by anyone.
Are you asking a question or contributing?
I want to echo what Neto is saying here, then I'll finish with a question.
Briefly, kindly, 30 seconds.
Neto, I want to ask you, what would be the repercussion if Kanini Kega would go ahead and do what they want? They want to expel Morale because he's saying he's one of the guys who have really spoiled it for the party in their stronghold. What would be the repercussion of such a move?
Please pardon, if Kanini Kega?
I've said Kanini Kega and Sabina Shege have threatened and move a motion to have Morale removed as the deputy, as the vice chairman of the party. What would be the repercussion of such a move? Will Jubilee have an opportunity to rekindle its stronghold or what?
Okay, thank you for your question. What I would say, and that's why I'm saying, this guy is not the best person. And I think that's why even Jubilee is losing a lot when it comes to even Mount Kenya, because there are people who do not even know how to express themselves. They are always the influence of some things. So to answer your question, if Sabina Cheges and Kanini Kega request is adhered to, I know majority of those members of parliament who have joined the UDA, some have joined it because of poor leadership. That kind of, I don't know what I can say, brutality. Like this guy, he cannot even invite these people and they talk together. He is always a media, I don't know the right word. Let me not just talk about Nini, but he is always on his resolution mechanisms are always done on media. You will hear him maybe in a certain interview, then he will say, tomorrow we shall address Kangata. Tomorrow we shall address Kostani. So that media management of parties is very bad, because it is showing that these people are not together as a team. Even when you look maybe for some things, it's like the Jubilee have lost so much because of these guys.
Thank you. You have prosecuted him enough.
And then Wekesa, let me answer a question Bernard asked.
Conclude kindly.
Let me conclude with this question. Bernard asked that why should Jubilee copy what was done to another party, and to them they see it is still they tolerate. The example I gave about Aisha Juma, for example. She's an ODM, MP, and yet now she is in UDA. Then Bernard is bringing it out that not because, even if it happened in ODM, Jubilee should take another direction, of which I concur. And that's why we are saying, let us note, before we look at the speck in other people's eyes, let us handle the log.
No, Neto, even comparing Aisha Juma's situation to Jubilee is neither here or there, because Aisha Juma's removal was enacted in ODM. She was saved at the nick of time. So it was not that Aisha Juma just started to dance with UDA and ODM did nothing. She was saved at the 11th hour. She was being kicked out because of her misbehavior. So it's not that ODM did not discipline her.
What party? Which party is she under right now?
She's still an ODM elected member of parliament. Her case is in court. Her case is in court because she was being kicked out of ODM, and when she's kicked out of ODM, she needed to go and seek fresh mandate from the Malindi people. But now, after the neck of ODM kicked her out, she went. In fact, Murukomen is her lawyer in the court of law to challenge that. So it is not that she wasn't disciplined or no action was taken. It's very different from what is happening in Jubilee.
But Bernard, if those MPs that are related with the UDA, if they are removed, then they will remove almost all Jubilee, because Ruto has a very many member of parliament also who are maneuvering in the so ni kama watatoka na Jubilee yote. Jubilee
we can handle by election or general election thereafter.
Deto, kindly just know that UDA is still at honeymoon stage. Can you look in the Rift Valley and see why Isaac is complaining that hamwezi tulazimisha sisi wote tukue kwa UDA? You see already dictatorship is in beginning, na ndio mnaanza.
That's a political broker. That's a broker.
No,
that's a broker.
Even Moses has slowed down. Even Kiunjuri, they have slowed down. Because you guys want to dictate how it happens, and that is how it begins. By the Murada didn't begin at that stage. It began slowly, and then you gave him fodder, and he goes.
The owners of UDA are coming for it.
Creating another monster.
You don't have it here.
Creating another monster.
Let me ask you a question, Wekesa. Now that Kuria has PEP, and also we have seen someone called, I think, Mwangi Wairia, the governor of Muranga. He also has a CAPS kind of a party. Then also we have seen other guys in Mount Kenya trying to come up with their small parties. What do you think is the intention of these small parties, if not the same with what you are talking about, Isaac?
They fear that monopoly.
Exactly, because they would like also, when they are forming the government of UDA, at least they have 2 or 3 MPs, which of course will come with benefits.
Parties. Your boss doesn't want tribal parties. What about village or briefcase parties?
Oh, I wish you know what is Jubilee. It is, I wish you know what is Jubilee.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
a tribe of
we will catch up on that point. Let's go to Mwangi. Mwangi, kindly make a contribution.
Bari ya wananchi. I'm really enjoying today's discussion. I think it's very healthy. Sasa nianzie na gani? Joshua. I wanted to answer Joshua first. He mentioned this somewhere. Ruto has sat in less than 5 sittings in cabinet in the last 5 years. Cabinet is not just a Munanda meeting where you just pop in just because you are supposed to be there. It's done, but at an invite. And by the way, he has attended the meetings where Matiang'i is not in, just for your information. Now to my contributions. UDA, about disciplining these guys. You cannot do that. It's just 6 months to dissolution of parliament. It's only a foolish man who can try to discipline 3/4 of Jubilee party. These guys are very strong. You're just undermining them. And more will move after the parliament is dissolved. They are just benefiting from they're just enjoying the luxury of power at the moment. Some don't want to be followed the way my friend from Madera was followed, this Gachagua guy. So there's so many of them don't want to be followed. Some are enjoying, of course, the benefits that comes with power. So I think just 6 months, in February, I think it's dissolved 6 months to election, if I'm not wrong. I don't know, can't recall very well, but yes, it's so soon that the parliament will be dissolved. After the parliament is dissolved, that's when now you'll talk. That's when we'll have candid discussion on who is following who. So for now, UDA is strong. I agree with Wekesa, it's still in the honeymoon stage, but you can't undermine it. It has carried, it's a wave that's moving with such high intense. And now concerning the Morales and the likes, people don't really have not known how Kikuyu works. Morales is part of the deep state, and Morales is just a spokesman. The other guys that comes from Kagema that you don't see in the limelight, the billionaires. You heard about the Kagema village that has 6 billionaires. Those are just 6. There are others. You've heard about the Nyeri. There are guys who comes from Nyeri. There's another Geshagi in Kiambu. These are what we refer to now as the deep state in Kikuyu. These guys are very strong. Kimolada is just a sent boy. He's just a very small boy that in those guys. Very small. Actually, Anakwatu spokesman. He has been sent to make a statement. The easiest way Mount Kenya is going to get back to power is through Raila Odinga. Personally, of course, by now you know I'm a UDA guy. But if Raila becomes the president, there are 2 options. He is impeached in his first term, or he survives the term and he does not survive. He will not get the second term. And he must have a Mount Kenya running mate. He must have. Actually, that is a code. For you to be supported by Mount Kenya, he must have a Mount Kenya running mate. That is the way these mafias will try to get back the power to Mount Kenya within 5 years or less than 5 years. And I talked about military setting here last time, what Wakanibash. My friend, it's not a joke. That is the last card on the drawer. It is not picked randomly, but if anything fails and we have a state of emergency, that is a card. But for Mount Kenya to get back to power, they need Raila Odinga as the weakest link to get back to that power. They know if Ruto gets that power, we are not going to have it in the next soonest time possible. And by the way, if Ruto becomes the president, he's going to amend the constitution. He's going to amend the constitution. And there are so many things. The BBI will come in as something else. He's a very wise guy. Though I support him for now, because for me, Raila ideology does not work for me at the moment. And it's a 2-horse race, as I said earlier. So for me, I think UDA is strong. And my contribution is don't undermine these guys.
Now, what happened? You know, in the last 2 sittings, you have changed the conversation. What did you meet on the way?
Pardon?
You are no longer advocating for UDA. You are advocating for one term of Raila.
I'm advocating for UDA.
What did you meet on the way?
Not at all. I'm a UDA guy. I'm a Ruto guy. Very, very much in the air. Very much hustle nation, bottom up approach. I'm an economist. I understand those things very well. But as much as I know, I was just trying to explain how Uhuru is playing you people, and you can't see it. You think that Uhuru is supporting Raila for who?
No, if Uhuru is playing us and gives us power, even if it's 2 years, we can't complain. We have never been in power.
You won't have it.
Even
I can tell you. I can tell you won't have it. He's
but
just
you have
there.
said it's one time. I'm just using your analogy. I'm not even creating mine. I'm just interrogating your analogy.
He will be just a ceremonial president, my friend. He will be put there.
What is wrong with being a ceremonial president?
Is that what you want?
Yes, after all, he wants to retire. He's at the age of retirement.
Is it? Do you want Raila to be the president, or you want to have power on your side? What do you want? Because those are two different things.
No, as long as it gives us peace for the nation. Either way, whoever will govern will be a Kenyan, whether he will be
right now,
Kikuyu under him.
Yes.
There's no problem.
For me right now, Kenyans are a bit
Let me ask you, when you hear your brother is in US, why do you feel nice? So sometimes he send you nothing.
I have no better feeling for anybody of mine who is outside Kenya. I think I'm so patriotic.
It happens to some.
Yeah. So for some, well, of course you'll get the better feeling. For me, one thing I told you, I said here earlier, I don't even want a Kikuyu president for the next 20 years. I'm not interested. And it's not that I so much oppose Raila. It's only that his ideologies does not work for me. And then there's another guy here who talked about selling Raila in Central. Boss, that is selling pork in Saudi Arabia. It won't sell. I'm telling you. Ask us who are in the ground. It won't sell. You may be cheated here by bloggers and ally and things like that, but it won't sell. And then if it sells, it's through backdoor system. And it will collapse in 5 years or less. That is exactly what I mean. And Raila and Uhuru is supporting Raila with a purpose. Get the purpose, and you won't support Uhuru. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Okay, thank you. I think that is opening a Pandora box. I know many questions will arise. I knew Ayaga will not. Ayaga, and shortly, today be disciplined. Just a short question.
I'm very quiet today. I don't have so many problems. I want to tell my brother Mwangi you are confused. And if you want to know a confused guy in the world, even he was in School of Economics, so he can explain to us what a bottom-up is. I was in School of Psychology, and I can tell you need a psychiatrist to actually counsel you. You have a problem, mental problems. You cannot come here to tell us today that the last card Mount Kenya needs to get into power. In fact, you told us the weakest link they need is Raila Odinga, and at the same time, you are advocating for William Ruto. My friend, you are like hyena. The story of hyena I read in class 3, where hyena wanted to go two roads at once. You cannot explain going to this route and this route at the same time. You are confused and you are confused. Dennis Itumbi went where I went. Dennis Itumbi never went to economist school like where you went to. He went to a school of PR where I went to. So when Dennis Itumbi is playing with your head and he knows you will dance to his tune and you are dancing to his tune, let me tell you an example. In Kisumu County, people of Kan and Nyakach, they only voted Anyang' Nyong'o with the mind that Anyang' Nyong'o had cancer, he will die in power, and another guy from Nyakach who was given as a deputy will take over. That is what they did. Simple and clear. And they told the people,
we know
what we are doing.
Ayaga, let me interfere a bit. Ayaga.
Time.
Ayaga, I think the example you Ayaga, the example you have given of Anyang' Nyong'o, I don't think it is the best, the way you have placed it. I think we should also be, you know, those are very private matters to our personality.
Yeah,
So
and
let
sensitive.
us, let us not spew them here because it might also come with some implication. I'm not a supporter of ODM, but I can sense that direction you are.
Okay, what
Wekesa,
he's saying, you would have
let me
used
answer.
it. Maybe you would have used it in parables.
Let me
not
answer
directly.
Ayaga here. You know,
Because in a public domain, I'm from there. I'm from.
Okay, let me respond to Ayaga. You know,
And that is what Denis Itumbi has been saying, that Raila Odinga will be given a running mate from Mount Kenya. It is either he will die in power and a Mount Kenya guy come to power, unless you have not read the post of Denis Itumbi. Those are the facts.
Yeah, my friend, issues of death, we leave it to God. Who knew that a strong Magufuli could pass away? Who knew?
Ayaga,
So those ones, we leave them to God.
I also back up what Wekesa you have said.
Let me respond to Ayaga kidogo because he has mentioned me there.
I have a question from Mwangi.
According, it's not easy.
Give me 30 seconds. I ask Mwangi a question.
If
30 seconds only.
Deputy president today,
Yes, sir.
which criteria are you using to impeach a president? Where and how?
Okay, can you now allow him to answer? Then
let me respond to Ayaga here. It's very easy. You know, Ayaga is like those guys you met in the streets and they tell you, you know, I was once a bright student somewhere, you know, I'm a PhD holder, but they have nothing to show. But then your arguments are so lame. Listen, my friend, if you don't know how politics works, especially in Kikuyu, when you talk about politics, that you are a psychologist and politics don't hazingiani mahali. So in Kikuyu, there are political things that I was trying to mention here that you guys don't see. When you see Murathe standing up and talking so confidently, the guy knows what he's talking about. And he's a puppet. You know who is Murathe and Maina Kamada are one and the same thing at the moment. They are just sent. They are just sent by somebody. You should actually be concerned who sent them. And it's not Uhuru. If you think Uhuru is calling shots, you are so wrong right now. So wrong. They are guys. Wewe tafuta hizi vijiji zenye ziko Kagema, ziko Kiambu na Nyeri. Those are the guys calling the shots.
Collins, can you ask your question? Let's wait first. Collins has a question, then Data one, then we move to Ndembo. Ndembo has not talked. Ndemba. So Collins asked your question.
My question was, Uhuru is trying to sell Raila to Central and to a large extent the whole of Kenya. But in the last 2 weeks, we were talking about bottom up economic model. Before that, we were talking about the rallies. Before that, we were talking about Kiambaa. Then the other day we were talking about a trip to Uganda. Today we are talking about a meeting of UDA that happened yesterday. In the same breath, can we conclude that tomorrow we'll be talking about Ruto drinking a soda somewhere or wearing a particular jacket? So my question to you, Mwangi, is why is every talk everywhere, including this forum, TV stations, radio stations, Bunge la Mwananchi, everywhere? Why is the talk about only one person, majorly?
Yes, Collins, I'll answer that question so directly. Because the person is so strong and they fear him so much. As simple as that. And Ruto should not be adorated by anybody. You'll be so cheap to adorate this guy. It is as simple as that. Ruto is a dangerous human being right now. The most critical politician in the country right now is Ruto. No one else. Maybe his match is Raila Odinga, But if they go on a fair ground, you definitely know he'll beat Raila. But the advantage is Raila has the system at the moment. That's the only challenge.
So if Raila has the system, we can see Kalonzo, Gideon Moi, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Raila, and Uhuru. They are maneuvering, and Joho and Kingi trying to cobble up an alliance. Here they don't agree. Here they agree. Here I don't agree. I can't support this candidate. But Ruto has not made a move. So these guys are making moves which are not working. So what if Ruto makes 1 or 2 moves, gets 1 or 2 guys from that group into his side?
He won't get them right now. That's what I said. We wait until the parliament is dissolved. That is when you realize who belongs where. Because people right now are benefiting security from the power, from the government. If they move right now, things will be bad. So everybody has to remain where they are until now the parliament is dissolved. That's when now you'll see massive moves and massive coalitions being formed. But also, Ruto is avoiding actually even to describe what his bottom approach thing is. Kama umeona, ameavoid hiyo swali sana. He cannot come out right now. He cannot. It's too early. It's a 1 year thing. He cannot come out. He will come out maybe 5 months to election. So it's a card. It's a game. And you have to play it twice. So when the time is right, then that's now where the things will start moving in the right direction. But right now, everything kila mtu anachezeana tu chini ya maji.
And why is Uhuru appointing military in every office in the country? Nearly all the ministries.
That's the last question. We move
exactly to safeguard
nearly all the ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of nearly all the ministries at the top right now, they are military guys, including Nairobi Metropolitan Services. What is happening?
Okay. One thing you have to know is the generals are to be the next chief of defense forces. You have to be in a certain rank. So if the next guy to be a nominee of the chief of defense forces is not the favorite of the president, he has to be plucked out and be given a job elsewhere. If you didn't know, Badi was in the short list. He was plucked out. The current government spokesman was in the short list. He was plucked out and given a job elsewhere until they reach the favorite who can be the next chief of defense forces. That's why you are seeing they pluck all the generals out of the military and give them parastatal jobs, give them NGO jobs, give them whatever jobs, so that they align the military in the direction that they want. For example, if we happen to have a state of emergency right now, you definitely need all the generals to be on your side. You definitely need that. So every president and whoever has a dictatorship mentality has to align the military. That is always my position. You have to align the military to the way you want it. But
so if anyone even imagining that Uhuru is a dictator has never seen dictatorship. Can we move to the next?
Uhuru is not a dictator. The people behind him are. Thank you.
Okay. Can we conclude he's planning to leave power to the military?
My point.
No,
my
he's
point
not.
was.
He's not.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring a certain like a case study of Kiamba, you know, and also Juja. You see, Jubilee lost, and they were the deep state. For instance, the candidate that Jubilee Party gave a chance to compete with the guys from UDA. Those guys belonged to we can say, from the deep state. And the deep state lost. We have seen it losing in Juja. We have also seen it losing in Kiamba. What is that telling us as far as 2022 elections is concerned? That we should wait a possibility. Let me finish, Wekesa.
Because I know you want to make a case.
Okay, not a case. It's just very, yes, shortly. That is an implication that in 2022, there is a possibility of a guy who is not on the side of the deep state to take it.
Kindly marry it with history. 2005, ODM and his brigade won constitution. That is a whole country thing. and they caught a false hope that right now they have won the whole country. They are going to win 2007. It turned out sometimes it can give you a false hope. I'm telling you. So don't rely. Kiamba is just a very small thing. Those guys won a whole country. A whole country was on their side.
Wekesa, in this platform, someone has just said that someone is Jory ridden. There is a certain candidate between the horses that we are talking about who could be joy ridden by maybe the CEO of this nation.
My friend, let me tell you, Raila is a schemer on his own. In fact, he can only get an applause of the state. But that guy, in terms of mobilizing, let me ask you, when he went to Muranga, just one meeting, every media was talking about it. That guy, in terms of mobilization, you can't beat him. I'm telling you. The only person next to him in terms of mobilization is Ruto. So fact, I can tell you this for free. This Mount Kenya, you see this one, it will scale down. That one I can promise you. There are so many things happening underground and you don't know.
So you know better,
I know better because I know.
Than myself.
I know from my side. You know, I know you know from the UDA side. I know from the other side.
I come from Mount Kenya. I come from Mount Kenya, and every day I'm with the people. So
every day, when we had a meeting in Muranga, you didn't know. Did you know?
You know, I cannot participate in such a. You know, there are meetings you can never find the data.
Okay, full stop.
It's only 1 year to election. Yes. It's only 1 year to election, Wekesa. Which miracle are you expecting?
It's not miracle.
Collins.
Can I give you Deba? Then we continue with that.
Okay. Let me conclude, Wekesa. The other thing is about how maybe like expelling these guys who are associated with UDA. Like for instance, Bernard was saying about the case of Aisha Jumwa. It is already in court. We are expecting also the parliament to be dissolved by April, immediately after national examinations. So you can imagine, even if they tend to discipline these people by despairing them, they will also take lawyers. And the case can take as many as 8 months. We will already have bypassed April. Then that's how it will end.
Yeah, for me, that is not it's an issue to focus on the expelling them. I think that there's no time for that.
Yes.
Okay. Themba, I want to give you an opportunity. I know the topic is hot and we cannot finish.
Okay, thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate everyone who has contributed. Nice to meet you all. Just before I give my submissions, I wish to highlight on some inconsistencies that I'm picking from especially the guys who are pro Ruto. And this is related to the idea of the campaigning. Like there's a gentleman who said that I think Neto said that when Murathe met the university students, he has started indoctrinating youths early. Now that statement is inconsistent with what Ruto has been doing for the last 4 years.
Radicalization.
Radicalization and meeting the youth across the country for the last 4 years. So he needs to be consistent with what he wants to address. Secondly, there was an issue of talking, I think that one was highlighted by Mwangi. Mwangi said that when you see Murathe speaking, he's speaking for certain people. That could also be true, that when you see Sudi, Murkomen, and others speaking, they have been sent by someone. So there should be consistency in our argument, not just bashing. The other thing, we need to pick some successes of Ruto. One, he has managed to cripple the operations of Jubilee. Secondly, he has made Jubilee problems to be national problems. And thirdly, he has earned his salary by not working for 4 years, going to 5 years. If you'd give anyone successes, then that would be right. And he has managed to convince some people here not to see that they are actually losing by paying him for what he's not doing, and still be convinced that he can actually do the same for another 10 years. So that is a success. Now to my submission on the topic.
Allow me to ask a rhetoric question before you go to submission.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a lecturer who comes in class and he says he wants, guys, we come on Saturday, I just want 3 hours of a lecture. And he takes 2 hours asking for 3 hours of a lecture. In other words, he would have used even those 2 hours, and then maybe find another 1 hour and he completes the lecture. But he takes 2 hours asking for a lecture of 3 hours another day.
Your question is, I think they are getting your point, and your point is very clear. That I think they are bright enough to get your question, and they know what you're asking. You've made a very pregnant point. It is also interesting that before I move to my point, now that you have brought that up, that the gentlemen who are busy talking right now, you can actually pick the narrative where it's coming from. Read Itumbi's post, listen to Ichungwa, you're likely to hear what is going to be said by all UDA individuals. I don't mind them picking a position, which is the nature of politics. That's okay, all right? But I would wish that they step back and interrogated what they are being told. Now, there's something that Ndeto said that, I don't know if it's Ndeto or Mwangi, that Ruto has not talked about bottom-up right now. And he has evaded that question. But if you listened to Kalwale today, he was holding some meeting, I think somewhere in the village. Then they're saying they'll come up with what the people of Kakamega want. Right now, Ruto was informed that bottom up cannot start from the people who are up. And that was according to Devin D. That you cannot come from up and then you tell the people what you can do for them. So we must pretend that we have held down assemblies. And these people have forwarded this information to us that we have brought as a manifesto. Because the nature of bottom up cannot come from the person from up. And it cannot be led by the person from up. But Ruto is avoiding that. That's why now they are holding some things they try to call constituency assemblies, to pretend that they're building for them what they need to do so that it comes with a manifesto. And then they'll say they listened to the people, which is a lie. Now, I don't want to respond to propaganda.
Demba, let me come along with a question.
Allow me to finish.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to respond to propaganda on what the Mwangi said. There was a lot of propaganda from what he said, right? And I don't want to go that direction because it will not, in my view, value add to the topic that you're talking about in terms of should these people be expelled. In my view, all of us here owe it to discuss the nature of politics and party politics in Kenya as a whole. Now, there's no value in expelling those guys right now. Anytime a party engages in something, they look at what value add does it bring. Now, Jubilee started hemorrhaging the first time as soon as the elections were over. And there was no discipline that was taken. Now, that is the nature of the political parties in Kenya. And someone made it very clear here that if we encourage I think, Bernard, if we encourage the kind of indiscipline in the parties, in the country, never will come a time that we'll have stability in party politics. Even the UDA that we're talking about right now, it will still hemorrhage immediately after 2022, because their most interest right now is probably to get the dynasty out. After that, there will be no enemy, so they'll start eating each other, right? So we'll go back to the same discussion we are having. So I think at the bigger picture, we need to discuss what kind of party politics do you want to see, discipline you want to see. As per expulsion, I don't think it's value addition right now. And finally, on the idea that the relationship between the state and political parties, that will be my final submission. We see a very there's a very thin line between party and state, such that we cannot differentiate party position and state position. We are busy talking so much about Jubilee as a party, but we have not talked about Jubilee as a ruling party. How have they helped us? In essence, we need to be saying indiscipline in Jubilee should make the other people discipline Jubilee as a party, give another party an opportunity to rule, because Jubilee has failed us. But you know what has happened? Because of the indiscipline within the parties, now Ndeto and others can sit here and demarcate between the UDA and Jubilee. Yet, right now, the same deputy president, the same people are still in government. The other things we are being told is not legal. Those are things that are outside. Legally, right now, Jubilee is a party, Ruto is the deputy president, and they are supposed to be telling us what have they done for the last 10 years. So coming here and telling us the other things that, there's UDA, it has gained ground, it is, in my view, a bit unfair to ourselves and the citizenry. We must educate them what the Constitution says, and we should not separate the two. They are together. Jubilee is the party in power. Come 2022, we need to start saying, what has Jubilee done? If Jubilee has failed us, Jubilee together with all its Sions, whatever it is, whoever is there, it's just Jubilee changing face right now in form of UDA, trying to pretend, but it is Jubilee. So I want to stop there for now and allow if there's any question or reaction. Thank you, Ekas.
Yes, I have a reaction and a question. One, you have said that Ruto has been pretending on the idea about bottom-up approach, that he is evading from a question if this thing came from the people or it was proposed by someone from the top. I just want to ask you a question. It is in media all over and even in public that in Kenya, nearly 10 million Kenyans live in extreme poverty. Extreme poverty, that is below $1 a day. What information would you need from these people to discover that they are suffering? The other question is, you have said that Ruto is part of Jubilee, and Jubilee have for sure failed, and you are saying that we should not demarcate UDA from Jubilee. Let me ask you a question. Kibaki used to be a vice president of Moi, and we know Moi's government, it was like alleged to have performed very poorly, to an extent that this nation was about bankrupt. But he also was given another chance in 2002 to 2012 to become the president. and he became the best president. In fact, among the best president that we have ever had in Kenya, Kibaki is highly quoted. I would like you to tell me, Kibaki you can see Kibaki as the as the vice president. We never hear anything about him. We also see Kibaki as president, the best president. But by then, he used to be in the government of Moi. Why didn't he came with the same poor kind of management or leadership that used to be in the previous government and employed it in it? I would like you to answer me those two questions.
Okay, thank you. To start with your first question, I think you're being first of all evasive and insincere. If from your words you're saying that we have all those people poor, right now what question you should be asking Ruto is, what are you doing right now with those poor people? Not what you're going to do with those poor people in the next 10 years. It's good that you are identifying that the level of poverty is high, the 10 million you're talking about. But what question should you be asking Ruto right now? The question you should be asking, wait, let me finish.
Should I go on?
Okay, go on, because I hadn't finished responding, yeah, but it's okay.
Demba, you are saying what Ruto has been doing with these 10 million people. Since 2018, his job was given to one Fred Matiang'i. So this guy... No.
Ndeto,
yes.
Ndeto,
yes.
Hold on.
Even
hold
if
on.
you listen
on,
even
Ndeto.
to his interview...
Ndeto.
I think, Deto, you've been carried away by the wave of Ruto in his way of creating propagandas.
Deto, allow me to say this. If it was that bad that he wasn't able to do anything, he would have stepped aside. Do you know there was a time that Ruto came in and said that how will he afford 35% the BBI, yet you can't afford 15%? Yet a week after that, he was sitting in the Economic Council. You know, you remember that, Joshua? He was sitting in the Economic Council.
He chairs IBEC.
Yes. So Ndeto, let's be honest here. It's okay for you to support Ruto. I don't mind the support for him, but let's interrogate issues soberly.
See, Demba. You know this guy. Ruto and
Can I finish?
Ruto.
Kindly one person at a time.
Okay.
Kindly.
Okay. In 2013,
allow me to finish.
Hey, let me put something.
Let him finish and then you respond because it's his time.
Okay, Wekesa.
Ndeto, I am not here to bring you to not support Ruto. It's okay. We are just interrogating what they are coming out, and we need to be honest with interrogating those areas. The first thing is, let's not believe the propaganda that has been sold. The sympathy look that, hey, I'm here, ninanyanyaswa na wamenitoa, sasa nifanye nini? Yet in the same breath, you are inviting people to Hustler Mansion paid by the government, right? So you don't have the guts and the audacity to step out, but you're still saying ninanyanyaswa. So the same vein. And when you hear him speak, he speaks from the two sides of the mouth. One side is saying he has not done anything. The next side is saying we have been able to bring the roads. We have been able to build this. So he's speaking from two sides of his mouth, the same thing. When he wants,
he said during his first term, the first term, Ruto said they were working together with Uhuru. And that's the time they achieved so much. But in this second tenure of their government, they have not been working together. And that's why a lot of things are still remaining as dreams.
Okay, let me go with that.
Wait, Deba. Have you ever had this thing that and the guy goes to his backyard and says, Mulevi analewa, mimi ndio naendesha serikali.
That was a lie.
Then,
who said that to
wait first. Mimi ndio naendesha serikali. That thing is there in Kalenjin translation.
No,
and then,
that was a lie.
Now, okay, this is what I'm provoking you to think. Between 2013 to 2017, between 2013 to 2017, the guy was literally everywhere, including the elections of 2017 when there was a poached nomination. It's not Uhuru who went, it is him, which means he had power even to overturn what Kinatuju did. So what changed that between 2013 and 2017 he had that power, and right now he says amenyimwa hiyo power. Nobody assigned them. He was all over. But this is a withdrawal strategy to dissociate with Jubilee so that he can build his own narrative.
But look,
you want to say don't know about the executive order number 1 of 2019.
This came 2019 came late when the guy has already started tangatangering.
He endorsed his tangatanga. Who endorsed him as a tangatanga person?
January of 2019, his functions were transferred to one Fred Matiang'i.
I'm telling you, after he persistently being told that stop tangatangering, and he was still going out. But have you ever asked yourself after 2017?
Why should he stop? Why should he stop tangatangering?
I told you it's a withdrawal strategy. It's a very clever way.
Now, Collins, let me say the Collins. When you say executive order number 1 transferred certain functions of the DP, the Constitution gives what is the role of the DP in the Constitution?
The principal assistant of the president. But for him to work, the president must assign him some duties. So if the president does not assign him some duties and assigns Matiang'i, what happens?
Thank you. He is the principal assistant to the president.
To the president. Yeah.
It doesn't say what he's assisting to do, does it?
No, it doesn't say.
Good. So let's not talk about what is not constitutional here. I mean, what is not in the Constitution. As per who will be assigned what to do, it is at the whatever of the president to decide, I'm going to give this function to this other person. But you're my principal assistant. The Constitution doesn't say what is it you're going to assist in doing. Now, without being emotive about it, I want to suggest this, especially for Ndeto and whatever Tangatanga. Let's interrogate the idea that, okay, fine, you are treated badly from. Let me go with what Ndeto is saying. From 13, he was out of government.
No. I've said from 2018.
Okay, fine. Let me go with what you're saying. 2018. So 2018, he was out of government. Okay. What has he done? Are you assuming it's 2020, right? 2022, and Ruto is the president, and the deputy president say is your friend Kiunjuri or Gachagua?
Okay.
And then wait. I'm giving you a scenario. Think about it so that I can ask you to interrogate a behavior of a politician as opposed to your feelings toward what has been done to him. What political behavior would you require of a deputy president? Would you be okay that it's 2022 and Ruto is the president and Gachagua is the deputy president and they have differed? Because you see, the Constitution envisages that the president and the deputy will work together. It doesn't envisage that at any point they will experience what we have seen right now. The Constitution as it is right now. So there's nothing that prevents the next deputy president from behaving like Ruto is behaving. So for 8 years, I mean for the 4 years or thereabout, we have not had the government moving because of the difference between the deputy and the president. So come 2022, Ruto is the president, and Gachagua whoever decides that no, I'm not with this guy. They start campaigning 2022. Yes, sir.
Also, Ebu helped me to understand this situation. The guy comes on the national TV and says he will not allow his deputy to be disrespected, but he blandly disrespects his boss. What do you make of such a situation? You say when I become a president, I don't want my deputy to be disrespected. But literally, you are disrespecting your boss. So,
Wekesa, why are you lying? Why are you lying? He has never disrespected his boss. Never ever.
Remember before Collins, exactly.
It is automatic.
I would like you, Ekesa, cross-examine your statement. Cross-examine your statement to Ekesa. Show us how he has disrespected the president. Apana, we know what happened.
Let me tell you,
that was Murabe. He was telling Murabe.
Wait. You said I cross-examine. Mimi sio mlevi, nimeanza na hiyo. Ya pili, in fact on the same national TV, he disqualified the whole thing he did at the project firearms. And for him, after disqualifying that project, he talks about another project in Uganda that only helps one guy from Turkey. He disqualified the whole thing of BBI. This has wasted time. And it was initiated by his boss. He disqualifies the big four. He says they have died. He says Jubilee is dead. How do you respect your boss like that? Tell me, how do you respect your boss like that?
Wekesa, how come in first time we didn't have such things?
Or what do you define by respect according to you guys?
No.
Let me ask you. Wekesa, let me answer that question.
It's a job related respect. It's not a respect ya nyumbani ya bibi na bwana. It's a job related.
Exactly. Where the problem emanated was, why did the president appointed Matiang'i
to
take over? Let me finish. I have listened to you. Why did he had to transfer the duties of the deputy president to this guy? And I could see him yesterday in Kisii, the way he was speaking Bose, this Matiang'i.
You are going very far. Let's interrogate one thing at a time. We will go to Matiang'i.
I'm showing you where the disrespect came from. Because you cannot tell me I do not have responsibilities. Then you are also expecting me to respect you for what?
The first thing,
what are we
by
doing?
the way, Uhuru started very politely. Kindly, let's not focus on this Tanga thing. Let's deliver. And that is why, let me ask you, even Raila himself, who was very rowdy and disturbing the government, do you know how he has behaved in this term? Even most people, in fact, most Tanga people believed that Raila amezoea opposition, hata kaa na Uhuru wamalize hiyo tamu atatoka because wamemzoea, lazima asumbue. The guy was very disciplined.
Kama Raila anapewa GK. If this guy is given government vehicles, if Raila is given government vehicles, what do you expect?
Wakati alikuwa prime minister aliachana na hiyo kitu. Waachana na
unasikia hapa.
Sahi hana hizo powers. He does not have the powers to use the government vehicles.
Don't be too much into tribal thinking. Don't be too much.
That is not
what are the roles of who signed the deputy president, those roles that you are talking about? And what are the roles of the deputy? What are the roles of the deputy president?
I have given you 2 minutes to ask each other questions.
And if his boss decides not to give him, so you want to direct the president to give the deputy roles, or
they were elected together. The deputy president is not a nominated or appointed person.
But they are not equal. He is an assistant to the president.
And he's also a shareholder of the government.
Yes. He is a shareholder. Yes. Can I come in
there?
That is why he's stealing from the government.
Can I come in there?
Where?
That is why he's stealing from the government.
Let us see the court directing what you are saying, Rupia. Rupia, if it is the judiciary or the court directing that.
Can we have order in the house? Order in the house. Order in the house.
It was my turn.
In the house.
Order.
So the deputy president is a shareholder in the government.
Of
It
course.
was my turn, Wekesa.
Who said that?
Yes.
So
That
in
is
this
what in the house.
That is in the
Came with 4
constitution.
million votes.
Rubia. Yeah, it's okay.
But 4
So
million
can you
votes,
finish?
Wekesa, should not
I
be
can't agree
demeaned.
with you.
Let me finish.
Just finish
Okay.
in 1 minute. Kindly.
Yeah, I'll finish in 1 minute. Clearly,
Yeah, you are interrupted, I know.
Yes, clearly Ndeto and Ndeto is refusing to go towards the line of direction that we want to take. Ndeto,
He has closed his mind. He doesn't want to reason.
Ndeto, it's okay. It's okay to support the
just
deputy
wait. Just wait.
Ndeto,
Ndeto knows even today me have not contributed. I have been just moderating. I want to be balanced. Today I'm very open to the discussion.
That is Rupia Ola. Who is that saying he has not contributed?
No, Ndeto, let me speak.
Wekesa, I'm just moderating
Wekesa.
today.
Okay. I
don't
understand,
want to
Wekesa.
Ndeto, let
I
me
understand.
speak. It's okay to support the person you're supporting. That's okay. But it's not okay to support him blindly. So, number one, it's bad behavior in politics when a person whom you're paying by your taxes is using the same office for other things not intended. Now, the problem that you have brought across that he's not been given work, it's a constitutional issue. We need to question the constitution, not necessarily what is the constitution does not say that this is what the president should assign the deputy. It doesn't say that. It just says he will be assistant to the president, right? So it doesn't say at what time, when he'll be assisting, what he should do, nothing. So when we come and say that he was given, his job was given to Matiang'i, the constitution doesn't say that anyway. So the president can wake up and even give orders to someone. Like the other day, there was hula baloo about, the president gave the speech to someone else to go and read. It doesn't say anywhere that the deputy should be the one reading the speeches. So it's okay for you to raise the issues you're raising, which have been actually used, like I say, in issues of propaganda. Use that to make people feel certain way about you, and you gain a certain mileage.
Finally, Themba, Themba, the deputy president was obsessed with 2022. And when he was going to launch the projects, he was not even assigned by the president. The State House was even caught unaware that the deputy president is launching ghost projects. So when the president realized that he was using this to campaign for 2022, the president told him to stop campaigning for 2022 when they were seriously delivering the agenda, the big four. And then he went ahead to campaign using the ghost. Some of the projects he was launching were ghost projects. And then the president said, no, now you are not going to launch these projects. The coordination of all these things.
Rupia, give an example of a ghost project.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Give an example of a ghost project, Rupia.
Ghost project like the bus that he gave some school there that was taken back to the dealer. You can't remember.
Stop lying.
You can't even remember.
You know the ghost laptops. Did we see them?
Guys, I want us to think
laptops was Ruto.
I want us to think this way. Ndeto, I want us to think this way. These two guys, when they began the government, they were wearing similar ties, similar shirt. You know, sometimes it's easier to blame when a marriage, like we are behaving like the current society, where when a marriage breaks, is always the man who is the bully, and the women have nothing to contribute towards a failure in a marriage. So we are all blaming the president, but we are not even asking what did the other guy do? Where did the chemistry go? These two guys they had a very strong chemistry when they came together and beginning the government. But all of a sudden, there's no chemistry. So we need to ask yourself, in my mother tongue, they normally say, like, I know you want to ask, let me finish first. In my mother tongue, we normally have a proverb that when a chicken goes into the bush and is eaten by a wild cat, you don't just blame the cat, You also blame the chicken. Why did it go in the bush? So if you
your example, Wekesa, your example.
Ndeto,
your example.
No, I'm opening you to see where the problem is both sides, and you need to know
what you are too lenient.
There's something I want to tell you that happened before Maraga nullified the elections. There was something that happened very important. Before Maraga nullified the elections, after the first win of Jubilee, Ruto and some of his allies wanted to go to State House. They were locked out, and they were told they were told the president will not see you. They were told this time this presidency is for Uhuru and Uhuru only. Okay, in short, what I'm trying to tell you, they were dismissed. Then a few days later, the election was nullified.
And do you know why they were dismissed?
After it was nullified, the guys who are dismissing them humbled themselves, and they called the Ruto to set us again and discuss the way forward. What does that tell you?
They were dismissed. You have skipped something. There was a meeting. I know the story.
That's why I'm telling you. It was planned. The sidelining of Ruto was planned way before 2017. So the only wanted to win. He only wanted to win a second term, and then sidelined Ruto.
You have skipped the meeting details before they went to the State House. There was a meeting, and then what they discussed, we know. And that is what ended Uhuru. So if you want us to go in that, we have details. There was a meeting, and whatever was discussed ended Uhuru.
Just say it as it is. Wekesa. Just bring out whatever was discussed. That is what we want to hear.
Because these people are Uhuru was angered. Wait, Rubia. Uhuru was angered by somebody after winning an election. The first question they asked Uhuru was, will he support Ruto 2017? And then Uhuru asked, we have just won an election. We have not even, the MPs have not been sworn in. Why are we discussing the next election? 2020. He was, then when they went to the, he refused. He said that these guys, I think they are too ambitious. We haven't even sworn in the MPs. Why do we start discussing this, and we haven't even aligned the government what we are going to do in the next 5 years? So this power hungry thing.
Collins, Uhuru will not be president in Kenya, in this country. The one is manufacturing guns and grenades in Uganda. You think he was blocked when he was going to Uganda to manufacture those things?
Uhuru doesn't want Ruto to inherit him.
He will not be president, my friend. Let me tell you.
He has been using 4 years. He has been using 4 years.
I have a question.
You lock your minds and you want to reason. We will not reason for you.
Zemba, I have a reaction. I have a reaction for Zemba.
You have been having reactions since you were given the chance to speak.
Rupia, you have not
even listened to other people.
Not to you.
Defending a lie is not very easy. That is why you are talking all the time. If you are giving facts like Temba, you would be giving your facts and keeping quiet.
What are you doing yourself?
Collins has now woken up.
What are you doing yourself,
Rupia? Just heckling.
I'm telling you, defending lies is not an easy job. You cannot defend lies by keeping quiet. Why don't you just give your facts and then you listen to other people also? Like Temba is like but because you are lying here, you cannot keep quiet. You must just continue lying to protect the lies you are saying.
I know it's a hot
what
topic,
are you defending?
Guys. Thank you.
What are you defending,
I know we have the stamina.
Ruto is the worst person who becomes president in this country.
Who are you defending?
Who are you
defending, Rupia?
Thank you.
That is your opinion, Rupia. That is your opinion.
Yeah, you have been quiet here.
Yourself.
You have been quiet here, and Collins is now thinking for you. And now you are
a presidential candidate. Are you a presidential candidate, Rupia?
Neto.
Or you are
I'm not a presidential candidate
on this platform? Yes.
I'm not a presidential candidate. What I'm telling you is that Ruto will not be president.
Don't demean other people's points.
How will you stop him?
Your opinion is valid, and also our opinion is valid.
I will vote.
I have even 2 cards.
Enough.
You know, this is what these people want.
I have Huduma number ID.
Wekesa, mute everybody.
I don't have two Duma numbers, Ruto will not be president. You cannot come here with vulgar explanations that Ruto did this, Ruto did this. He has been disrespecting the president all through.
Can all of us please mute?
President anywhere.
I don't have privileges.
Maybe in Uganda after
Tell us your model. Tell us your model.
Okay,
Which model? Which model? Ile model ya ukora ya uongo ya udanganyifu ndio unaongea.
Wacheni
conmanship
bwana. Rupia order.
Inasemekana ilitoka kwa ODM. So you are a
conmanship. Kitu yenye amjui mnakuja ati bottom up. Bottom up unajua mnaongea bottom up. You know the meaning of bottom up.
ODM.
Ama ile ya chupa ndio unajua.
ODM. So you are a conman.
Stop conning Kenyans with UDA. And you will not con Kenyans. We will not allow you to do that.
Rupia, enough now. Enough, I know. Yeah? Okay. Collins.
Wekesa. Yes. You are entertaining Ndetu and this UDA too much. You are.
I don't have in the mute button. No, you see, I cannot mute people. I'm trying to control the voice, and you can't keep quiet. What do I do?
You are entertaining Ndetu. You are entertaining Ndetu with all these lies of UDA from Sasita, from like Satano, it is almost 1 hour 30 minutes. Entertaining Ndetu with his questions of about UDA and whatever, William Ruto. You are the one who is calling all this. Jakes is here.
But the topic has nothing. You see, the topic has nothing to do with ODM. It has everything to do with Jubilee and UDA. So, what do you want us to discuss ODM? The topic has nothing to do with ODM.
The best. You are the best moderator, Wekesa. Can you remind Ayaga that?
Yeah,
Ayaga. Just has a different opinion from yours.
Yeah, but if someone has a different opinion with yours, you don't have to sound like the way Ayaga is sounding. Do you want Wekesa to start talking?
I'm trying to moderate. Even me, I have the desire to support my side, but I'm moderating. What do you want me to do?
But I'm talking what Ayaga said. Ayaga said that Wekesa, you cannot allow somebody to say so. Everybody stands on their own opinion. In fact, for us, we've heard all the Rupia is saying. We are contrary against some of the things that Rupia is saying, but we are listening to it. We are giving him time to say whatever he says. Our time will come and we'll say whatever we want to say. And that's a conversation we need.
How many views?
Ayaga, do you want to moderate? Because even
can I finish, Wekesa? Wekesa, let me finish before you go.
The likes of Ndetos too much. Give others
Ayaga,
to speak, tafadhali.
Let me finish. Okay, I was actually finishing by saying that it is for us, whatever side we support, whether it's ODM, whether it's Jubilee, whether it is UDA, we need to move beyond just supporting and relying on propaganda. We need to start interrogating. I want to say that, first of all, that was bad behavior. If Ruto was sincere about not feeling like being treated badly, the first thing he would have done is step aside and then say that I cannot serve in this position any longer. It is not tenable. Rather than remain in the position, draw salary, draw whatever it is, our taxes have been used to pay that, but he hasn't done anything with it. And then start selling another model that he thinks is going to help us out, but it is actually, he hasn't done anything right now. He's supposed to be supporting his boss this time around. If indeed he was, the people supporting him suggest that he has the humility, then he'd have had the humility to remain in the same line, support his boss to the end, and then take up his time. But you see the arrogance that has been that has come out to the extent that right now he has the audacity to say that he's supporting a different candidate as opposed to the one that has been endorsed by his boss. You see, that's already crippling the functions of the government. So for me, you see, Ruto's misbehavior is not just a problem between him and Ruto. It's a problem for Kenya as a country. The moment you're deputy and the president is not working together, you have a problem, whether it is Ruto will be the president in 2022 or whoever. So it is something that we need to interrogate. Is it a behavior, a maladaptive behavior that we want to see in our politics? Because either way, it's going to affect us. I've told you, Ndeto, come 2022, if Ruto happens to have picked somebody else with the constitution as it is, and in Machakos County, Governor Mutua had to wait until the elections. They could not see eye to eye with the deputy, Kiala. He had to wait until the elections to get another deputy. In Makueni County, the Kivuda Kibwana had to say that he wants to get whatever back to the government so that they do away with the county, because of that kind of relationship. So we need to say it's a constitutional problem, but now the behavior of Ruto has made us reach where we are, to the extent that for 4 years you set the country in a political mood. 1 year before the election, you are busy telling us, the other side should tell us who they are. But you see, you have a promise to deliver, but you're busy saying you want to put the country in a political mode by saying they should name their people. We are already set. That's a problem there. If you can't see that, and then you're still relying on the idea that, the UDA is strong, Ruto is strong, there's a problem that we're having as a politics as Kenyans. So I think we need to engage as a people, no matter who we are supporting. I don't think it's wrong to support anybody. I don't think it's a mistake for you to support whoever you are supporting, but interrogate what it is they are bringing on the table, rather than just move with the wave. So those are my submissions until this time. So I want to finish so that they don't. It's not saying that it is just this we are we are going round. Those are my submission. I'll be back here maybe at some other time. So I take it back to Wekesa.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, and shortly, kindly.
My point of order is just like 30 seconds. I'm telling you this. You are giving too much time to Ndeto and Collins to interrupt so much that we stay here like 1 hour. Nobody can speak. We had Joshua and the other guy, Kiash. They stayed like 1 hour. They decided to quit because no time for them. Jax is here. Jax is not even the same way the way I reason politically. He's a UDA member more than Ndeto. So give Jax also time to speak. Don't give someone time too much. Mpaka some people wanachoka. Tafadhali. That's the only request I have.
Ayaga, if you have
but if I want to, if I remember very well, Demba and Ndeto were interrupted so much. It's not like I gave them much time. It's like they spoke in bits.
It is
but
the
other guys, they spoke, you kept quiet, and then we finished and we moved on.
Wekesa, it is Ndeto and Collins. Call a spade a spade. Don't include other people. They were interrupting the guy. That guy interrupting them.
But you see, when he begins, you can't control him, and you have to admit there are people you can't control, like Rubia, like Ayaga, like Ndeto. Now I can't control them. Munaanza kujibishana. So I don't have a mute button. I don't have a mute button, and you know it. I don't have a mute button, and you know it. And I can't remove them here. I don't have those privileges. Yes.
Wekesa, give me 30 seconds.
It's just a response, kindly. You are mute. You are mute.
Yes, muted.
Okay. The only problem I have with these people who are talking about Ruto is like asking where are the rest, is because every model that UDA is coming up with, it must be tied with the genesis of ODM. Everything, whatever it is, they are saying it was our idea. Today I heard people saying that UDA's bottom-up approach is a replica of the devolution. So, I mean, we should also desist from that kind of a narrative. ODM does not monopolize every good knowledge or wisdom in politics.
Okay, thank you. Although people, it's what we are saying when we are here, we are interrogating. If somebody says this thing was taken from a manifesto and it was not even begun by ODM, it was begun by David D himself, who confessed that why are you guys talking about bottom up? Yet we picked it from the manifesto of NASA. So you see, if your own person sells you that way, you don't blame us. You blame whoever you gave them the role to sell your agenda. He sold the agenda to you, but he told us, this is where I picked the agenda that I'm selling. So that is not, I think, the audience problem. Can we have anaitwa nani? Obasheshe. Obasheshe, umelala ama uko live? Ama Sam Karuri? John? Watu wote wamelala?
Unmute them.
I can't. You know I'm not on the main seat of unmuting. I'm a secondary admin. I'm not the primary admin. Hello, John. John looks unmute. Sam. Jax.
Yes.
Can you talk now? Ulienda bila kucontribute. Hii mswada imekuwa ngumu. Mpaka watu wanataka kujirarua mashati. Leo nimeamua sitaongea sana.
I want to begin with Themba. I love Themba. Yesterday I thought he has positive facts, only to realize he hides behind polished English and a cover of intelligence, but behind the scenes there's nothing really much to smile about. So let me begin with all he has said. Number one, he has said that for 4 years the best that the DP did was politics. I want to ask him for free, Mr. Themba, what was BBI if it was not a cover and a ploy to entertain politics behind the scenes in the name of changing the constitution? It was drama through and through. We had people going to Bomas, we had people going to Sagana, we had people moving all over, we had signatures being collected, and they're here saying, oh, Ruto was the one campaigning. Ruto chose not to speak of the constitution. He chose to go to the seat. He chose to look for the seat. The reason as to why you are here telling us that even the election should be postponed is because, one, you wasted time talking of a document that was null and void and actually unconstitutional. Wasted 4 years of our time, wasted our resources, wasted public coffers simply because you wanted to look for positions, you wanted to look for posts, you wanted to create a position of a prime minister, thinking that will help any of those kingpins that you are behind the scenes praising here. You want to bastardize William Ruto simply because you don't agree with his methods of doing things. I want to ask you for free. Some of these people you are saying are good. They are the ones who the other day told us they will jail those people who tendered SGR. Let me ask you, if Ruto would talk of the 4 billion, SGR had over 300 billion, and someone said he will jail those who tendered it. Let me remind you for free, the signatory was the president. He allowed that process to go on. In any case, if we are bashing Ruto for criticizing a 4 billion issue, we should also bash the person who was saying he will jail those who have tendered the SGR and all. You are talking of someone who has stolen public offers. I want to remind you, we have a leader who people who stood with him for parties left him because they had trust issues. Trust issues in the sense that he was unable to divide funds allocated to parties. NASA died simply because this person is not trustworthy with money. If Watwaine cannot trust him, what makes this nation to trust such a person? Pesa tu kidogo ya chama ameshindwa kugawa vizuri, pesa za chama anapotea nazo. Kama ingekuwa kikundi ya Wakenya sisi wote, angepotea na nini ingine? We remember him of facts that we can retrieve from the archives. The youths would work very hard, but it is only the wazees who would enjoy what these young people were working hard to get. So it was kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. BBI ilikuwa ya kutoa nyoka and all. Kumbe hii nyoka ilikuwa ya kutudanganya tu, telling us tutapata sijui tutapata tax waivers and all. And if they were genuine, we should have seen these things happening with or without BBI. If he was genuine, we should have seen the 35% being pushed in this next budget. We should have seen commissions for defending the youth being pushed in this current government. Why wait for the future? Why not do it now? You're telling us bottom-up approach cannot work because it is in the future. I ask you for free. The president and that guy you support, they are in talking terms. Why has he not convinced him to lower the taxes as we are suffering right now? Why has he not convinced him to reduce fuel prices? Why has he not convinced him to reduce the charges of the gas? If you remember correctly, the gas imepanda, yet he owns a company that is responsible for gas production and all. So, Mr. Demba, you cannot sit here and lie to Kenyans that the guy you purportedly support cares for us, yet all we can attribute to him are lies, conmanship, and tactful conning us using the constitution, using devolution, saying oh, Nyanza wataongea, Western wataongea, sijui amepata punda ya kumpandisha Mount Kenya. We don't need such scandals and sagas from anyone. We need a leader. We need someone who is able to man up, face the mountain on his own. We don't need someone who will be carried by a punda. We need a person who will man up, feel a candidate in all corners of the nation and defend those seats. That is the kind of leader we are looking for. We don't need a leader who will create tension in our nation. We don't need a leader who will never agree that I have lost or concede defeat and create tension, create hooliganism, create goonship in our nation, so that because there is tension and there is no peace and harmony, then the one who won fair and square has to look for him so as to create a handshake moment, eventually leading to a 9-point agenda, then leading to a rubbish called BBI, then leading to a constitutional moment. If this person can only stick to the rule of the game, that when you lose, you accept the results, that when you lose, if you cannot beat them, you join them. You don't change the constitution to fit your game. You don't change the constitution to be popular. You don't change the constitution to be relevant. You stick to the rule of the game. You look for votes. If you're unable to convince your 10 million strong to come and vote for you to be a president, don't come and convince those who have won, those who are able to kumera dhuraku, those who are able to sing Tano Tena. If your TBM didn't work, don't come here and criticize us. It is your leaders who called the president a dog. I want to ask you, you are saying that the deputy president has been respecting the president. I can tell you for free, we can cite time without number that guys from your end have criticized, have rebuked, have abused, insulted the president, calling him that he is a child of a dog. We can remember. We remember so vividly how Emilio Jambo called him stupid. He called him so many funny names. Yet you're here lecturing us on respect. My friend, we came out to the man to place him in the seat that he is. So please spare us the lecture on respect, spare us the lecture on who has been running the politics for the last 4 years. It has been BBI and it has been Ruto trying to look for a seat to help us, the so many of us who we thought when we elect the president, he will help us achieve a lot. Kumbe, you guys had an agenda. You guys had a plot. You guys noted that the next person, the man to beat was Ruto. That's where Wekesa came in with a totally saying, he will not make it to the ballot. Now they are saying if they don't unite, he will beat them saine asubuhi. So, Mr. Themba, please have your facts correct. And please don't hide behind that polite, courteous, form of intelligence, at wisdom. Just come out clean. Say it as it is. We know what ails our nation. We know what disturbs our nation. And believe you me, through bottoms up and through the wheelbarrow and through any other movement, by all means, by crook and crooks, we shall deliver the presidency to the one chief chicken seller, William Samoei Ruto, and there is nothing you or anyone can do about it.
Wekesa, I think
Next, thank you. Wait fast.
I deserve to respond. I deserve to respond. Let me respond first, Collins.
Okay.
Let me first respond. Now, Jakes, I admire your...
Why do you want to be the first person to respond and you've not been mentioned?
He called me many names. Say
okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard Collins, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Jakes, I really admire the way you are passionate about Project Ruto. And really, I don't have a problem with you making him the president. I have a problem with the idea there's nothing you can do about it. Political competition, there's always something the other side can do about it, any side. So it's okay for us to support the candidates. Number two, the reason why I narrowed my argument to the Jubilee is because of the topic of discussion today. The topic of discussion was saying, should Jubilee expel Ruto and the others? So we narrowed down to critically analyzing the behavior of UDA and Jubilee people. So I wish to say that I haven't at any point said that the other side is better than him. We are interrogating Jubilee, Ruto, UDA. At the point at which I'm imagining we'll have an opportunity at another point to compare and contrast against others. You have spoken so well in your defense of Ruto, but 85% of your talking has revolved around the other side. So is it possible for you to articulate, one, the behavior of Ruto vis-a-vis his presidency or seeking it, the discipline within the party, politics within the UDA and Jubilee, without mentioning Raila and what they have done, not comparatively, but within that? Tell us what you feel about his behavior within that time. Tell us what you think about the articulation by the president that actually Ruto participated in the naming of the people who are going to bring out the BBI. So he is a participant in that process. To date, you and I cannot really say what is it that happened between Uhuru and Ruto. Nobody. All the others we can speculate. Successfully, the people you support have mentioned different assertions. One, Raila came in, sijui this, he was not given this. So there's that sense of trying to cry foul that I've been treated badly. And you see me, the way I contributed, now elect me. Fair enough. And I've said, we don't know who will win. You know, each side is saying we will win. There's nothing you can do. The other side is also saying the same. In political competition, I want to give you a scenario. In the US, when Obama was coming the first time.
Then, but before you give me all you want to give me, I want to answer your question.
Let me finish that, Jax, and then I'll allow you to speak for however long you can. When it was just about the election the first time, it was clear that Democratic Party was, Clinton was the favorite. But towards the end, Obama came with a very strong wave, and eventually he won the DNC and he became the president. So in politics, you can never say that we are going to make this person and there's nothing you can do. That's just stamping. I would wish, I don't mind. I mean, as one, first of all, I cannot say that, okay, this person will become president and there's nothing the other person can do. As long as there's persuasive and convincing reasons for the other person to be elected. So in this case, we are interrogating Jubilee vis-a-vis UDA and the members who are disloyal. What can be done? That's why we remained within. I brought in my argument just to address that. I didn't expand it to talk to any within the other side. The other side have their problems, of course. And a time will come where Kesa probably will tell us that now today we are discussing ODM and what goes on there. We'll do that. But if you can do that for me, I mean, for today, I will not respond to the other questions you have brought out that were attacking my talk. I won't attack your talk because I believe you've got an opinion very strong and very strong points you have brought there, which are also valid, and I respect those.
I think you have made your point. Jax, you will answer, and then we ask other questions, or you will
yes,
all
yes,
the
yes.
questions.
Please, let me answer first.
Answer first, because you may forget.
Okay. Number one, you have said about chest thumping. I want to remind you, Mr. Temba, with all due respect, chest thumping is someone who says he has 10 million strong. Chest thumping is someone who says nobody can stop reggae. Chest thumping is someone who says he's creating a tsunami that will sweep the country. So chest thumping is saying that TB Mentialala can never be stopped and all. That is chest thumping. For your information, Ruto is the man that made Uhuru the man, the president. Others made Uhuru the man, the mad person. To also continue from what you have asked me, I want to ask you from a layman's understanding. We began by listening to this statement, oh, we shall impeach Ruto, oh, Ruto is not working, oh, he's earning salaries that is from the taxpayers and all. We have seen him, this other dude, parading using government official vehicles, and no one is asking such questions. No one is asking, well, what will happen if BBI fails? Who will refund the money? A lot of money that has been used for the public. Who will return this money? We have seen people victimizing Ruto in so many ways. Number one, they wanted to bastardize, to criminalize his hustler narrative. In fact, they even brought that it was hustler versus dynasty. That one did not work. They even wanted to destroy the wheelbarrow movement, thinking that one will stop his influence. That one, for your information, has not worked. Now they are criminalizing, bastardizing, and even putting mud on the bottom-up economics. That one also has not worked. Ruto has said he will change the narrative. The narrative has changed. It is no longer about position. It is no longer about seats. It is no longer about the who is who. So when I tell you we will do something and no one will stop it, I know where I am coming from. Because before we were told he will not make it to the ballot box. We are remaining 13 months. If you are to do your worst, this was the time. If you are to do the impeachment, you had the time. That has not happened. So I want to tell you for free This is the man to beat. He's the man to watch. Actually, all the coalitions, even Kalonzo told you for free that his greatest desire, his number one priority is to defeat the one chicken seller, William Samoei Arap Ruto. He is the man to watch. No day can pass without his name being mentioned, either by social media guys, by bloggers, by the TVs, by anybody. Whether in good or bad faith, he is the man to watch. At times, we even forget if we have other candidates because he's the man celebrated. Others may tolerate him like you, but we celebrate him. We appreciate him. We shall come out. Actually, as I said the other day, we are here busy wearing our mask, keeping social distance, sanitizing, making sure we are vaccinated so that we preserve our votes. And believe you me, come 2022, to the man we shall come out and we shall vote for one chief chicken seller. And I say it so slowly, William Arap Samoei Ruto shall be the man to watch. And kindly, Mr. Demba, learn to respect the president, the incoming president, the fifth, Mr. William Ruto. Thank you. Next.
Okay, Collins, Amanda.
Amanda, can
Ayaga ulikuwa na
talk
swali?
now?
Swali.
Sina swali kwa
Ama
Kamau.
niulize swali ndio ongee. Acha niulize swali ndio ongee basi. Maswali imeisha ndio.
You are giving Kamau a lot of time to pass his faith against Raila, and we were not competing of who hate Raila the most today. Our topic was very simple. So Kamau is moving out of topic, and that's very wrong. So stop your unnecessary question against him. Can I contribute?
Yeah, contribute.
Thank you very much. You know, Kamau told us. Let me start on.
Kumba anaitwa Kamau. Kumba anaitwa Kamau na sijuani.
Kamau Kanja. The guy is called Kamau Joram Kamau Kanja. If you don't know the name, he's called Joram Kamau Kanja. So he's
but
Kamau.
at least he borrowed his preaching from Didi Checks. Umeona vile anaichapa.
So
I'm waiting for you guys to use the substance between the ears. That's why I'm not even saying anything, because it doesn't really matter my name. The problem is I am a registered voter, a valid registered voter, and my vote shall count. It doesn't matter if you're Ayaga. This is the point. Your vote has never counted. You have never voted for a person who has won an election. So before people who are winners, please don't count yourself. You have never voted for a candidate who has made it in the land of the living. In any case, ukihesabu the rejected votes, kindly include your vote.
Jakes, you told us you were a member of ODM come 2017, you voted for Raila. Or have I forgotten?
That was the only confused. It is one mistake. It is one mistake. I will always leave to remember. You haven't forgotten, and you are saying it correctly. It is a mistake I will always live to regret. I thought it was wise. I thought I was
quiet now.
But honestly, I celebrate the Thurakus that came out. I celebrate them.
Now keep quiet. There's nothing you are telling us. You have said that Ayaga doesn't vote people who win, and you voted for somebody who is not the president. So why did you do that?
In 2013, I introduced him to kumi yake, and in 2022, I will introduce the other kumi ya huyo mwingine.
Okay, thank you. Ayaga, proceed.
Thank you. You know, Jakes. Kamau has always hid his identity for long, and the true colors is now coming to be. And that's why sometimes he's getting confused. I always said here, if you want to know the real William Ruto supporters, at first when they join, when they are joining this the streaming here, they will tell you, I used to support Raila Odinga before, likes of Nancy, likes of David UDA. They will tell you, support Raila Odinga before. I used to support Raila Odinga before, but now I'm not supporting Raila Odinga because of blah 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 blah. If you have
So
only
what is
that
your
statement
point?
alone,
You know, by the end of the day, it is our right to choose our candidate. It is our right to vote. You know, by the end of the day, it is not a crime to belong to any political party. It is not a crime to have an affiliation. It is not a crime to vote the way you vote. So by the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how I voted. By the end of the day, we are headed to the next. You know, let me make it.
Kamau,
let me
I
make
never
it good
interrupt
for you.
You should have just let me finish, and then you come on. Kamau, please. You know
Just
when you
relax. Kwani umegrama anza sema? Relax.
Kamau, maybe you are drunk. So please give us time, tafadhali. Let us talk. Okay. Kamau is a candidate in maybe in Mount Kenya region. And all candidates in Mount Kenya region who are not financially stable, they will always go have a narrative. They will always sell a narrative going against Raila so that William can sympathize them with finance to do their campaign. We know that because Jakes has no agenda. Jakes told us he will run. Yeah. Maybe all of
Now
you
are
here
a liar,
are
a big one, a big liar. Tell me which, where, how, when will I run? Thank you for, you have a good vision for me. I'm happy. Asante. Nisaidie, niambie ni wapi nitasimama. I'll be glad kusimama. In any case, my friend, you're lying. We know you to be a liar. One time ulituambia, oh, that Murkomen was director. Oh, one time you told us that you're an agent wa ODM at your ODM Kiamba. Oh, you are one of the person who is a wannabe in this group. Eh? You're one person one time wanatuambia, oh, I met Otiende Amolo. He was giving me advice on ABCD. One time you told me, oh, I was in the same class with Murkomen. My friend, even at
guys,
your age,
we also want to contribute now. Can we give justice to the listeners, guys? Can we be?
The problem is Kamau is interrupting.
You are a con man. You are a con man. Go ahead, Wekes.
Jakes, let me say something before Ayaga.
Where is the problem?
Ayaga.
You are a con man.
Jakes.
Guys.
Jakes, let me say something before
now. Ngoja kwanza Deba. Jakes. We now, you know, this is politics, and there's no way we will babysit anybody. We are telling you, Raila is coming on Mount Kenya, and he's not coming to sing choir. He's coming to turn the tables. And whoever, you know, there are guys who have been imagining that they can continue selling Railaphobia to be elected. If you are banking on Railaphobia to be elected in Mount Kenya, I have bad news for you. The mountain will not buy the Railaphobia anymore. We have been there, we have tested the waters, and the ground is changing. It is changing very fast. The least Raila can get from Mount Kenya is 49%. You can take that to the bank. Atukupembelezi leo usiku.
Wekesa, let me say that, Jakes.
I would wish he get the 60%, eh?
Jakes.
Because it won't really matter. You know, it is the same person who had 10 million strong, so it doesn't really matter. Yes.
Allow me to make my just a brief response to what you've said. I really like the passion that you exude as you are talking about William Samuel Ruto. That's okay. I would only wish that as we interrogate the points, you bring out not so much the personal attacks and stuff. We focus on basically the ideologies that are being brought. It doesn't matter what I don't mind that you support Ruto, and anybody who is supporting whichever side. I wish that we be more focused more in interrogating those ideas. Politics is very interesting. You know, when you come to 2022, you are so convinced about one side, and the other person is also convinced with whichever side they hold. So that's okay, and that's sorted. And there's nothing wrong. You said something very good, that there's nothing, illegal with supporting a political party. But we are just interrogating the behavior of your presidential candidate from the time he came in to right now. So if we question that, we are not saying that it will necessarily deny him presidency or give him presidency. We are not necessarily saying that it will convince you to change your mind towards him. So you just say the reasons why you support what he is propagating, and we say the reasons why he has strong points and areas that we think he did behave well. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. So you allow those of us who are saying that, okay, fine, these are the shortcomings of Ruto. He has his strong points as a politician, but he also has his shortcomings. He can't be a god. He can't be that he doesn't have anything that is wrong with him. So we criticize that. And criticizing that, I don't think is wrong. So if you hold the strong and you forget and you don't see anything wrong about it, then I think it's not fair for you too. As someone supporting him, you're not being fair to your leader if you don't tell them where they are wrong. You know, leaders must be held accountable. Where they are good, we praise them. Where they are wrong, we point out. Like it is a wrong thing that he has done. I mean, he's been there for 9 years. I mean, the last 4 years, he's been constantly campaigning, putting the country in a campaign mode for the last 4 years. If you see nothing wrong with that, I think there's a problem with our politics, not necessarily you, you know, because we need to question that. When we have elected you as a deputy to a president, for 4 years you have been campaigning. Seriously, there's a problem. Whether he'll be president next year or not, I mean, we can't determine that. He'll seek votes like every other person. If they vote him, fine. He'll be a president to all of us. If they don't vote him in, I mean, whoever will come in will be a president to all of us. But we need to interrogate our politicians, whoever we support, whether it is ODM, Raila, or Ruto. Thank you so much.
And remember, I think that's where we began. I think we began this discussion, me and Jeff. If you check the whole video, and Jex, and my submission was, this is a competition of ideas. There's no bad blood, because the idea is this: if Ruto becomes president, then definitely the bottom up or Hustler Nation will rule our country. So we cannot just accept them to rule us without interrogating them. So this is the only time we can campaign, interrogate their ideas, and perhaps they will adjust. And I also said that it is the team Tanga Tanga who have done justice to BBI, because they interrogated it, and even when we were in Bomas, it was adjusted. And we love that.
There's something I've never wanted to do, and I'll do it tonight. Because Modemba has asked me to interrogate leaders, right? I want to take him on a roller coaster. You said I'm a good preacher. I'll take you way back, my friend. And you have done us a good job. Umetusaidia kuinterrogate William Ruto, umemdeconstruct, umetueleza so many beautiful and ugly sides of him. So can we interrogate another candidate? Mr. Ben.
No, Jex, today.
No, I'm thinking that should be for another day, because we hate
that will be for another day, Jex. Let's just.
If you can only give me that 5 minutes, I can.
No, hold on, Jex.
I will do
that. Jex, I can promise you, Jex, the next topic should be your NASA interpretation, and I think you said Raila played a big role for it to disintegrate. So we will interrogate that person, and that time we will not talk about William Ruto.
We will not mention
NASA and the personalities that are there: Raila, Mudavadi, Weta, and Kalonzo. We interrogate those people so that we see that. I think, apart from us having topics, we want to grow to be very objective, and we prosecute a topic to its completion.
Yeah, it is true. I agree. You see, there is a why at times I go overboard. It's because
Yes.
Someone comes and only looks for the nasty integrities to describe a person. Almost, we may almost tend to think this person is almost a devil's incarnate. So, in short, what I would really
But let
wish,
me ask you,
let me ask
you, Jex.
yeah,
Let me
just
ask
a
you,
moment.
Jex.
Let me finish, please.
Yes.
One thing that at times I think really drove me out from ODM and gave me such passionate hatred, let me just say it for free, it's how at times we portray the ODM people as very intelligent, and some of us as as if our brains are tabula rasa or something. We are almost classified as baboons, you know. And I even ask myself, honestly, if I sit back and interrogate, there is none of these leaders who has a clean pair of hands. But we have a way. It's because it is not our candidate on the chopping board. We make sure we seriously look for dirty garments on the other side. So that is my problem. And by the end of the day,
yeah, Jex, you
when
have a
tomorrow
point.
we'll be
But
talking
let
of
me ask
Raila,
you,
believe
Jex,
you me, hatutakosa dirty garments.
Jex.
Yes, sir.
Let me. I have. In fact, it's just today. I was telling someone. Ruto has only been in the media for 4 years. Raila has been in the media for 25 years. And all the negative, there's nothing negative that has never been talked about Raila, including Muganga, Siji Devil, Antichrist, whatever, killed his son, Siji whatever. There are so many things that have been talked about that guy. But the one beauty thing about him, he has never opened the mouth even to respond to any of those allegations. He never. He brushes them off like he has not heard it. But the other side, if he just hears anything about him, it will be in a tweet or whatever. So this is politics, my friend. It's not a nice field, yes, but we need to have the stamina to accommodate. Anani, it's I have Hello? Yes, it has stopped. So I was saying politics, sometimes we use tough language, but we need to absorb these things. I have seen.
Can I make a final thing to Jex? Jex, if you listen to me keenly when I started by
I think this is unfair.
Hold on. Just hold on. There's a way that when I started, I mentioned the strengths of Ruto and the weaknesses, which is where we should be going. And I interrogated, and the topic was very leading. I mean, we are supposed to confine ourselves to that. As you have said, well, Jex, I think I like the way you execute and you prosecute your points. And I think it's the best way to debate, though we need to confine ourselves to the topic of the day. I mean, if we bring out, critically analyze that someone, we are critically analyzing vis-a-vis the expectation. What is it that we expect as a political behavior in Kenya? Whoever the president, we have the freedom to choose whoever we want, whether it's Ruto, whoever we want. But we need to critically, interrogate them. And definitely, if for you who supports Ruto, you are likely to only see the good sides, which is okay. But what we are asking is, we are inviting you also to look at what are the things that he has done that introduce bad political behavior in Kenya. That's what I'm trying to say. I have nothing against Ruto personally. For me personally, I have nothing against him. But as a leader, when he'll come to lead Kenya, what are the political behavior that I expect of my political leader? Because he can be my president. Come next year, 2022. We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. So we need to interrogate. That's what Wekesa is saying. There's nothing wrong in interrogating Raila. Pick up things that you think are bad political behavior that he has. Pick up everyone. And let's, out of this point, you are an opinion leader, wherever you are. You need to go, even whoever is supporting UDA, give them some facts that when you're choosing this, you see choices have consequences. when we choose this is what we live by. So I think whether it's Ruto or Raila, whatever we choose is what we will live by. So you should be honest with yourself. We should be honest with each other. We should pick the strong points and the bad points of those political leaders. And we take the front seat in enlightening people around us. Thank you, Ekesa.
And remember, that is the reason why we have opposition side and opposition. Such that these guys will bring out the best. I allow Ndeto to speak the best about Ruto. Then I allow Ayaga to speak the worst. Then we are getting issues out. The next time when you go to Raila, let Ayaga bring out the best about Raila. Let Ndeto bring about the worst. That's how we get issues and we grow as a society. I don't have to come here and start sugarcoating. And me, the only debate I have always dismissed on this wall is when you come and start telling us nobody's corrupt. I don't like that hogwash. Don't tell us that all of us are corrupt. All of us are unrighteous. Can you be specific on issues? If you are talking about corruption, tell us this and this is wrong. This and this is wrong. This and this is right. It will be a healthy debate. Yeah, okay. I don't know what is the problem with your mic. Can you talk?
My mic. I know what is wrong with my mic. You can get me.
Yeah, but could some.
Okay. Okay. I think now it is good now. Is it okay? My voice. Okay, thank you very much. You guys interrupting me when I wanted to tell the Kamau the truth. Kamau.
Wekesa, just one moment. I will not allow such silly forms of arguments. I am not part of the debate. My name is not the discussion. In any case, if you don't have something to say, please get out. You are known to be a hooligan. You try to by criticizing their names. That one does not to be a con.
Guys, we began well. Can we finish well and have a nice conclusion?
Wekesa, people like Kamau don't want the truth. They always, that's why he quit. He doesn't want the truth.
Yeah, now,
debate.
Let's have a final submission, everybody, and then we continue. We have done well. I don't want us to dilute them.
Okay, thank you very much. What I'm saying is very simple. Today, we were talking about Jubilee expelling William Ruto and the brigade. The question you should ask next is very simple. Why should Jubilee expel them? The same constitution that allows someone to be expelled, constitution that allows you that when you are not satisfied in a certain environment, you just resign. Those MPs that Ndeto are telling us about, and the William himself can just quit. It is like I'm a Christian today. If a Muslim comes to my house and I'm cooking pork, he just walk away. I cannot stop cooking a pork because he or she doesn't eat it. Let us don't pretend. These guys should quit if they have the guts enough, if they have the reason enough, if they have the evidence that Uhuru is doing nothing. I think the simple thing, they could have just resigned. That is the part where Kamau and his likes will not speak about. They will just go rotate ODM, Raila. I want to, Wekesa, I want to call you upon, even tomorrow. It will be a Saturday. Tomorrow, let us have a issue of funds. Why ODM did not, why ODM cannot share the funds with the likes of ANC, Wiper, and Ford Kenya. That discussion, I want to invite people like Kamau so that they go do the research very well. Why the funds has why the problem is the fund. But by coming here to tell us the propaganda of Dennis Itumbi and the Kamau want us to believe that it is because of Raila's whatever, it cannot be trusted with 4 people. Those are nonsense that we cannot listen here. I'm saying today, if it is true that my brothers are not satisfied with the Jubilee, it is by choice. They can as well resign. The law also provides that. Why do they want to be pushed out? Push out yourself and go and seek re-election from a party you praise. Don't wait until the time lapse like next year, when you know very well you cannot go for a by-election. Raila Odinga, when Ford Kenya was hot for him, it is only Raila Odinga that resigned from Ford Kenya and seek re-election. None in this country will do that. None, nobody. They will just play around, accusing Jubilee, dancing here or there. They will not resign. They will resign next year on February, 6 years to election. Their problems will be when the election is postponed to 2023 March. That's when they will eat and dance their food. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we have is somebody join us?
Let me ask
yes,
Ayaga something before Jonas comes in. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ayaga, thank you for your submissions. And I wish that's how you present your points, instead of being like patching, and also heckling others. My question is, you are saying that if a Muslim finds you preparing pork in your household, they just leave without asking anything. Let me ask you a question. The other day, we had the comeback of ICC cases by this Paul Geshero, for instance. Then we know who are key victims. And the reason why this case was stopped is because these are state officers. So by advising someone to resign from being a state person, then you know the very same people who are in government can design how this person can even be forced to Netherlands. Then I think you don't have a clear history or a clear understanding of the statement that you have just stated.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Professor.
Ayaga, you are
I'm trying to. Where is the question? Because Ndeto wanted to ask me a question.
It was a comment. I don't think you need to answer.
Okay, so the William is coward is just a coward who is pretending to be a courageous, because if he was coward, if the guy is innocent now, why is he even afraid of Hague? If he's innocent, he can just resign and go to what?
Can you mute the next kindly?
Okay. Ayaga, sorry,
can we allow
may you give me?
Yes,
okay.
Let me. So I've been listening for the last hour or so, and there was a gentleman who has spoken and reminded us that when we speak about one particular a politician, we need to look at both the pros and the cons. Like I think I had suggested at a previous meeting. But all the same, for today, Mr. Ayaga, I wanted to say that the topic of today is whether the members of parliament who the Jubilee members of parliament who have aligned themselves with UDA, whether or not they should resign. And personally, I think that they are free to stay if they so wish to remain in Jubilee, and that they don't have to resign or go and seek re-election. The reason for that is our political parties do not have any requirement for their members to resign if they decide to cross the floor and side with another political party in parliament. There's no requirement. And just to give you an example, our members of parliament are allowed to go to parliament and vote whichever way they like. They don't have to vote specifically with Jubilee when they are voting on issues, right? And we have all seen that happening. We've seen our MPs going in there and voting against the government position. And that's something that, we allow them to do in our democracy. And then the second part of that is that there's already a mechanism to recall the MPs. So if the voters feel that, our member of parliament has gone too far, he is now aligning himself or voting in a manner that we don't like, there are mechanisms to recall that member of parliament. So I think the question of whether they should resign, they should not resign, what should happen, I mean, the voters already have that, they have that power to recall those guys whom they don't want. That's on that issue. And then on the second question of Ruto, I think Dr. Ruto has really contributed a lot to our discussions, say in the last maybe year and a half, because now honestly there's a lot of conversation about the economy, right, which is a good thing, I think. And then I think the second thing that I haven't had anybody mention, Ruto told us that he's going to bury tribalism. That's what he said in his interview, I think on Wednesday or something in the morning. He said that in addition to all these other things that he's going to do, he's going to take tribalism and bury it, kill it and bury tribalism. And I think that was a very bold statement coming out from him. And I don't know that we are yet to give him any credit. I've not had anybody give credit, to him for saying that. So now his platform basically is now two things: bottom up and eliminating tribalism. So now the other side is going to have to now kind of give us a...
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sure.
Bottom up, it has just come in the recent days. That is in the last 1 month ago.
Okay, but the whole hustler thing, conversation, which he has now kind of attached to bottom up, has been around for a while.
Jonas.
Yes.
I want to ask, because for me, it's for the sake of this conversation that we are here. And I know that we began this journey not because Ruto and Raila are running for presidency.
Yes.
And we can continue this journey even whether Ruto or Raila will be president. It will not end at 2022 August.
That's right.
So and that's why I'm trying to tell people to get focused on the topic that is on the day, because there will come a time when we will have no political topic and we'll be discussing other topics.
Right.
And you have to be endowed with the knowledge based on that topic. Because I've seen that most people, they just hype up emotions when it comes to political issues. And my question will be, if we have brought up an issue like we are prosecuting the person of, let me not even say use the politicians, the person of David in the Bible. And I want a scenario where somebody goes and picks the pros and cons of David, and also the demerits, where David failed, and what lessons can we learn. So, because we want a country where we have leaders who are accountable, when we come up with a topic like bottom up, I should not run to defend it. I need to listen to these people. In fact, when I was on this forum, there are things that I did not even also understand about bottom up. But when I meet the way Collins presents that information, and the way Ndeto presents or Duke, then I marry the ideas, and then I become more knowledgeable. I cannot spend here 5 hours just for a shouting match. It should be value addition on my side. Just as politicians are selfish, by the way, those who are following Ruto, there's something they benefit. Those who are following Raila, there's something they benefit. Also, me, when I'm on this channel, let there be something I learn. Let there be an addition. I cannot just be here for 2-3 hours just listening to somebody shouting at another one shouting back, then we go to sleep.
No,
I don't think
that's one moment. I think this guy who is displaying his wife, I think is wrong.
Now, who is this displaying? Can you reach to Nani?
This is wrong. It's so bad.
Kindly.
It's so bad. I think it's very bad.
Let me call Mutembe. Proceed.
Katulu, it's wrong displaying your wife. Honestly, Katulu, whatever you're doing is wrong. This is an international platform.
Okay. So sorry for that. Yeah, you see, here we come and we meet different people and we have different intentions. But let me not focus on that, guys. We need to add value. Collins, can you make your contributions? I think you've seen the topic. It's about Jubilee, whether we need to exit the rebellious MPs, and finally impeach Ruto, or what's the way forward after a week of altercations?
I've been here attending everything. I've attended everything, including when Jakes left and when he came back. So I've been around.
Yes, I've been seeing your comments. I know you have been following.
Thank you so much, guys, and it's a good evening again to interact with you guys. The topic is nice, though sometimes we always stand ourselves too much, but always somebody should and sorry, I hope it's done. Somebody said it before that the party PDR is a friendly party to Jubilee. So Jubilee was a party when it was elected in 2017. It was elected as a party, but in 2013 it was a coalition. So there is a pact they signed with the PDR, which is a party, and there is a pact they signed with the KANU. So there are some lawyers that are working with the UDA. They pretend to be using one clause of the Constitution that the parties of interest and the friendly parties, that is what they're using. And that is why these members of the UDA could not be agents in the election in Kiambaa, because they are members of the Jubilee Party. So that's what they are trying to run away from. They are members of the Jubilee Party. But as somebody has said here again, I think Ayaga said that, and there was another person here, somebody, who said, these guys fear going back to the people for election. Because if you don't get to be excited by the party that you are elected on whose ticket you run, then you should go back and seek fresh mandate from the electorates so that you can come with a party that goes with your aspirations. If UDA goes with their aspirations and they consider themselves as UDA members, then they should resign and go back to the people, tell them they want to be elected. Why don't they want to do that? There are people who are running around with Ruto because they know, they want to be very sure that UDA is going to be the party on the ground. And the more they stay next to Ruto, they try to swindle others down there so that they can get the ticket. That's what people are trying to do. You see, as at now, Alfred Keter doesn't know where he should belong. He's in Kanu. He doesn't want to support UDA, but he wants to support UDA. At the same time, he wants to support Jubilee because he thinks it's another time that he should also be elected again for Nandi. But he's still not sure. So he will try to put himself, because our politics is local. And our parties have nothing called ideology, including UDA, that is a coming party. They are tracing how it has 100 MPs. UDA should be having only one MP. Njuguna, the guy who was elected Juzi, that's the only MP for Jubilee, for UDA. Other MPs, I think two, Akina Fatuma Dulo, they belong to PDR. They don't belong to UDA. So UDA does not have all those MPs. There are people who are just waiting. Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto said that Raila ni kama fisi ambaye anangojea kitembea nyuma ndio mkono wa binadamu yanguke apate. That's what they're trying to do. There are people down there. For example, anybody who is coming from Kurueni knows that anytime Kabando is going to join the UDA, it's going to make the matrix so difficult for him. So if people go back to the ground that I'm now in UDA and Kabando is there with his Sisi kwa Sisi, Kabando will defeat that man. There is somebody who thinks that if he goes back, Neto is very strong, and because he's coming with the UDA, they are not so sure. If I seek fresh mandate, then Neto may come up with the UDA or may come back up with this party that belongs to Moses Kuria. So if somebody comes with such kind of a party, you may not belittle that person. So that's why they don't want to get fresh mandates. Otherwise, whatever they are doing, they are pretending that, these are friendly parties. If today Uhuru does not support anybody and Tuju takes back his party, because these people are insulting Tuju and they don't know that Tuju is the owner of UDA, the party that they bought. This is the same party of action. This is the same power. This is the same PDR. So if Tuju says that because Tuju did not sell the party, the PDR was sold by some people that were given willingly. So if Tuju says that this was our party, we formed it, and we are getting it back, then the guys of UDA will say, now Murade is out and Tuju is now out of Jubilee. We are taking back our party. These guys may go back to Jubilee. And then you will see Akina Murkomen will be choir members. They will be choir. They will be really reciting the poem of how Jubilee is now good. The people who have flip-flopped like Ketu Waruguru, she's called Ketu Waruguru. Today she's here, tomorrow she's the other side, tomorrow she's the other side. She has been jumping all through. She will now tell you that now Jubilee is now good.
So Collins, let's, I mean, if you don't mind, let's get to the bottom of the matter. Is there any law that, or any rule in the political parties that these Jubilee MPs have violated? Is there even one anywhere? By not resigning?
By not resigning, they are not. I started by saying they are using a clause in the constitution, because if you propagate the ideologies of another party, you are deemed to have resigned from the party that took you to the parliament.
Okay, so I'm guessing the answer is no. They have not broken any laws.
They are not breaking the law.
Okay.
According to their party, they are breaking the law of their party, their constitution of their party.
Well, if they're breaking the constitution of their party, then
yes.
I mean, doesn't their party have mechanisms to take care of them without them having to? How do you expect somebody to fire himself? Why doesn't the party then do what they must do within the party?
Here, this is what always happens. You know, there is something called the sanity in the political arena. If you want to bring party discipline, it's the party to start the process.
So Jubilee has decided not to fire them.
Do you know why Jubilee is not firing them? There are always some times when you have to look at the risks. What is the risk level?
But Collins.
So Jubilee itself as a party has decided that they don't go.
Collins.
Yes.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Already Jubilee officials have partnered with ODM officials, which is the opposition party, and yet Jubilee is the incumbent party in the government. If some of the members of Jubilee do not concur with maybe that decision, what would you expect from? Is it not an indiscipline also from the leaders of the party? Because not all members who came to consensus and agreed to abide or maybe to make a coalition with the opposition party. Don't you also look from that end before we accuse these guys for what they are doing?
I'm not accusing anybody. I always told you that I'm very impartial when it comes to these things. We have a culture of political indiscipline in all these parties. In all the parties. That is why you find somebody like Aisha Jumwa campaigning on the other side, but when they want to get a disciplinary action, she goes to court. For example, as at now, Jubilee and ODM has no written agreement. They have not written any agreement. So as at now, there is no partnership. We know that Jubilee has a partnership with Wiper, a working partnership. They have a working partnership with the, not KANU, because KANU, they did a post-election pact. So that is there. But with this, they have a working partnership with the Wiper, and I think they signed with another party also.
Okay, so, let me, Collins.
Yes.
Is there any written document that shows Deputy William Ruto is the head of UDA?
That's what I'm still telling you. William Ruto is not the party leader. He's not even an official in the UDA.
Exactly.
He is not.
Okay.
He is not. The party leaders of UDA, they are calling themselves the friendly parties. I said it when I was starting. They don't have anything written to show. Even if they write the party list today, you will see them. These guys will not write themselves as the party leaders. You see people like Murkomen, you see people like Kimani Chungwa. He will not allow himself to write himself in that list of the party members. He is not going to write his name.
Then the way you are saying that they should resign, like you have given an example of Jubilee and ODM, then I think also we should not also take it so extreme that these guys are in UDA, even if they are campaigning for that, because we have seen some instances also guys of Jubilee campaigning for ODM candidates.
Can I repeat what I said, Ndeto?
Yes.
If you have a party that does not satisfy you as a person that's elected, it is you first to look at, okay, I don't like whatever the party is doing. I want to get out. That is what Raila did in 1994. Was it? After the Ford Kenya, he found himself not liable to be in Ford Kenya. And then he said, no, the best I can do get out of this party. I think it was 95. Yeah? Get out of this party and see what I'm trying to do. Then he formed his own party, of which he found the party was already been formed by Akina Job Omino, the NDP. So it's not that so the party will see itself that these people are in discipline, we can send them away. But if the party has not started anything of sending them away because they fear losing their numbers. So the best is, bibi yako akichoka na kwako huwa anatoka peke yake. Humfukuzi kwa sababu ulishapeleka mahari yako kwao. But ikiumana sana ndio sasa unamwambia na kuletea mwingine. When you bring another wife, it's upon the other wife either to toe down or to leave the home. So that's why they are told either you shape in or you shape out. Because you fear, ukimfukuza, watasema wewe ndio ulimfukuza bibi. So they are not sending them away. Because they also fear, because we will later juicy. The Jubilee Party are having these affairs with Raila and another, but they still fear. They are not sure if Raila is going to exist with them. So what do you do?
I think Ndeto is asking some very good questions.
Yes.
And the question that Ndeto is asking, are you expecting that every time a member of parliament disagrees with the party position that they should resign? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's not even practical.
It depends on the extent. If it's a disagreement, it's there. But when the priority changes, for example, you find that you are no longer, the position you are in is no longer tenable for you.
But they don't have any problem being in Jubilee. Why are we insisting that they should resign?
Jonas, but I think there is a difference between when you agree with a party and when you admire another party. You see, you are not disagreeing and remaining inside, but you are literally like unahama nyumba yako unaenda unakaa kwa jirani sababu mmezana na mke yako. That is political promiscuity. What do they use?
Can somebody go to parliament as a Jubilee member of parliament, but then when they are there and they are voting, you find that they are consistently voting with ODM? Then what do you do with that person?
Yeah, it's there. It's the party to form its mechanism to call that person out and tell him that it happened. Why don't we see the evidence? Aisha Jumwa was reprimanded by the party.
Because Collins, even in America, even in the US, Collins, it doesn't happen.
Jonas, let me also ask this question. Let me ask this question. When Uhuru was with TNA, he was an MP via Kano, right? So he never resigned as the prime minister. So why do we want Ruto to resign now that he's not speaking of Jubilee?
Nobody's telling Ruto to resign.
Ruto cannot even resign.
Ruto cannot resign.
No, the topic of the day goes like this. It says that we should remove the Jubilee guys who are not praising it, and hapo mwisho inamaliza na impeachment. So my question is this: while Uhuru was still a Kanu MP before the elections in 2013, he was able to get, I think, 2 MPs on a TNA ticket. Why was it now not a Botha then that now it's more a Botha?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing that these people don't have to leave.
You see, Nani, Jets or Jones,
they don't have to leave.
What happens is this, okay? It's not us telling them to leave, or it's not you telling them to leave. It is the party that is supposed to tell them that if you are not organizing yourself with whatever we require, then we want you to leave. But if the party feels that it's okay with them, then the party keeps quiet because they have a lot to lose when this guy is moved. But it's upon them to say, like, okay, we are telling you, if you're not agreeing with our thing that we are talking about, then you can leave. So nobody can impeach them because they have not broken any law.
Collins, there is this issue here. Collins, it's this issue here.
Yes.
When Jakes is comparing the TNA of 2013-12 there, you see that was a different scenario. Uhuru was in a different party, was planning to go to the next election, but he never disrupted the current regime. Now here, there's a party, okay, which has majority of the members of the ruling party are ganging up, and they are threatening the ruling regime. You know, when you come out in a presser and you start disqualifying everything the ruling party has done, and you look like it has not done anything, even the party leader looks like these guys, the next thing they will wake up either maybe to impeach me, or either they will wake up and paralyze my government. So that is where the threat is. But if they were just planning without disrupting,
if you remember correctly, even Ruto himself in 2013, he was an ODM guy, but had formed UDM that translated to URP. He never resigned. Actually, if you remember, there was a massive walkout when Duale and many other MPs left with Ruto, and in fact, he akaunda hadi kongamano kubwa, Bomas of Kenya, while he was launching the UDM party back then. So it is possible that an MP in a party
I have no problem with that. I'm saying the statement they gave out is what was threatening the government. If you listen to that press conference,
the same
it is the statement.
Yeah, just a moment. The same press up was the same that they issued after he resigned from the Ministry of Agriculture, together with Sambili and many other people who were with him. And it is the same thing. It was the same card they played back then. Even you remember that clip that Mtembei played, that where he was being told he has moved from KANU to ODM, then to UDM, then to URP. If you remember, it was the same time, and he was still an ODM MP despite having a party known as UDM. Same to this time now that he has a party known as UDA, yet
but the ruling party that time was PNU, guys. PNU, don't confuse facts. The ruling party there was PNU.
Again, if you look
it was a coalition government.
If you look at this thing, a coalition government comprises of parties, and if as long as you're in that government, you can work with. There is something called friendly parties within the coalition. Friendly. That's why they're using that word every time. A party linked to deputy president. It's not the party leader. A party linked to. It's not the party leader of UDA. Even if they're taken to court today, Ndeto said something. Have they broken any law? No. They will tell you, I'm not the party. Go and check on the party list. Am I appearing anywhere? No. And that's why when the rug is pulled under their feet, they don't have anything but to look for another one. They can't go to court. Did they go to court when UDM was going away? Did Ruto go to court when UDM was going away? Because he was still an ODM member. He can't go to court. Are you a member of this party? And then he went to URP. So when Uhuru moved from the KANU to TNA, he was still a member of KANU until the bunge ilivunjwa. That's when they moved to other parties. Even as at now, even if they are voting today, hakuna kitu tutaandika, oh, Kipchumba Murkomen, UDA, voted no, or voted yes. No, Kipchumba Murkomen is in Jubilee. Until the time that the parliament's life comes to an end, they still belong to those, and they're still subscribing that money. You may think they're not, they are still giving the money to the party. Even today. That's why kila siku huwa nasema, mkitufukuza tukitoka, tutatoka na mabati yetu, na musumari yetu, na namba wetu. Bado. And they're still subscribing to the party. Aisha Jumwa is still sending the money to ODM, even today. So they just the way they always say it, kitu tumesema kwa matanga sio ile kitu yenye iko kwa parliament. And that's why you will find that people were talking, there was a Kimani Ngujiri, not Kimani, yeah, Kimani Ngujiri, the Bahati MP. Huko nje alikuwa anasema tuangushe BBI. Pale ndani alifanya nini? I vote yes. So what was he trying to do? I was voting in my party line. He said that I was voting in the party line. Why? Where was UDA when he was voting in party line? So these people have, it is their own political mileage that they are looking for. And let me tell you, these people, if the party changes today, and then Ruto says UDA is no longer viable for us, I want to take Mimi ni Sisi party. Ama Sisi ni Mimi party. Then tomorrow that Mimi ni Sisi party will be a very big party with the following, with the new colors. Every politician knows where the cake is baked. So you don't just run away and then you're like, even Sai, there are parties even in Nyanza, we know there's CCP party. Have you ever heard people talking about it? Mtu anang'ang'ana tu, lakini anajua when election will come is when you will see those parties. We have MPs. Obado was having PDP, and anytime unaona sisi ni wajumbe wa ODM nini nini, but ikifika wakati wa mgao wa pesa anapewa pesa yake kama mtu wa PDP. He is subscribing there. Mpaka alitoka. Saa hii tena he is still having another party. I think it's still PDP. He came back to ODM. Our political parties in Kenya are not ideological. They are vehicles used to seek elections. That's why Kibaki was elected on a party that he doesn't even know what's name. They didn't even know the name of the party that Kibaki was to contest on until July. Bado hakuwa wamejua na contest kwa party gani. July of 2007 hawakuwa wamejua na contest kwa party gani. Is when they made the
now Collins.
Yeah.
This big party also syndrome is what kina Jex need to see. Wakati ODM came up and became so powerful when it was young and juvenile, the problem came in nominations. And that's where kina nani are banking. Kina Pep, kina TSP, wanajua hizi party ndogo zita harvest wakati the big party now holds its nominations and not everybody will fit in.
For example, in Nandi County, we know, in not Nandi, in Wasinigishu, we know Nani will not be given a UDA ticket. Obviously.
Keter.
Not Keter. In Wasinigishu, Nani, anaitwa Nani? Buzeki.
Buzeki, yes.
But he will try first to contest for the UDA, ndiye akose kupewa, ndiye apate ile sympathy ya kuenda kwa party ingine. Yeah.
Yeah, anakimbia anasema wali out.
There is Isaac Ruto who has refused. It's not that he has refused to go out of the CCM to join the UDA. He
knows kuna watu watakimbia huko.
He is subscribing to presidency of Ruto and is going to support him. But the problem still stands that hii party yangu itabeba watu ngapi? At least atapata MPs wawili wenye watakuwa 10,000 ya kulipa rent for the party. He has to maintain his party so that at least akipata wabunge wawili watatu hivi na some few MCAs na pia atauza certificates. They sell those certificates at 300,000 or 400,000. Akipeana 300,000 to somebody, amepata pesa ya fuel ya kucampaign. So they will pay the rent for this office, even if the office is not working. So that's why people don't want to ban their parties. So as at now, this thing you call, oh, should Jubilee expel? It is there upon them to expel their MPs. And if they have not expelled their MPs, a person who wants to gain political mileage, na anajua kule nyumbani, kama Kimani Chungwa is very sure of his constituency. Yeye today anaweza sema, I'm resigning and I'm going to seek fresh mandate for the people to elect me on UDA as an MP. Bado atapata because he was elected and opposed last election. Yeah. So yeye hata saa hii mtu mwenye amejikakamua vizuri mwenye anataka kupigana na yeye is not so easy. So the best anaweza fanya, nataka nichaguliwe kwa UDA. If he resigns, he gets that political mileage. Then the next time atawaambia, you know what, I now need to be a senator because nimeelektiwa unopposed, nimeelektiwa hapa hivi, so I now need to be a senator because he has built himself. But before that, you see everybody fears. Even today, you know, even if Raila changes the party today, nasema nimerudi kwa LDP, the only governor that can seek fresh mandate with the new LDP is only Anyang' Nyong'o. Hii ingine yote watasema wacha tubaki tu hapa because they know they're not going to get it. You see, a governor in Nairobi today, if they say they are pushing out, the governor of Nairobi will not even seek that fresh mandate again. The another MP in Nairobi, Korir, if they change today, they tell him to go and seek fresh mandate on the UDA, he will not get it. So what do? Wait until the time comes. Until that time comes, they are still in Jubilee. There is no change of parties. Question?
Now there's this threat that they have kept telling us that unajua tu watu wamengojea after 6 months utaona wengi wana resign from government, join UDA. Don't they see it from both sides? That when it comes for the time of championship, it's not one way. It's always from this side to this side, this side to that side. People will crisscross. People will crisscross.
Let me answer as I also ask a question. Yeah? When you remember Akina Kiapi, Akina Olelenku, yeah, it is a requirement 6 months to the election. Any civil servant should leave their post and all. So it is I think it is what they are banking on. They are waiting for that moment so that actually to create the exodus.
So did the Kiapi win anything?
So by the end of the day, that's what I was asking, whether they do it now or then. Wakuhama atahama tu. So the only thing is that maybe really needs to be asked, why is it not? Why not now? So it's what Collins was saying. Probably most of them are almost certain they will not come back in their post.
Yes,
so
40%.
Yeah.
So and that one, just one moment, and that one cuts across all parties, including ODM. Kuna watu hawatarudi despite them being in ODM. Just like Collins has said, even that governor who was sasa tusema alichaguliwa aje, okay, whatever ways she came in, as much as she's now there, she I don't think even she'll need to campaign, because honestly she's not a politician. She'll not make it.
She's not going to campaign.
If she campaigns, she'll be wasting her money. So basically, what am I trying to bring home? So they're just buying time. Most of them see at they are political giants. No, they know in the last 4 years the best they have done, it's either tanga, seeing respect the president, either support BBI, but they have not gone to the mwananchi and fulfill the promise. Just like Ruto will be judged on the promises that he said. Same to these MPs. Kuna ma promises walitupea huku chini ya maji. Kwanza, personally, I'm waiting for my MCA. That guy really gave us serious promises. You almost thought he was going for a governor seat. So some of them will see serious dust. It won't matter whether they are in UDA, in Jubilee, in ODM, in whatever party they'll be in. That will be a cover, but the wrath they will face on them from the mwananchi. You remember Kina Kabogo? It didn't matter that they wanted to be in Jubilee. When the wrath of the mwananchi is on them, they will still go home.
You know, as at now, there is an MP there are 3 MPs in Nyanza. Even if today elections are called and they're competing against any person picked from the ground, any person, then they still risk losing to those unknown people. So they can't even risk of saying like, oh, you know, Raila has changed the party. I think I should now change also the party and go to where Raila. Those people will not go. For example, our senator, the senator of Kisumu County, that person, if today they say we are electing another senator, Even if he uses 100 million to campaign, he will never get that position again. He can never get it. That's why he's going for the governor position, because he thinks he can now go for the governor and get it. Because the likes in a Senate seat, no, because you look at who is competing against you. There are people who are direct when they look at that. Every time I praise Kimani Ichung'wah, not that I like him, but I always have a fact about him. If you go to Kikuyu constituency, you will realize nobody's very ready to compete against that guy.
Actually,
because he is on the ground. He works.
Last time he entered unopposed.
Unopposed. And that last time, my sister got a bursary from Kimani Ichung'wah.
Yeah.
Because she has lived there in Kikuyu. She's in Kikuyu campus. She has lived there. So she got it. And I was in Kikuyu in 2019. Kikuyu ni pale town. CDF office here, Kimani Ichung'wah, you can go, hata kama unatoka wapi, they don't ask you. And you can seek any information and you get it. Right? Hakuna kitu ya kufichwa. Watakwambia, unatoka wapi? Ward gani? So did you assist or did you apply? Yes, I applied. Okay. Kila kitu imefanywa. Ni nini imebaki? Tumepeana mpaka next week. We will give it to her kama amequalify. Does she vote here? Yes, because my sister votes there. And my sister was an agent for Kimani Ichung'wah for the other election. So she has been there. So if you talk of things that are like, it's these people should resign, it is them to resign. But if they have not decided to resign because they fear, you look at your. Let me ask you, Jakes. You come from Nakuru, right?
Yeah.
And maybe somebody lives in Nakuru West. Huh? Then you realize your MP is Gikaria. Is it Gikaria?
Kwanza huyo alihama juzi because he knows we are waiting.
Huyo ni Gikaria. And he knows that the person against him anaona kama ni mtu mwingine strong. Do you think that man can seek re-election? Ati wacha ni resign ndio kesho nikuje nichaguliwe kwa hii UDA yetu.
I'll also give you another example. You remember there was this man in Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o, and was it Ranguma?
Yeah.
You see the cards that play out. You might be even in ODM, but if you have not touched the people's hearts, people will push you out despite what you use. Even here in Nakuru, I remember there was a guy known as Kenothi Ambogwa.
The governor.
Yeah. Kenothi Ambogwa and Lee Kinyanjui. Kenothi Ambogwa fell into a trap of targeting hawkers. And as if that was not enough, it is the same trap that Lee Kinyanjui has fallen into. And just like it happened to his predecessor, he will be flawed because of such. So even if he'll be in Jubilee, even if he joins UDA, even if he comes as an independent, there is a lot that people on the ground are saying and are mad against him for. And those are the things that sometimes politicians don't remember. They think we forget. At times politicians wanatonanga when they move kwa chama mpya, they have moved with the voters. And then at times they also tend to think that they scored so high in the previous election, it means they now control the number of voters, they control their minds. In fact, that's why they say, mimi ninaongea kwa niaba ya watu wetu. It's like they become a mouthpiece. And then eventually they begin acting so bossy, so big, as if they are untouchable. Like, for example, this guy from Mathera. Okay, as much as he's in UDA, at times I find him full of himself.
Yeah,
he's a first-time MP, and at times I pity him. If he does not make it this time, I think he will really go away. Why?
But
because
he will blame himself because he has been messing himself with the people.
He has. So that's why I'm saying you can be in a good party, but wewe mwenyewe unajimes. The likes of mtu kama Babu Owino, I can tell you for free. I might not know much, but I might tend to think he will lose that seat, either to an ODM person or to any other person.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Colin.
Let me ask a question.
We have to see is you see these guys who are commenting on YouTube. Some of them are having very good points, but some of them are just too much tribal. And the plan of this platform is to simply open up and maybe learn a few things. I heard Wekesa talking about learning, so we can learn something from you. You come here and tell us like, oh, Raila has taken it. Has taken what? We have not done election. You see, Raila has taken it and he has won. Which election has he won? Because we have not done it. Will you come here and tell us like somebody said, and I remember I commented on it. Even a nursery kid in Central Province knows Raila is an evil man and knows that Raila is a Maganga and they cannot vote for him. Where do nursery kids know it? That's radicalization. And if you tell us a Luo Nyanza student or a child knows that Ruto is a thief, like, what are you trying to tell us? Is that what you can tell us in this platform?
You know, whatever can be done can be undone. Whatever was done by a human being, if somebody radicalized them, they can be unradicalized.
Yeah, that's what Nani said, Muradi.
Yes. So it depends. And the same person who sold the Raila phobia is the same person who is saying is not a bad person. So he may not convince all, but at least a sizable of people, there are people who still loyal to Uhuru. We can't lie to ourselves. There are people who are still loyal to Uhuru, and there are people also who have looked through.
People are not realistic. This thing of somebody saying it, Raila was cast by his father for forming a party behind his back.
Yeah,
kind of things. I've read it here. Those are kinds of things that
I've been seeing Jerry writing those
something like Raila was cast by his father for forming. In the real sense, there was no party that was formed when Oginga Odinga was still alive. Oginga Odinga died on 23rd of January in 1994. So the LDP was formed in 2006, in 1995, 1996. So when did he form a party behind his father's back? So you don't come and start writing things that you don't understand. These are the same people who are telling you. These are the same people who are telling you that.
No, me, I normally ask them this question. If you tell me that Raila is cast, the things that Raila owns, the life that Raila lives, and you yourself, so if he's cast, actually between you and him, who looks cast? Sometimes we talk things that are not even realistic. I don't understand.
And when you talk normally, Collins, this is normally the problem. When we sell the candidates, and I think that's one thing I've ever said, and I think I've said it more than once. At times, you find when a panelist is talking, they will say so many nasty stuff against the other candidate, and then fail to say something positive, even one concerning the person they support, sell their agenda, sell their manifesto. So what do? You know, they normally say sometimes the more you bash someone, you are either, for example, if you keep on talking so much about Coca-Cola, we will forget the other brands like Fanta and all. As much as you may be talking bad things about it or good things about it, it will trend. Collins, I don't know if you remember, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ali push away 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. You saw that clip? According to statistics zenye nilikuwa naangalia na zenye zilitrend, Coca-Cola made huge sales.
He sold more.
They sold more. He thought he was bashing a company only to create popularity. Actually, it is what we call free advertisement. So what am I trying to say in short?
Publicity is publicity, whether negative
or positive. So and that's what I was telling Wekesa. At times, don't waste so much energy bashing someone. You may end up losing good points for your candidate. So at times, just come. When you see me at times going beyond the rail, it's because I know, even if I am heckling, I'm doing what I know I'm doing some justice to my candidate, because I'm not supporting the other candidate. So what am I trying to bring on? Some of the people who comment here, they borrow from us. They borrow the abusive nature. They borrow the heckling. They borrow the disrespect. And have you ever noted when the panelists are not heckling, abusive, hata chats akunanga abusing, but once kumekuja tu na mtu mmoja aanze kuraise ka voice, hata tu kama ni kiasi tu, you'll be shocked.
And that's why DGJX,
yes,
mimi ukienda kwa page yangu nikiamuka, the first thing nasemanga Raila is the 50th, na naandika made in Kenya kwanza, ndio nianze kuongea ule jamaa.
So if
Lazima
you're
every
doing
day
that
I
is
have
a good
to
thing.
give space for my candidate first.
Yeah, that is a good thing. But do you know
Wekesa, give me a chance.
Kidogo tu Ndeto, kuna some guys
Sawa, akimaliza wewe next.
Unakuta even some MPs unaingia page yake, like for example of late nimeona Ngilu, the best she's doing ni ku criticize Ruto, and then me I love going even to the inbox. Unakuta hapo chini she was thinking maybe she's decampaigning the person. Unakuta hapo chini she's not the one being, what do you call it, yeye mwenyewe ndo anakuwa criticize the excess, and in any case ina create more mileage. So at times even these politicians, if Ruto will win, for example, they should be the first ones to blame themselves. Why? They created mileage for him. You remember Collins, this one guy said one of my greatest objective is to win William Samoei Ruto. You know, you have already campaigned for him. You have shown him to be the better man, the stronger person. So I think the problem inafaa ni mtu akuja jiuze yeye mwenyewe, and then sisi tujichagulie from huyu alisema nini, ule alisema nini.
But Jeff, can I tell you one thing also about social media psychology?
Yeah.
You cannot run away if the Ruto is the current thing that is being talked about. You rather create your idea but place Ruto somewhere. That is the social media psychology.
And then
those people who are looking for comments and views, they do
let me ask you, in 2013 Ruto was not as what do you call it, hakuwa na uzito kama sahi. Hii uzito ingine hata sio amefanya campaign. It is not him making inroads, it is the tactics of bloggers, of how do I put it, of people trying to think they are bashing him only to make him even more stronger. So amekuwa hivyo because kama ni gazeti, if he is not making the headlines, that newspaper will not sell. So even if it is in a bad way or a good way, his name is mentioned so many times that we forget the other candidates. Hata juzi nilikuwa nakumbuka kumbe kulikuwa na jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Muhisa Kitui. You know, we forget them easily because out of mind, wamepotea, out of sight, out of mind. Unajua? So this guy amekuwa kwa minds za watu for quite some time, and it is both his supporters and his opposers who have made him. I don't know if Collins you agree.
Yeah, that's what we said at first. Like popularity comes with the publicity. And publicity can be negative or positive. Today, if Ndeto wants to be our president, okay, especially in colleges, I did a lot of college politics. You can give some people who are talking bad about you, and you're paying them to talk bad about you, so that people can see, who is this Collins? Juzi kuna let me just start with Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi wanted to bring the housewives, the wife material.
Yeah, wife material.
Then he started bashing them, all of them, what. And Shakila, the girl is called?
The lady of remote, the Shakila girl.
Yeah. So she started doing some funny things. What was she trying to do? To raise her stake in the media industry.
To trend,
Yeah. So once you trend for some time, then they now focus on you. So kesho yake ukianzisha biashara, you start when you already have captured the minds of the social, social life. That is what Ruto has done. With the bloggers, he has positive bloggers and he has negative bloggers, and he tells them the limit of what to say and what not to say. Okay? And that is what Itumbi is doing. If you want to know what Itumbi is doing, Itumbi is coordinating the negative bloggers and the positive bloggers. He meets them. So you don't say this. You only say this. What the public knows is what you repeat every day. Okay?
Yeah.
Because
and then Collins,
yeah?
Umeona hizi vitu kwanza, mi naambianga watu, unaona hizi accounts naitwanga fake accounts. Sometimes they are not fake accounts, they are alternative accounts. Mtu ako na real official account na anaweka another account ya kusema vitu anataka kusema because haziambatani na watu anasema that's not me. But some of them create alternative accounts and they call them fake accounts.
Itumbi in 2013 towards the post-election, after the post-election violence thing, Itumbi had over 20 accounts in Facebook. Zake mtu moja. What was he doing with the account? Unaweza jipata anajijibu kwa hizo comments zake. Ana login na hii, anaandika kitu, anajibu na hii yake, ana login na ile ingine, anajibu na hii, so that at least you will see there is a very heated conversation going on here. Alafu wewe pia unajiingiza huko. Kumbe,
hey, Collins, do you have proof?
Yes, I have proof. I had a very good page in 2013 election, and I had this account. I realized these people were one person. There were 3 accounts that walikuwa wanapingana sana, nikiweka kitu nikafuatilia nikapata this person is one person. Yeah. So you may find somebody having more than
network yangu kwa mbaya ama ya Collins mbaya.
Yeah.
What?
Can we
David go ahead. Kidogo ndeto, acha tusikize David kidogo alafu tutarudi kwenyu tena. Haya.
Is my network a problem or Collins network?
Why?
Because anakata sana.
Oh,
anakata sana.
No, mine is it's up.
For us to tunamsikia, maybe ni yako.
Okay, I'm hearing you, David.
Oh. Okay,
yeah,
let me check on my network.
Alianza kuongea hata mimi nikasikia ikaenda. When Ndeto said he wanted to talk sometimes back, ikaenda.
Okay.
So should I carry on as
I'm hearing you cause yeah. Okay.
Ndeto endelea.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I will start with this statement. We have seen this governor of Machakos, Alfred Mutua, saying that the more we criticize a certain candidate, the more popular he is becoming. And if you marry with what Collins has just said, like use of media, there are those people who are paid to they are terminating your name in a way, but they are just to maintain that rhythm, that this guy, so that your narrative or maybe your story is borrowed by everyone. So also Jakes have pointed out about Giru. Like when Ruto during interview, when he said about how he assisted this guy from Turkey through a phone call to one of the banks, I mean, that created a very big influence, especially to those who are campaigning him. And without their knowledge, they just put how a phone call, 15 billion, then they thought people will be very negative, only to realize this guy is gaining even more power. So what am I saying? I'm saying that all the propaganda...
But let me ask you, Ndeto, is as much as we are saying that, is that a universal truth? Because we need to look at other countries. I'm just asking, allow me to ask.
Hata si hivyo, nilikuwa nataka kuambia Ndeto kitu. If you remember, if you want to know sometimes how Ruto works, let me even say something negative kidogo kumhusu. Akinyamaza kwa muda mrefu, he creates something, and eventually atafcreatiwa interview. I'll give several examples. The Uganda thing had to happen, whether it was a good way or a bad way, it had to happen to create a forum for Inoro the following day.
Okay. So that's a very good input.
Remember.
So let me ask you, my question will Menikata.
Yeah,
you
but
is it a universal?
I was just telling Deto that whatever Mutua was saying is correct. That they can create negativity only to publicize the past, or rather to sell the past, because immediately after Uganda thing, hata haiko imelala siku mbili, Ruto was in Inoro. He took 2 hours of our time explaining something.
To elaborate about the bottom up.
Unanielewa? So
all these things this was my question. Huh?
Okay.
Is it a universal truth? And in line with that, I'm asking, why is it that Raila is negative on the mountain and is not popular on the mountain? And then why is it that it was 3 years we talked negative about BBI, but we again say it was not popular? So I don't know how selective are we in judgment of this situation. Just comment on that.
Okay, may you pardon on the BBI?
Yeah, I'm saying the same. I have seen the group from the TT side to understand the more we criticize Ruto, we make him popular. But this guy kept criticizing BBI, but they believe that BBI is unpopular because they have shared negative things about it. And then I'm also asking, I always hear negative things from the mountain about Raila. Has it made him popular on the mountain, or I don't know? Can you comment on that?
I'll answer you. Kidogo tu, I want to remind you what Milio Giambo one time said. She said, one of the mistakes they did, it is to allow Ruto go on the streak he went campaigning in the name of church funds, empowerment. You know, nobody countered that narrative for quite a long time. We were seeing massive rallies. So even when he was decampaigning BBI, you know, in fact, the best that we were being told is
kindly, that's a different line of argument.
Kidogo tu. So by the time BBI ilikuwa inakuja, more harm was done prior, unaget, because you remember Ruto was busy saying, oh, hii ni ya kuunda tu viti nini, unaget. So by the time BBI yenyewe inakuja, the promoters didn't work very hard as Ruto.
So why did that negative publicity help the BBI? That's my question. I'm repeating
you
it
are not,
because it should apply to the same analogy. Negative publicity.
I'll answer you, Ekesa. Or I
the question.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me also try to bring some solutions on board. Wekesa, you are saying that in Mount Kenya, maybe people usually talk negative about Raila, and this does not make him popular in the mountain. I think also we should not shy off from recalling the the political history of this nation, for instance. And in a way, when like Raila is in the central region, he will always say how his father helped Kenyatta to be the president, how he also helped himself, he helped Kibaki to be the president. So it is his turn to be given a chance, which is not a bad line of argument. But I think he should deviate from such kind of, that's like he is creating sympathy. You want people to sympathize with him and see that they should give him some votes. I think Just like
Collins,
Ruto.
can you try to answer that? Kindly, they are not answering what I asked.
Here's the thing. We said something. We had
Just
said
one
something.
moment. The other thing here, the reason as to why maybe bad publicity might not be working for Baba, I'm sure Collins has more, but of course, Ndeto, that is his take. This is my take. It might not be exactly what you want to hear, but I also tend to think when, for example, Baba amekuwa tackled, vile ata respond ndio either itampea more mileage or either imfanye gain bonga points. For example, the other day, honestly, if ningekuwa nina advice, hangesema that ashapata punda ya kumpandisha mlima. It is a good mtu ana understand mtu nini atajua alikuwa anamaanisha amepata watu wa kumsaidia kufanya the work ya mlima. But for another politician, he will use that same statement to decampaign him, saying, so sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, because
the same way Jax, he used the Mau, you remember the Mau thing where they were evicting big people and small people. He mentioned that sasa tumetoa Mbuta tunakuja Wamena. Some politicians said, okay, sasa sisi mtu ambaye tulichagua na tuita Wamena.
So the other thing also about BBI, he said sasa nyoka ametoka. So I think he also needs to, he's a good orator, but
now
I'm
bringing something out.
Can I answer?
He needs to find a way of delivering his speech, because sometimes his speech
those are called power words. Ukitumia kitu kama nyoka, those are called power words.
Can I say something before?
It can be negative.
Ndeto was talking. Can we allow Ndeto to finish? Because Ndeto was explaining something.
Okay, thank you so much. Also for the contribution towards that question that Lekesa has answered. So actually, let also those who advise Baba, like his choice, his examples, like today I can come and give an example which may not be so suitable to my opponent, because to some extent it might imply maybe I'm threatening, if I get this will be the repercussion of my opponent. So let him be neutral. Even if he is going to avenge, let no one know. But when he gets there, let him now do what he is required to do. I think that a clear thing I can also give to those who advise Baba. Let him not come out and personalize the thing. Inaonyesha ni kama hata wanachukiana na his contender.
Okay, so you can give me some time too.
The other point is, so there are key facts that we should not assume when we come to like who to be president of this nation as far as Kenya is concerned. One is the political decisions, not by the politicians, but at the grassroots, the voters. What binds them together? There are those people who will be bowed by just hearing you explaining your manifesto. Like, you use simple language. You don't use there are those who will use things that we call kufananisha, parables. Others will use riddles. But there are those who will just come. If you are addressing Mama Boga, for instance, or Boda Boda, you just go directly to the point. That is what majority people would like to hear. How you are getting direct to them. If it is our vijana wa mjei, they would like to hear, oh, he is talking about this gadget or this tool. I use it every day. Like, use of simple language to sell your manifesto. That's one of the things we should not avoid. And that's how many people also make their decisions. Number two,
hapo muadvise Ruto na mambo ya bottom up imemshinda kabisa. It is complicated for him.
But people have already bought the idea.
But they don't understand. They don't even explain it.
The problem is, let me finish. Then you come in either with a comment or a question, please, so that we also give each one of us enough time. Good. Also, another key fact that we should not assume is that Kenya, we are brought together. There are tribal cocoons. Like there is no way you can say that you just go to another region without backup from your people. That's something we should not evade from. And not only Kenya, but also Africa. Because you will find Mount Kenya, you will find Rift Valley, huyu mtu ni wetu, so we must do 1, 2, 3. So that's a fact that we should not assume among the voters, not among leaders, among voters. They clearly look upon that one. So another thing is they like people who are flexible. Like if today someone says something against you on the same ground, they would like a person, not he who or she who will be emotional and becomes like insulting others, but they would like a person who can defend his or her point with the facts that resonates with their understanding. You know, there are those people, if today I come and I say, you are a thief, for instance, then tomorrow, the guy who was called a thief addresses the very same multitude of people, and he says, he accepts first and say, they are calling me this, and mimi ninataka kuwauliza, have they gone here, here, here? You see those facts? People will start nodding. By the way, this guy is right. This guy, the way he is, other than kukuja, na wewe uanze tena kutusiana. I think that's also something that people resonate with. Now they can easily you can easily have their masses, or they give you the chance. Another point, there are things we are not considering come 2022. There are governors who are in their last term, and assuming that maybe BBI will not go through, it's an assumption. I don't know by date 20th what decision will come out. Like for instance, I have seen Governor Joho, for instance, when Baba was in the coast, this guy was like, the way I could read from him, you know, he is in his final term. This guy cannot be given a chance like to be, I've not had in ODM anything to do with Joho. But remember, this guy is also have a political, future in his political agenda. So we don't know finally where this guy will go. That's why we have had a guy like Oparanya, for instance. We have seen him with deputy president, and yet he was voted in through ODM. Look at this guy of Meru, Kiraito. The other day he was saying, like, if you cling on Jubilee, it is already dead. So they need something new. And if you look at the voters in Kakamega, it's 700 and something. Look, voters in Meru, 700 and something also, 1,000. And these governors are like towards supporting a certain candidate. So you can imagine there is a high chance they might influence majority of the voters to go with this candidate. And ukiangalia kama Oparanya, for instance, in the last election, the votes that we say Baba had, like 6 point something million, imagine Kakamega had given him almost a block vote. All of them belonged like to him. So what if in 2022, they shift their interest basing on some direction by their governor? So those are things that we should not assume.
Why are you not
Another
saying the
thing,
same in other counties where Mungaro has been with the Uhuru all the time and Ruto, and now he's not the other? You don't need to use one side to analyze your thing.
okay, if you check on Mungaro, how many votes were voters were in that region, the one you are saying?
Jubilee has a lot of MPs
I'm going back to work.
You will find it is something like 200 and something votes, 200,000 and something votes. You cannot compare that with 700 and another 700, which is
Well,
like
my
1
friend,
point.
that is not Western democracy.
Okay.
Confirm the votes for Kakamega. You know, I
I'm
have them here.
tells you that somebody will move with them. Even Raila himself cannot move with all the votes of Nyanza. He cannot.
My friend,
Let me conclude.
Oparanya to move and make an impact.
Let me conclude.
Ndeto kidogo tu you have taken the last 13 minutes and kuna mtu anasema anataka kutoka David so if maybe you can try to summarize in the next 1 minute so that to pay David.
Okay, then my last point will be when Uhuru was in I think it is in Luyaland during the burial of Mama Musalia, he said that what if sisi pia tuseme hii kiti si ya kabila mbili, but he never mentioned that that is what they will do. Also, the same president is the one who told us that yangu 10 ya Ruto 10. You see, it is the same mouth. What I foresee is Baba should not be so confident that this man will finally endorse him. Also, you never know if these guys are playing around to finish up the tenure of leadership. Like Kibaki did, for instance. Kibaki aliona kuna mtu wao Uhuru in 2012 na akaona pia alikuwa na deni ya Raila. What he did, he said, Wakenya nyinyi chagueni. And because he knew his Kikuyu people will not give another tribe, that was his secret. What if Uhuru is also using the same intelligence or wisdom to like keep Raila just near, then at the end minute we hear him saying the same, that nyinyi jichagulieni mtu wenu, mimi nilijaribu hii na hii na hii yangu. So, and that's how you may find also Raila may be losing even votes from the central region.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Wekesa, so that
Yes.
Ndeto does not go on for more. He has already taken close to 15 minutes. Wacha tupe David kidogo, but when second round you'll ask the question. Is it okay?
Thank you, Jax. Actually, I've been listening for a while now, and we are answering Wekesa's questions as to why BBI or Baba is not popular because of the negativity created by people out there. I want to say the negativity played a role in popularizing Baba. Baba is very popular, by the way.
Correct. That was my answer. You see?
Baba is very popular, only that when it comes to votes, other things happen. Because when you look at the ratings of the years past by, I think up there you call it Sinovate, Ruto used to rank around 5%, when Baba is like for something and Kibaki for something. So, but if you go now, the negativity that has been put on Ruto, he can never rate 5% by now. That one we can agree. So there is a difference between winning an election and becoming popular, according to my, of course, my understanding. Secondly, I want to say that to some extent, I'm a Ruto supporter, but we are paying back some of the things that we did with our leader, because he also failed to tame his tongue, especially when he used to attack Raila a lot. So the people on the Raila side, for us to win them this side, we must really be very, very humble to them than we used to. Because remember, it is us who used to say Muganga, Vitendawili. That's a fact. But then we are supporting yes. So as any politician can make mistakes, that was made, and it made people to become just resistant and non-receptive of his ideas. Ruto has very good ideas if you listen to him and change the mind. Thirdly, I want to say that Uhuru has made Ruto even more popular. In fact, Uhuru is making Ruto president. Otherwise, in my own opinion, if he could have kept quiet and say, tulisema ni 10 na yeye ni 10, in fact, Ruto could have scored very little. Reason being, people would have said, okay, kumbe kitu ni kugawana, ni kama shamba yenu. But by rejecting him openly, Ruto is a very strong candidate. That is my opinion. You may differ with me, but by Ruto not supporting, by Uhuru not supporting Ruto, in one way sidelining him, people are rebelling against that decision. And plus sympathy votes and community votes, even as much as we are saying there's no, tribal linings, all that is adding up to Ruto, and that's why you see Ruto is trending every day. If you go to social media, the likes of Walai, who have millions of followers, they keep on hitting him negatively. Go into the comments. I'm one follower, a very keen follower of Ruto. People also are coming out saying, no, look here. Okay, another point, so quick, I'm under pressure of time because I'm still working. I wanted also to say that those who criticize Ruto so much about being a thief, going to Uganda, doing what, all those stuff, they are not clean. Because when they abuse him as a thief today, somebody goes, does research and comes out says, look here. Ngilu was the other day saying, okay, Ruto is a thief, he wants to invest in Uganda. People came out and said, look, you were given a ministry. You were sacked from that ministry because you gave prime tenders to your son or son-in-law, those stuff. No, now people are digging to see who is this so vocal, abusing, or rather saying negative about so-and-so. The reason why Ruto is not able to come down or to be brought down by the negativity is instead soaring is because even those of us who criticize him so strongly, we are dented. We are so dirty. And lastly, I want to say that so there are proponents who say that I want to agree with Ndeto to some point that Uhuru saw Raila to be very troublesome in quotes, allow me to use that, and he wanted to tame him so that he can have a peaceful term, so that he can continue doing what he wants to do without question. He can have his scandals under the carpet without question, because the only person who used to question this, who seemed to question, was Raila, and they brought him through handshake. But unfortunately, he opened a can of worms. He brought in Raila and was unable to manage Ruto. So Raila is Uhuru is now confused. Reason? He embraced the person he perceived to be an enemy to have peace, only not to have it by missing his principal assistant, who is actually the technocrat, so to say, in the Uhuruto presidency, because much of the work was kind of done by Ruto. Much of the political campaigns and schemes actually were led by one William Samoei Ruto. So that is to answer to your question. I don't know whether I have answered rightly, but allow me to inject one point before I leave. I want to say that as much as we criticize the other opponents, it's good we tone down, because we need these people. We need these people for our candidate to win. Like, you remember there's a time some politician said that sisi tunatafuta kura zinajaa kwa baba especially, lakini Anyang' Nyong'o akisimama tu hivi aongee anamwaga zote mtoni. I may not know who said it, but that is how sometimes it behaves. People may look for votes kabisa for a candidate, but those of us who purport to be supporters, tunazimwaga. How do we zimwaga them? By either castigating other people so badly, talking them down, like belittling them, abusing them, we are not helping these candidates either. Neither are we even sent. So we need each other. We need this Kenya. And we cannot say that Ruto can be swept under the carpet. Neither can we say Raila is swept under the carpet. We believe these are serious political contenders, and may the best candidate win, but I'm defending my Ruto because of what he has done. The other time when you ask me, I'll tell you why. Thank you.
Okay, can I answer Wekesa a bit?
Yeah, Collins, go ahead.
Wekesa asked a very good question that if publicity, kuongea mbaya, kuongea mzuri juu ya mtu make somebody popular, why is Raila not popular in Central? And why was BBI not popular in Central? If I am not wrong, was that your question, Wekesa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to answer this question this way. Raila is very popular in Central and Mount Kenya than Uhuru Kenyatta was during the elections. Publicity is publicity, whether it's negative or not, or positive. The problem that we are using with this thing that is, we think when somebody is popular, then he has the votes. Mwizi wa kwenu ako popular. Mwizi wa kwenu mwenye amejulikana kule kwa village ama rapist wa kwenu is very popular than any other person, even than your MCA. It's only that he is popular towards the negative.
Thank you.
Oh, nani ameenda wapi? Ameenda kwa kina nani? Wachana kwenda kwa kina nani, hao ni wezi. Achana kwenda kwa kina nani, hao ni wachawi. They are popular. It is known. Kuna tabia yao ingine imejulikana pale. But it is on the negative. So that is why if you want to win an election against Raila Odinga, you must put him in the ballot. That is when you want to get the high turnout in Central. So Raila can make a turnout to be so high in Central because he is popular towards the negative. He is not liked. He is hated. Popularity can be towards the hate or the likes. So BBI is very popular in Central Kenya. It's only that we use a lot of English and we forget the simple meaning. Neto said, use the basic, the simple examples. Raila is very popular in Central Kenya. The problem is he is not liked. He is hated more than he is liked in the Central. So if you tell mtoto mdogo at akilia kidogo na unamshtua, you tell, I'll call Raila for you. Why? Because they know. That's why Carlson said something like, you know, Raila is, even a nursery school kid knows that Raila ni mbaya. Because he is very popular, that he is the most hated person in that region. That is why you'll find that watu kama Uhuru, watu kama Kibaki, you can't create anything negative against them. Lakini ukisema tu Moi is very popular still among the people who are 20 years and above because walikunywa maziwa yake. If you ask them today, they will tell you Moi is still very popular. As up to date, even in his death, is very popular. It's only that he is popular towards that negative. Ndeto said something like these governors who are going out. Yes, there's no real channel. And I pray that BBI fails so that we don't see where they're going to. Then they are going to shape the election system. Kabisa. This real happiness that people are having, this excitement will be plastic. It is going to be very plastic because these guys are going back. Oh, I cannot be a governor now. I'm going back to be an MP. There are some of them who are so good when they were MPs. Some of them will go back to be MPs and they will change the dynamics of the constituencies. Because the law allows them to go back. They can even go back to be MCA. They can go back even to be... There was a woman rep in Kakamega that was a woman rep, nominated, something like... And then she went back to be an MCA. She was asked, why are you going back to an MCA and you're a woman rep in the other time? And then she said, that is where I want to be elected by the people to help a constituency. Because by that time, it's like Rakwana place. So that is what we are always told. People are popular. For today, you may find that Mutembe is very popular here, but how many always listen to him? This platform belongs to him. But how many times do you always see Mutembe in this platform? Anakujaga tu kuifunga na kuchokora Jex kidogo. Saa zingine anakuja kuchokora mtu na anatoka. But he is very popular because the channel belongs to him. Everybody mentioned Mutembe TV, but how many times do you see him? When you talk of popularity, somebody can be popular towards the negative. Musicians have been used to popularize a candidate, but the candidate depopularizes himself by creating a narrative that does not make sense for other people. For example, when Raila says, nyoka imetoka nje, sasa tutagonga hii nyoka. With him, he meant that now the BBI that we were waiting for imeshatoka. Now we want kuiponda tujue what is going on. Then the people who are campaigning against him, wenye wamesham label as mganga, wanasema si mnasikia anaongea mambo ya nyoka, and I think Moses Kuria is the one who started that thing. Sasa imegeuka nyoka tena. Na unasikia? When Mudama said something that anytime wana support Kibaki ndio, lakini Chris Murungaru akisimama tu hivi kura 500 inapotea. That is what he said. And then somebody spinned it around so that it could be Anyang' Nyong'o and Orengo. Orengo akisimama, and I think Moses Kuria is the one who said it again. But Mudama said it when he meant wanasaidia Kibaki sana mzee, lakini shida inakuwa wakinini tu kidogo, Chris Murungaru, Kiraiti Murungi, and Muchuki. There were 3 guys. No, David Mwirari. Akisimama hivi, kura 500 inapotea. So what they meant was, there are some people when they talk, then you are like, for example, Raila will tell you, like, he said something about Punda. On his own, he's believing that mlima kupanda ni ngumu, vile imejulikana kupanda mlima ni ngumu. Lakini saa hii nimehitaji mnyama wa kupanda mlima, na mnyama mwenye ako na nguvu anakuwa punda. So nimepata punda, akina Murathe watafanya hiyo kazi ya kupanda mlima. I know it will not take this weekend, and we are going to speak about that punda thing. Na atasema si watu wenu
Collins,
yeah?
But Collins,
yeah?
The one thing I know, I've studied Raila. Raila loves controversial words. He doesn't like plain words. In fact, he thrives in controversies where everybody, and that's why he has always been in headlines, because he likes things that people hate talking about.
Yeah,
you remember when he commented about the Kambas, anasema uzuri wa Kamba ladies wanapeananga tu.
Yeah. There is somebody in the comments that is telling me that you are misleading the word popular. The word popular does not mean that somebody can be popular. He's well known. That's the word popularity. That's why we are always asking people like, what are you trying to do? Anaongea hivyo because he's a populist. Anatafuta popularity. You are popular. He's well known. That's the meaning of the word popularity. So and so is well known. For what? Wrong things or the right things? That is English. It is a simple English. You can be there, you are well known, but for wrong reasons. For example, a student who is very naughty in school, ukimention to, Collins Bugari wa form 2, kila mtu anamjua kwa shule. He is very popular, but what does he do? He's a bully. So everybody knows him, but not that you are liked. You are known by many. Known by many is like you are common, you're popular, you're well known, but people know you with different traits. So it's not about somebody telling us that, it must be, you must not be liked, but that's just a word. So I think that's my take for that.
Yeah, and for to help him also mwambie
popularity. Kuna difference, I also wanted to say the same. Kuna difference between being elected and being popular.
Correct.
Being elected means you have won the votes by the margin expected. Being popular means people know of you, but that doesn't mean they have elected you. For example, kuna some people who, like, you remember this guy who came from US kuwa president, I'm forgetting his name. Walipoenda presidential debate.
Dr. Kavinga Kaluyu.
Kaluyu, yes. That is the first time I heard of him. Yes. He was not popular and he was not elected. But do you know, I remember, and he was not like, but do you remember his running mate?
Modiora Kariori?
Modiora was very good. The first time I saw him, I loved him. I liked him. He became popular by how he presented himself. You remember the debate?
Until we said he was supposed to be the presidential candidate, and the other one becomes the.
By the way, before to Sahau Collins,
you
need to invite those people. We have hosted Mwalimu Nani, Nini
Matanga.
Ye jamaa wa US kwa one of the stream life. Na huyo running mate wake. There's at Stream Life we were running last year and we hosted them. We need to be bringing candidates going forward.
Yeah, we should.
That's why I told him.
You are right, Wekesa.
I told Dr. Masanga, if you remember Ndeto, I told Dr. Masanga that we want to meet somebody like Muluka and Nani? And
Dende
Nyoro or Manyora.
Manyora.
Because he knows how to, or Jarvis Migambo, he knows how to get this political analysis.
Then someone also recommended Wekesa. Someone said Wekesa can also can easily link up with these people.
Yeah, Wekesa.
Can you confirm Wekesa?
Yeah, there are those I can link up with.
Yeah. So Alafu, there's something also, Wekesa, I wanted to answer your question.
Yes.
That you are asking why is he's popular but mbona hajaifika mpaka anachaguliwa or anything. There's something called a counter narrative. For example, the counter narrative yenye ilitolewa against Hustler Nation, they started bringing mambo ya Hitler, scaring people na dynasty. That one really didn't destroy the Hustler narrative. The next time Baba tried to do it, he said takataka, you remember? So instead of making it better for himself, he even made it worse. So at the choice of words he uses to counter a narrative, and sometimes was in how do I put it? As much as you're saying he thrives using.
But let me ask you, Jex. Unajua, sometimes me, I don't know how you guys analyze this politics. Raila is one guy who comes from a less popular Luo tribe. But when towards the election, he gets votes almost from 42 tribes. How do you say such a person? And he misses maybe from 2 tribes. How do you say that guy is less popular? I don't know. I just don't know how you guys analyze these things.
I guess I think hata wewe unafall kwa
even up to now, Raila still commands.
Unafall kwa huyu jamaa mwenye ameuliza kuhusu popularity. As Collins has told you, popularity.
For me, I'm matching the popularity ya electability. Wachana na hii negative whatever. I'm matching here how that's why I've said his popularity na vote zake. Zina talk like a guy can mobilize 42 tribes, 41. How? And you say like he's not popular? How?
So the other thing,
collecting these small tribes is not easy. Let me tell you, just collecting all them and put them together.
Actually, and that's why you assume him at your own peril, because he is a force on his own. And the thing with him, I think, as much as he has built himself, he's also his own ticking time bomb. Just like Ruto at times, like the other day niliona hata yeye mwenyewe ameanza kujiself distract. Anaongea vizuri, alafu kidogo anajisiaga na maneno yake. You remember hiyo issue ya the 4 billion? If anything, alijisiaga, aliongea vizuri, lakini alipotaja tu hiyo alijisiaga mwenyewe. So
hata hiyo story ya Equity angenena.
Yeah, so yani you can be a very strong candidate, But when you are talking,
Kimwarere yeye ndiye alijitwanga peke yake by accepting something that it was only 7 billion. So you know the figure.
Yeah, like, so same to Baba. You can, if you remember the Mao eviction and nini. So unakuta, you are saying something as much as you're saying it from a good side with no harm intended and anything, but your words now become the sword that crucifies you. So basically, I tend to think one of the way he can truly begin to neutralize Ruto, one of the easiest way is not to play into Ruto's game, because I think in one way or another Ruto sets trap for him and he just marches right into it. Why do I say so? Ebu angalia hii narrative ya bottom up. Amefanya Mudavadi ameingia into the same trap. Amefanya Tuju ameingia into the same trap. And now when he's countering, when now Ruto is counterattacking what they have said, he now uses funny things. This is what he said about Mudavadi. That Mudavadi ni mulevi, ametumia chupa ya pombe. Unaget? And then, how did he counter Tuju? That a whole Secretary General, the reason as to why Kenya is saying it is headed in the wrong direction is because a whole Secretary General can only think of an anatomy. You get? So
but you see, to the elites inaingia, lakini to the cheap mind, hii story Tuju alisema ina hit. By the way, they know what they say.
Yeah, in a hit.
And that's why in 48 laws of power, they normally say if we cannot convince them, confuse them. So they also have a law they are using. It's not like they are just.
That's why I'm telling you, as much as you're confusing them, find a smart strategy.
If you want to know,
Baba really needs to.
Jex.
Yes, sir.
If you want to know how much and how open how empty the Raila hate in Central is, anytime listen to Alice Wahome. Anytime you will know how much the hate is there, but the reason for that
is not there. It's baseless. There's nothing he ever did wrong.
Yeah, the reason for the hate. Ulisikia akisema nini? Huyu mtu ni shetani anaongea mambo ya manyoka, mimi sitaki. And she was very bitter when she was saying it. Si ati alikuwa amesema kisiasa.
So, mimi nikikufungulia my inbox, I have had even men of God very serious. Wananiambianga, Eric, we know you as a serious Christian. Why do you associate with that guy who is a devotion? You see, they will tell you so many things.
And then Wekesa, I want you to remember how did Ruto contradict Baba's Mganga analogy? He quotes the scripture. Easy. So, and when Baba quotes the scripture, he mocks him. Why?
Yeah.
So that narrative ya Muganga haitawahi toka. Umeget? So
and then nani alijikaranga peke yake? Gideon Moi alijikaranga peke yake. Wameambiwa kufungua Biblia. The man took a whole 30 minutes looking for the same verse.
And that's why tunasemanga the other team inaitwa sijui One Kenya Alliance. There's nothing they can do even to add to trend. They are the same level. They are at the same level.
That is hot.
Neto,
also their numbers is dismal.
Neto, did you see that Gideon Moi, wakati watu wanasoma Biblia kwa morning prayers, that guy walisema a Bible verse. You know, the whole Ruto ameshaipata. Tunasemaga mtoto chopi class akishapata
anabragia wale wengine.
So this guy took a whole session ajapata hiyo verse. And unajua sasa hiyo kamera imemulika. So when Ruto says these people don't know anything about church, it is true.
You remember hata ile ingine when Baba alikuwa ameshika Bible. Kuna mtu ali photoshoot akaweka Bible upside down. You remember?
Yes.
And that one illiterate that this guy does not even know how to hold the Bible correctly. So so a narrative can be sold,
Ati nao baba, unaona hiyo ya mganga, he takes it deliberately. Uliona kwa matanga ya Moi akaenda na hiyo Joey. He now takes it to the other extreme.
No, that is common among the Luo nation. Like when an old man dies.
Yeah, but he also knows how people interpret it. They interpret yeye ni mganga, wanajua yeye ni mganga. So
when he goes with that whisker and then does some things on the geneza. You know, the other thing I wanted to say is Kenya is made of different tribes.
Correct.
And each tribe has different beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kikuyus, they don't entertain such kwa maiti. Is it true, Ndeto? They don't entertain hizo like almost like the rituals za maiti. They don't. So when they see you doing it, it is very easy if you tell them mtu ni muganga, that's why he's doing that, because no other leader does it. They believe it like instant. So I think
you get so messed up when somebody says Raila akibeba hiyo kitu ni mganga, and Mudhama carries that thing since the time I knew Mudhama.
Wacha hivyo, kwani what was Kenyatta carrying?
Na Kenyatta alikuwa naibeba the same.
So it is how it is. You see, the counter narrative.
How did the Muturi coronation go? He was in the forest doing what?
That was hot air. I told you. You see, I told
you.
No,
I'm saying in terms of traditions. You have
see,
said
the problem is, Muturi used the right way in a wrong method.
Kama Muturi alikuwa anapingana na Ruto angepick very fast. If today Muturi supports Raila, today that Muturi is the running mate to Raila, Ruto will pick it very fast. Muliona walienda kwa msitu. Nyani ni wale, these people belong to the same side. But as he supports Ruto,
you remember after he went to the forest, what happened the next weekend? There was cleansing of this place. Why? Because Kikuyus, they don't. Okay, it was a good thing what he was doing, but for a wrong agenda. We go to such shrines for prayer, for functions za kitamaduni, but they are not associated to politics or to get political favors. That's why Uhuru has never gone. He didn't go there. He never went to the Kichaka thing. Kenyatta never went there, neither did Kibaki. So this was a very new thing, and that's why we called them that he was. It's actually a shrine. It's like a place of prayer, just like there's this place in Kakamega where people call it holy. I'm forgetting the name of that place in Kakamega.
Let me ask you. Okay.
You Wekesa, that place in Kakamega that is a shrine. I'm forgetting its name, and it's common in history. Wekesa, you there? Yes, I'm forgetting the name of that place. Or for example, tomorrow morning mtu kama Anyang' Nyong'o aseme ameenda kwa ile mlima huo inalia. It's called what, that whipping rock.
The whipping rock is in Kakamega, in Kolomani.
Yes, so
but do you know even Ruto himself doesn't fear contradiction? Because now unaona that morning he went to Talai elders.
Yeah, pia alikuwa na
very early in the morning akaenda akafanyia hizo rituals. So from there alikuja watu walikuwa wameweka hapa uchawi na Biblia. Hizo vitu zilitrend.
But you see, that's what I'm telling you. The counter narrative ndio either itakubuild ama ita create more favor for the other person, because kwa mfano, you see, alafu kukimbianga ku make statement at times inakuanga, I think at times I find it silly.
But can I tell you something?
For example, kidogo tu, you remember Junet and what this other guy, Buddy, they were very quick to create what do you call it, a presser, and then thinking they're destroying him, only to build him more. And that's at the moment, it is now Uganda responding. Ruto has not responded to Junet. It is Uganda responding directly to Junet. So easy pressers, as much as they're coming to defend Baba and all, they need to be strategic, know when to do it and how to do it.
But
Because
Kina Junet achieved the purpose because
they
that is what
didn't.
they wanted. They wanted
I
to
can
create
tell you.
that even
I can tell you they
that
did not.
diplomatic anxiety to show
They
that
did
now
not.
this guy is creating a diplomatic anxiety. But this is
Imagine
not
they
what
did
I
not.
wanted to say. Wacha nikwambie kenye nitaka kusema. You guys have been enjoying the waves alone. But if you right now you look social media, we are coming. And kama ni propaganda, we are set. Now, you guys who have been enjoying and
Wekesa.
you thought you have been enjoying. And saizi ukiangalia media has completely changed. Mpaka mnaanza
Wekesa.
kuwa surprised, where is this propaganda coming? The season has
Wekesa.
come. We will match you with propaganda to propaganda, everything to everything. And you will realize you will not enjoy the free time you have been having and saying you have more popularity.
Wekesa.
We are also coming up.
Yes.
Hata sisi
Wekesa, there is
tutakuwa this time,
there
hata
is
sisi tutakuwa na chama maendeleo chap tutakuwa na ma MPs and Ndeto, I know we'll get an MP in Central. We are not bragging, but we know we are going to get MP. We are going to get at least 2 MPs maendeleo chap in Central Province. So we are not worried.
And this Central is a battlefield.
We don't want to be president yet. My party leader doesn't want to be president as at now. He's not going for it. Like, he's just trying to make hot air.
Collins, let me ask you about your party leader. Kuna wakati yeye unikalia kama eventually ata support Ruto. I have heard him like, I think now this is the third time I have heard him.
Can I tell you why?
Why?
Can I tell you why?
Why will he do that?
You are this is my hypothesis will be right. He has been playing this one. If Kalonzo goes east, he will go west. If Kalonzo goes west, those are the politics he's playing. So he's still waiting to see the direction Kalonzo will go.
He's a slippery man. He's waiting for who may form the next government. That's why he's not going to form any coalition with anybody before the election. And
I have seen him. One moment he's with Baba, the next moment he's even defending Ruto. In fact, I read a post he said, I don't agree with Ruto, but on this one, Onaget. So he has a funny way of late.
That's why I told you guys, one day you don't get surprised if you see a Collins Onyuka being mentioned as one of the representative of the Kenyan government. Hata kama ni Ruto amekuwa president, unajipata Collins amekuwa mentioned somewhere, and then you're like, how? And hakuwa na support because of the party. Na Ndeto atakuwa ananiuliza
hata mimi naambianga watu, by the way, don't, because you see Eric is a sharp critic of Ruto, don't be surprised I will be more close to Ruto than Jex.
Hapo ndio Ndeto anasema you see, Wekesa, the point you are saying that it is early.
Kidogo tu Ndeto ni make fun. If tomorrow morning both you and Akinayaga Mwamwe mta support Ruto, do you know I'll support Baba? Because hii debate nakuanga tamu when we have opposite sides, but when inakuwa kwaya huwa haikuangi tamu.
That's why I like when Kitch is in the debate. I like always when Kitch is in the debate.
Trust me.
Kitch na nani Wariahe.
No, Neto, when we started this debate, who was from the university? There was a guy, I thought it was also called Neto. Was it you?
I know. Myself, I finished college.
Ndeto, can you ask what you wanted to ask before you forget?
No, he's very sober. He has his point. There was one guy who was from the university. Alikuwa a student, I think, of second year, third year.
Oh, not Ndeto. Ndeto is beyond university.
Oh, okay.
So there is a point I was trying to deliver to Wekesa. The way he said that Ruto is running alone, there is a low corridor that goes, eating fast is not great. So
Aki Ndeto, I'm going to say it as you have said it. Aki umeongea tu Kikuyu.
Niliongeza ngapi ati Ruto is running alone?
Wekesa, don't be worried. This guy ameongea Kikuyu but in English. I wish you say what he has said.
He didn't. I said this way before you interpret this.
This guy is seriously thinking in Kikuyu but talking in English.
Yeah, but this is what I said. I said they have been enjoying the waves alone. Right now,
ate kore abere tiko korokdie. Sawa. He's thinking in Kikuyu but talking in English. Sawa.
Yes, can you tell them, Jake?
Wekesa, what he has done, hata haja ongeza ama kutoa. Direct translation. It is like saying, my father removes work.
I did not want to distort it even a single.
When someone thinks in Kiswahili but talks in English, like saying, my father removes work in Nairobi. Baba yangu anatoa kazi in Nairobi. Unaget? Yani, he removes work. So, directly translate.
That's so brilliant. I'm going to leave you guys. I think the next.
We should end this. Wekesa should give us 2 minutes as we summarize.
Okay, I'm just leaving. So guys, it was nice time having you guys. Nienda nipike sapa. It's almost 10.
Kabla uende kupika sapa, situmalize tu mbio.
Okay. Okay.
Sasa mimi niseme pointing zangu alafu tuende kwa Ndeto, Wekesa, alafu tumalizie na utuombe, si hivyo?
Okay, sawa.
Haya. So, I'll start by saying, if we were to make equal and fair opportunities to all candidates, they need to learn pitfalls za huyo mtu mwingine. Why am I saying so? Ruto has mastered the craft of Baba, of Uhuru. He has been in the game with them. He knows their game plan. So he knows how to play the card. You see, for example, one moment he says he cannot abuse, or rather he cannot speak bad about his boss. Alafu kidogo tu hata before hata tujapumua, anasema, oh, you see, the president alienda kafungua mradi ya 4 billion kama ni mimi. Unaget? In one mouth you are saying hawezi ongea vibaya. Before hata tujapumua, you say something funny. The next thing anasema pia, oh, I cannot speak bad about my president, but mimi nikikuwa president, I will not mistreat my deputy. So honestly, he's a funny guy. So I wish the other team can learn his weakness and know how to capitalize on it, because he knows how to capitalize on other leaders. The other thing I would say is, if Baba is to make it in 2022, he needs to create a niche that will really sell and counteract what Ruto has been selling for the last 4 years, like the hustler, like the bottoms up. And then he should not create something that is almost the opposite of bottoms up. For example, saying starting from the village is the same thing bottom up is saying. It is the same thing. Ni vile tu najaribu kuchange English. He needs to come up with and like, I loved the one that he said, build Kenya, buy Kenya. That one was good. I wish he can popularize it, make it sell, you know. I love when you're nasema kama Kenya kwanza, such things. So those ones will help create narrative that easily resonates. And then he needs to stop really being mtu anatusomeanga history. Some of the generations zenye tuko nayo, because in 2022 the voters wengi watakuwa wameanzia from 1999 to 2004. By then watakuwa wamefikisha the 18 years na watakuwa na votes. So they don't remember some history. They don't know him as a liberator and all. So he needs to come on board and create a way ya kujisync na our vijana. You see how Ruto is doing it. Ruto hata dress code alichange. Masuti hata akivaa anavaa suti kali. Akivaa kitenge anavaa kitenge imeshono design ya vijana. Hashoni hivyo ati kwa sababu yeye ni kijana. He wants to resonate. But nakuta, for example, this guy from Molulu, amevaa an oversized shirt, ameantak, you know, amevaa kikoti juu, juzi alikuwa amevaa kisweta funny, you know. I'm not saying they are bad, they might be very expensive, but for a kakijana, I would see, hey, you know, you look old than your age, you look, say, I'm a bit. So package yourself to resonate with some different groups. So I think you remember Collins, unakutanga saa zingine this guy Ruto amevaa kalongi kamemshika what do you call it? Ka pipe jeans, amevaa t-shirt, sometimes amevaa you know, two labels funny, he's dancing, you know. So he's trying to cut across his following, Aguze both the old and the young. And then he's also linking with the poor, the rich. So those are the strategies that he's using. So those are the things that his opponents should study, so that when they are criticizing him, they are also walking his talk or even doing it better. But if they are doing it even worse, because the Mululu guy at times wananibo, anatokeanga mpaka najiuliza, honestly, hakuna mtu atamwambia, at least I know he's slightly plumpy as I am, but kuna venye anaweza vaa atokee fiti. Sometimes baba huwa anavaa mpaka anasema, yes, today amevaa fiti kabisa. So those are the things. The other thing I need to say is we need to finally be people who can celebrate our leaders, both in positive and negative. One time we can talk of their positivity, and the next time we can talk of their negativity. Today it was more of the negativity of Ruto and the people who support him. Maybe next time tunaweza create a forum of the positivity, probably of him, of Raila, so that those who support these candidates are able to campaign for them. Because by the end of the day, if the best we do is to campaign for these people, we end up, as Collins has said, we end up tunapotezanga kura nyingi zao kuliko kuattractia more kuras. So otherwise, I want to thank everyone who joined us, akina Adrian Maina, Samuel Muita, Blessed 254, and so many others who have commented behind the scenes. Asanteni sana, and the panelists who made it for today. Thank you so much. I know I'll not come back saying this, but we are always happy when you join us and keep us company up to 4 in the morning. We are glad that you chose Mtembei to be part of you. You sacrificed your time, your credit, your bundles, your energy, your effort to make this show a success. We are grateful. We are 8 hours and rolling, and we are glad you made this part of your family show. We are happy. Thank you. Ndeto?
Okay. Thank you so much, Jakes, for your submissions. What I would say, in Kenya, okay, let me start. In Africa, we have countries which are really growing when it comes to economy. Now, the ones that are known, kuna South Africa, Kenya inatajwa mahali, pia kuna nchi kama huku kwa Muammar Gaddafi. Those was it Libya? And also I've had something to do with Nigeria. And mostly when you hear what is making these countries to propel, unasikia ni technology. So, and technology means young people, because si watu wengi wazee utapata kwa ICT. So what does that communicate also with in line with what we are discussing right now? Watu wengi wanafikiria ati campaigns kupiga lazima uende kwa ground na uonekane pale, but the models are changing. Very many young people sahi, unaona hata mtu akimaliza form 4 ama college, akifika college, kitu yenye anatamani ya kwanza ni smartphone. So why? Because anataka kufanana na wengine. So if every young person is embracing and wanataka vitu kama hizo, angalia even these guys who are riders, you will find them also they have smartphones, meaning every information in a pass very fast when it comes to media. And some of the politicians have already identified that as an opportunity, and it is doing so well for them. And that's why you find things like bloggers, you find YouTube, like when you see, like, for instance, what Ruto is doing, every time there is a meeting in Karen, for instance, you must see a short clip, what happened. Every time he is wherever he is, this, you must see what he was doing. It may not be too long, it may be a 2-minute thing, but how many people will view? You will find hundreds of thousands. And through that, people are maintaining his support because they enjoy listening to what he said about a certain issue. So, as far as we are saying also Kenya, we are still behind, let us not magnify rural areas so much. And we think that even there, I mean, as we magnify even rural areas, let us not demean the aspect of technology. People there are also doing a lot. Like myself, because I will vie for an MP in one of the constituencies in Nyandarua, I've had even people telling me through media, they are telling me from the village that I've seen what you are doing. So even before you go there 100%, people already know. So let us not like belittle the aspect of ICT. Another thing, when leaders or politicians stand at the pulpit, or even at whatever the podium or what, to talk, let what they are talking not to be like so personal to their contenders. Tell people what you will do for them, because after all, if I come and tell you I don't like Jakes, I don't like Kesa, I don't like Collins, what is this that you are not liking with him? I wish you say the model that this person is trying to bring on board has the following weakness, but our model is so similar to it, and these are the merits or pros of our model. So when you compare, their model is weaker compared to ours, and also ours will swallow their model in ours, so making ours to be a bit strong. So let us have such kind of discussions where people are building on one another's idea to bring something hybrid, something that will bring change to Kenyans, other than exchange of insults. I've mapped and seen a good number of leaders. Instead, even those who are invited in various national televisions, you will find them getting emotional. It is on the screen. This person is so emotional, is using very vulgar language, like that is nonsense, like that is, why should you call a certain person's idea? You are not supposed to even agree with him or her, and already you have concluded it is nonsense. How sure are you what you are talking about is not a trash? Like even in this platform, I've seen guys, a person is really downloading his or her point, then someone just say that this person has mental disorders, this person is, I mean, that cannot sell, because when you become so insulting, there is no way you are going to win in the poll. And like someone said, you may be so popular, but you lack votes, because maybe what popularizes you is that, in quote, nonsense that you are really like propagating every time you are with the people, and people will enjoy because you are telling them that something. So I wish our politicians can take a new paradigm shift. They start selling their ideas, they stop talking about others, and after that, every Kenyan will see that this is the person with goodwill, with our economy, with our children. But you cannot tell me children are sent away from school for fees. Then what you are coming to share there is how someone is not good, instead of telling us how we shall get money and be able to sustain our children in school and provide them food. I mean, I know I can talk for a long, but let me put my full stop there. So thank you so much, guys. Being awake at this hour, Jakes, Collins, Wekesa, and even those who have left, I think it's a commitment. And we should know that today we are talking about various public figures in this country. Tomorrow or the other day, some guys also will spend sleepless nights talking about Jakes, talking about Collins, Wekesa, and Deto. Which kind of leadership shall we provide to the people? I think this is something that we should also keep learning from those who are ahead of us, so that where they are going wrong, we do not also replicate the same. We go changing different ways because we can easily learn. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation. I think for those who prevail up to this hour, get the best of the ideas when people have cooled down, and then they are discussing issues without too much maybe political undertones. I just want to conclude by saying when a student studies for exam, they never have enough, and most of the time some of them study even some few minutes to the exam, they start cramming. They want to go through all the pages to know that they have really understood what they studied for. But when they enter in an exam, what happens is not the things they have crammed at the last minute. It's always the long-term memory that helps the student. And what is long-term memory when it comes to our political circles? We can come up with different ideas on how we can transform our society. Remember one time Obama said that we think about change in miles, but we implement it in inches. Sometimes people overrate themselves and they think they can overhaul a society in 1 or 2 seasons, but it takes time to create a meaningful change. So what am I saying? The long-term memory in Kenyan voter is that when the bell shall ring, Collins will remember that he comes from the lakeside, and Deto will remember that he has a relationship with the mountain. And so we still vote with our tribal inclination. Not that I'm advocating for that, but I'm speaking some realities that those who are maybe candidates should understand. That is not something you just wish away, but you need to work around it. So when you find somebody just disparating it and saying that we don't need tribal kingpins, but deep inside him, he knows that in the Kenya, which is affected with tribal compartments, you need to know how to navigate at that to get meaningful and sizable votes that will turn around your tables. I want also to say that as there are many demographics that determine our voting patterns, but I've not known that some candidates attract voters just because of maybe their dressing maybe it can contribute to 1 or 0.0007%. But I remember 2002, when Uhuru was very youthful young man with a very handsome poster. And you could not compare to Kibaki, but Kenya was hungry for change. It could not look at the figures on the posters and say that, let me elect this young, beautiful, handsome young man who dresses well, but they went for somebody who can bring meaningful and transformative change in the society. And that's why the mountain is listening to Baba. And they are saying this old man is consistent. This old man, the things he speaks, he doesn't speak it from his brilliant mind and eloquent tongue, but he speaks from the heart. You can feel him. He connects with his ideas. These are not things he has gone in a boardroom and somebody has given him a lecture of 3 hours and come out to tell us and is struggling to give the ideas to the society. But these things are coming out of him. He can tell us in riddles. He can tell us in proverbs. He can tell us in what some people think it's vitendawili. But this is him because he resonates with his ideas. And that's why with time people say, I think let's have another look at this Mzee. He's real. And despite us having disparaged him and named him all the names, he has never lost faith. And this time round, we want also to experience the Mandela moment. Have a good night, good morning for those who are in Kenya.
Okay. Wekesa repeat a certain saying. There is something you have said, Obama said, we think about change in miles.
We think about change in miles, but we implement it in inches. In other words, change is progressive. Okay. It doesn't just happen like that.
Okay. When I said about how a person presents himself in terms of dressing, I'll just use a simple example.
Well, final conclusion. Don't need questions and
I'm not rebounding. I'm just saying, packaging really helps. If you look at some companies, it's what they call branding. They invest millions on that because how the image, the lasting effect. So why am I saying so? Because eventually you need to, even if it is that 0.0 what percent, it is still a vote because what the constitution says 50 plus 1. That one is one person actually. So if that one person will love you because how you dress, how you speak, how you carry yourself speaks volumes. So why am I saying they should up their game so that mtu asikuja amejivaa kitradition thinking atatouch the usikuje na magwanda za unaelewa, at times wanavaa vitu funny. So young people are scared. What in the world are these? You know, you look like those Kijakitile Wangwale and those people we read in history, and you want to make relevance in the current generation. So
Jaxa, you can be so amusing.
Anaitwa Jax, Didi Jax.
So you need to look relevant, So
yeah. Tunakula nyama choma.
Go ahead. By the way, you owe me nyama choma Wekesa anyway.
By the way, we should
soon. The rest we can meet. I want to show people that I can still debate with Tanga and still eat nyama choma together.
And keep your word.
We are not enemies.
You promised
exactly. By the way,
we are not enemies. We are not enemies.
You see, I'm also getting ready. You see, I'm also getting ready. Kwa hivyo hiyo nyama choma.
We ukuje sasa huku kambani ndio kuna mbuzi.
Kuna nyama choma na unajua ni Wekesa analipa hiyo bill
Don't worry. I will sponsor.
Usijali, we fuliza, tafuta tala, enda kwa branch or cash.
I will sponsor. I have done that several times. You are not the first guru.
Haina shida.
Okay.
Tunajua tuwezi kukusotesha. Collins, take it home.
It was a good debate, and I always like to come at the last minute. Somebody will ask me why, but I always come after midnight. I know the noise is not so much, but I'm always there with you guys. I have to say something. I know it's a closing remarks, but in 2007, there was a song like Niko njaa na siwezi karanga.
Yeah.
Ohe hahe shagalaba.
Wow, what a powerful voice.
Wanauza sura badala ya kuuza sera. There are people who voted for Kalonzo because he was cool.
Yes, sura, branding. Wekesa don't deny branding.
Again, there is somebody who is young but doesn't want to be seen young. Mudavadi is doing a lot of disservice in his dress code.
We must talk the truth, Collins.
That's the truth.
That is the truth.
For example, he went the day he was talking about bottom up. I wish it was in a t-shirt, yeah, a white t-shirt, because ANC is a bit white and green. And look at when he was
sweater.
Look at when
kwanza hiyo koti yake kwanza.
He had a brown coat and a white shirt. Haijawahi endana hivyo.
Kicheketile bana.
And then the coat itself,
my friend.
The coat itself is pretense. Look at it.
Jakes, I think you have done a good point.
Siku hizi Raila anavaa sneakers. Kwa nini Raila anavaa sneakers?
Why? To be relevant.
To be relevant. Okay. If you look well, you'll realize that Uhuru Kenyatta amekuja na kashati ingine. Na hiyo shati si ati Uhuru Kenyatta ndiye amekuja nayo, ni Mutahi Kagwe alianza kudress hivyo.
Na mkamuita Jayden, msiku hizi mnamuita wa mashati Jayden. It depends on how you pick it. Mnamuita wa mashati Jayden.
Wekesa.
So Wekesa.
Kuna hii shati ya woolen ya white, eh? When he is launching serious project, huwa lazima avae shati ya white. Hiyo ni search.
So
let me tell you, what makes you think that has added him a vote, even one?
No, na kuna kiatu ingine hapo.
Okay, I campaign
if I don't connect you in the spirit, it doesn't matter how you dress, my friend. I will not.
That is you, Wekesa. I want
you
to remember.
And that's why I'm saying, and you see, let me tell you, the faithful, voters, the faithful voters are the old age.
Wekesa, let me tell you something about this voting system, okay? The people who we are fighting to get the votes from, okay, are not our people. What always happens is we have already known that NATO has already formed his opinion to vote for UDA.
Yes.
Collins has already formed his opinion to vote for Chama cha Maendeleo Chap Chap.
Oh,
so whatever we are fighting for now is there's a group here called undecided voters. We are not fighting for who is going to vote for who. For example, you can't tell
so how do you explain, Collins, how do you explain that a whole Kibaki gets 0 vote in Nyanza? How do you explain? Were there not people who saw something good in Kibaki? So how do you explain that? How do you explain that Raila missed 0 votes in Central? Was there anything they are basing other than a trade?
No,
Come on, guys.
Raila got 60,000.
Listen to me, guys.
In Central.
I tried like because kuna wajaluo huko wacha nini. I tried my conversation in this thing. I began by saying that long-term memory. Na nikakwambia Kenyan demography is based on tribes. So and Nikawambia, these things like Kuva, those are trivial matters. It's the same way. Let me ask you a question now. Why is it that Ruto always goes to Central and he doesn't go to Eastern or Northeastern? Because he knows where the votes are. So we cannot dwell on cloth which has 1% and forget that thing that gives you 90%.
I was supposed to give a closing remark, and you're the one who said that closing remarks are never rebutted. But I see you're really struggling.
But you directed to me now.
You seem to be offended, Awekesa. When it
I'm
comes
not offended.
to
I like dressing by day. My dressing code is okay, but I am
not
saying
personally,
not
personal.
Not personal. We know you are ever smart.
Dressing well. I like dressing
You are
well, and
smart.
you can see all my photos. You can look all my photos, and you will
We
like.
are saying not to you, not to you, Wekesa.
Yeah, I never put on jeans trousers. I never put on jeans trousers until when I wanted to buy for the Secretary General in college. I was not putting on jeans trousers. I went to school na malongi zenye zimeshonwa na kaki, but because nili realized the jeans were picking up. Unajua, I had to put on jeans because the person mwenye tulikuwa tuna compete na yeye, unajua kwa nini alikuwa anapata kura? Anytime wasichana walikuwa nasema that guy dresses cute, sijui ako form, sijui jamaa
yes.
You know, for me to win those votes nilienda Kanu Street. Unajua nini? Si Kanu Street, Bargain Street hapo
Nakuru. I know it.
Behind the stage kuna pale hapo wanaita Bargain. I had to go there, niende nitafute some jeans, na hiyo time ilikuwa kaflea ka jeans kako ndogo hivi na kanafunguka chini. I don't know something they were called, and it must be dirty jeans. Ilikuwa inaitwa dirty jeans.
If that should be hold an argument, then we can also say there are people who like jokes, and that's why there are people who voted for Mwalimu Diba.
Yeah,
and there were only a few. So we don't like serious people. We also want people who like jokes.
So on the dress code, I think we have done with that. And then what I wanted to talk about is this as we close. Our politics are still very much tribal, and whatever our leaders are doing is try to win the votes that are already undecided. Because already we have votes from our tribes, because we are tribal politics. We have votes, even if it is not much, but we have some votes from our tribes. And that is why whatever is happening in central Kenya now, there is no presidential candidate, and no presidential candidate can be accepted again by Kenyans, as they are saying it. I'm not saying it like that. But now they're thinking the next person that was left, they were left in his hand, is William Ruto. So now people who are fighting for votes in central Kenya, in Mount Kenya as a whole, they're not fighting for those votes that were given to William Ruto. They're fighting for those votes that are rebelling against William Ruto. Those like undecided, sisi hatujachukua msimamo, sisi tutapigia mtu wetu mwenye tunapenda. Hakuna mtu wao wanapenda because there is nobody contesting. So everybody is trying to look for undecided. For example, today, my uncle kama amesimama, he knows that he has our vote. Hakuna mtu atakuja kucampaign kwetu, not knowing that there must be somebody in our home that doesn't like uncle. Mwenye uncle hajawahi mlipia hajawahi mpea mandazi. Kuna mtoto mwenye alifukuzwa kwa gari kwa uncle pale, na sasa amekuwa mkubwa, anasema si uncle umesimama na ulinifukuza kwa gari yako, si hata mimi naweza piga kura. People don't know that there is somebody who doesn't want to vote for the uncle. So as we fight for the votes, we should know that we are fighting for undecided voters and people with weak faith. There are people who are there. Collins is supporting Maendeleo Chapter. In 2013, I stood with Peter Kenneth. I voted for him. 2013. It's not that I'm rebellious, but these people did not convince me. But Peter Kenneth sat down and people talked. I knew he's not going anywhere. And I was not paid by anybody, but I thought whatever he was speaking for and whatever he was standing for by that time, iliingia na mimi nikasimama na Peter Kenneth. It's not that we don't know what we are doing. There are people who are having weak faith. If somebody came and convinced me, okay, like 2007, we were very convinced. In 2002, people were very convinced because people didn't want Moi. In 2007, people were very convinced. So at that time, we know where we are heading to. So for the next election, William Ruto has been campaigning alone for the whole time, amekuwa akikimbia peke yake. Kwa wakati huu ndio watu kila mtu sasa anasema hata mimi nataka ni join yeye kwa mbio. We don't know if they are going to cover the distances that he has already covered, or we don't know if they are going to pass him at the line, because tunaangaliaga kupita laini ndio kushinda mbio. There are some people who knew that mwendo wa Kobe can start his journey at 2005 or at 2010. Alafu kuna Sungura ataanzisha hiyo mwendo wake at 2021 na wanataka kushindana na wafike pale because everybody knows his speed. Akikutangulia tutasema ni bidii yake. Asipokutangulia tutasema the slowliness ndio imemrusha. So as at now, people are now coming up. Even if Raila or Mudavadi or Joho or who is in the ballot, we know already the person who declared kitambo alikuwa William Ruto, and he is not fighting for anything because his party is not going to do nomination. So he is already a presidential candidate. As at now, he is already a candidate. Akina Raila bado wanaongea mambo ya kwanza. Raila anapima. If the wave is too high for him, then he will say, I'm a candidate, but I'm choosing my running mate from either Oka or from out of Oka. So with him, he's still not a candidate. Again, ODM,
I have a question, Collins, yes. Even as you finish. I think kuna kadilema kadogo I find him in, because if he plays card venye alicheza before, he stands to lose from Central. But maybe if he changes his running mate, probably amwe ata support mtu mwingine, hata choose mtu kama anyone, hata Peter Kenneth, choose mtu kama Justice Muturi, Kabogo, whoever he decides to choose from Central, just to create some votes from the mountain. Do you think that one will affect the voting pattern in 2022, especially from strongholds that one time were perceived to be stronghold? Case in point, like Cumberland, Western Kenya. Do you think that might affect if, for example, Kalonzo akiona amekuwa betrayed, amue waunde the third force, the One Kenya Alliance? Do you think that, or hata waamue wa back Ruto, do you think that will change the dynamics in 2022, and will it work for or against him?
2022 election, I had explained this thing before, but I'm explaining it again. 2022 election depends on two factors. One of the factors is running mate. Even for Ruto, one of the factors is running mate. We know Ruto is a presidential candidate. And the next factor is running mate. Another factor is a third force. If there is a third force, then election will go for the rerun. If there is a third force, then that election will go for rerun, because nobody of them, none of them will form a 50+1. So that means there will be a rerun. The running mate determines who becomes the president for the next election, for this election. Why? If Ruto does not choose Central Kenya, the Mount Kenya, as a running mate, and then Raila chooses Mutu from Central Kenya as a running mate, it can be tricky for Raila, because the people from Western will think that, oh, ameenda pale, ametuacha pale nje. Or the people from
the reason that's why I've asked you that if you listen closely to what Ruto said on Wednesday, He said that the Mount Kenya are not worried even if he does not give them the running mate position, as long as he takes care of the issue of the mountain. So he was like giving a hint he might not have a running mate from Mount Kenya.
I was coming to that.
Uh-huh.
So how am I coming to this? Ruto is going to sit down. That is why you see people like Muturi, Rigathi Gachagua, and Moses Kuria are coming up so fast. What do they need? If Ruto agrees to give them, we have 22 members of cabinet, correct?
Yeah.
If Ruto tells them that he's going to give them 8 or 9, and then gives the deputy president's position to the Western Kenya, atakuwa president by saa 4. By saa 4. Because the people from the mountain will give, as at now, he's not doubting the votes from the central. He's not doubting them. The doubt is only that he must get above 84%. That's the only doubt he has. He has to get above 84%. So if he doesn't get above 84%, then there is a problem. So he can tell them, I'm going to give you almost half of the cabinet. But the deputy president, I'm giving to somebody from Western, because Waluya and Western.
I disagree with that hypothesis.
Oh, okay. I agree. The Luyas will not vote for him that amewapea running mate. Okay? The Luyas will see that, okay, ametupea running mate, lakini bado ni Ruto. So what do? They will vote for Raila. And then Raila will choose a running mate from Central. Then what's going to happen? The people from the Eastern watakata kumpigia Raila kura. The lower Eastern. Then that will form the third force. Alafu hakuna mtu atapata nini? 50 plus. Then people will go for a rerun. If he chooses to give Mudavadi the vote, and then he tell Kalonzo that, wewe simama, because I know these people can be paid. Somebody can be paid to deny Raila the vote, or somebody can also be paid kusimama Central to deny Ruto the votes. Because if Ruto gets anything less than an 80% in Central Province, presidency ataona kwa kiu. Hata akipata 70%, but anything less than 80%, you presidency ataona kwa kiu. That is what he has to see it, because our politics is tribal, our politics is local. Anything that is going to get less than 80% from the central, from the Mount Kenya, na mtu anaweza lipa Muturi, simama hata wewe president na ukue running mate wa Mudavadi, watakuwa wamemaliza huyu jamaa. And anybody who pays Kalonzo asimame na weke Mudavadi as his running mate, watakuwa wamemsumbua Raila. So those are kind of politics that people should be looking at. Raila has some base.
But Collins, I'm of the opinion where we have 2 strong horses, a third voice is always neutralized to something almost negligible. These are strong contenders, my friend. Utaona hiyo mbio itakuwa hapo. A third voice will be neutralized into almost a negligible percentage.
You know that Kalonzo Musyoka was used to legitimize the presidency of Kibaki, which was not there.
Yes.
You know that Kalonzo's presidency was used to legitimize, not to neutralize. It was not to neutralize Raila, it was to legitimize Kibaki's presidency. So
was there a 50 plus 1?
What? There was no 50 plus 1.
Yes. It was a simple majority.
That is why I'm saying it was used to legitimize. It was not used to neutralize, because they were Kibaki and they were not able to get the 50 plus 1.
Yeah. Do you know why I'm saying that? When with a 50 plus 1, most people will want to avoid a rerun. So they will try whether to buy the third force, they will neutralize it before election. That's what I know.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. For the next election, we still depend on one, the running mate, number two, the third force. Those two factors will determine how the election runs. He asked me if that will change the dynamics. That's what Jax asked me. If it will change the dynamics, the running mate and the third force, that will change the dynamics of politics in Kenya. Meanwhile, I think we should keep our peace. Supporting these people does not give us the mandate to hate each other.
Yes.
This is still a brother. Jax is a brother. And also Wekesa is a brother. So we don't need to hate each other and start throwing a lot of insults. There is somebody called James Mzee. We appreciate your presence. And we still have 26 people on the YouTube. So we can still say thank you to them for staying with us. And Shani has
Collins also apologized to Ashley. She wanted to enter.
Yeah,
but,
Ashley is inside. Ashley is with us. All I've seen saying that.
Yeah, she wants to enter, but unfortunately, we are unable to reach Mtembei.
Okay. Yeah. So Ashley has been with us. That's our very, very strong person. So all in all, let us always be vigilant. This is the time when our politicians will start speaking a lot of inciting words. It should not put us against each other. And as a youth, it is us who are being used. We also have to take the opportunity to congratulate our athletes who are in Tokyo. At least we now have some gold. We have moved. We are now at number 29 in the world. We were very bad. We were number 50s. At least we are now number 29. We are moving ahead. So if we have we had some 2 races that are going on. I don't know if it's done. So we may get another gold because I see we were at a good point.
Generally, do you think we have lost our long glory, or rather our tradition in winning some golds? And like they were saying in steeplechase, the last time to Lishindon is so many years ago.
I think 1960s, huh? So
yes, we have dominated that race for close to 40 years. So
yeah. We have also to accept that.
And then there is this other issue that is coming. These Ugandan Kenyans. Wekesa, what is happening?
Oh, in fact, I wanted to tell you that the world is changing. Where if you don't, sometimes you can't give birth, you go in the children's home and adopt children. So our genes are being redistributed across the world. And that's why we are competing with Kenyans, but in a different nationality.
In 2006, in 2006, we lost a lot of our athletes to Bahrain, Qatar, and Dubai, United Arab Emirates. They we had a lot of people changing their nationalities because
that seems to have a reason why we have so many Kenya Ugandans winning the race.
Again, we have a lot of Kenyan Ugandans. Like now we have Kipyegon.
The bottom line is today I do not have much to talk about athletics, but let politicians be presentable in good costumes. I think that was the bottom line. That
James Mzee, thank you so much for being with us. Neto, it's not that we have not understood you. We are understanding it well.
Okay. Let someone pray for us, Arafu. We call it a debate.
And he just had to go there.
How did you just and bring that?
Ni venye naona hiyo ya nini haitaisha hiyo ya sijui Uganda, Kenya, ni mrefu.
Yeah, but we are doing a good work. But Diego lost. It was so painful. I almost cried because Diego alirusha tu moja hivi na akarusha mara mbili.
I saw a meme somewhere ati ni venye bundles ziliongezewa bei akashindwa kucheza na YouTube.
Aki alilose hiyo kitu hiyo ndio
You know he's a YouTube. Anasema ametoka from YouTube so
yeah.
So ati walisema ati nijua aliongezea bundles za pesa za bundles.
Kenyan economy.
People are creative. Niliona hiyo nilicheka. Ati kama wangeongeza nini ya YouTube angewin.
Ashley has put something and she has put something.
Yeah, she has put enough information hapa nyuma.
Yeah, that's a good one. So it's very funny that Ashley could not get in because I think Jex should have the rights. Mutembe should understand it as Jex should have the rights to, like Clinton has the rights. So Jex should also have the rights.
Ama Wekesa, ama Bernard, one of those guys.
Yeah, these guys, one of you should have the rights so that at least you can put us with this. Jex, we praying or you're praying?
Yeah, pray for us.
Okay. We believe and pray. Everlasting Father, we glorify your name. We uplift you, Father, for having taken us through all this debate. We thank you again, Father, for the whole day that you've given us life. Thank you, Lord, for the good brains that you've given unto us. We thank you for the peace of this country and peace of our countries that we live in. Jehovah, we honor you every time for the gift of life. It's not by our might that we are able to talk and agree with each other, but it is your mercy that you give us the strength to talk. Father, thank you, and thank you once again. As at now, we have finished up our discussion. Whatever we have spoken that goes against the Spirit, or the Holy Spirit, Father, may you forgive us. Whatever we have spoken that glorifies your name, may you give us the strength and the wisdom to understand it, Father. Jehovah, this is a time that everybody has its own things. Diseases are here with us. There is a lot of poverty, Father. There is a lot of challenges and accidents. May you guide each one and every one of us, so that when we meet next time, we glorify your name. Father, it's not by our command, but it is because you honor and love us every day. Father, some of us are struggling with the jobs. Some of us are struggling with the money. May you fill our baskets as we glorify your name. May we be here to testify that at one time we called on you and you did it to us. Father, we want to embarrass the devil by your strength. Be with us for today. May we sleep and we wake up in the morning as you give us what to do and what to eat. Father, thank you, for this is my humble prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Colin.
I wish to say this as we summarize.
Amen.
I wish the 15,000 meters, the 10,000 meters, the marathon for ladies and gents tomorrow and Sunday, even as we wrap up. I wish them all the best from Tembei family. We pray for you guys. May you succeed. May you shine as you shine. Our nation shines. I love how Faith Chepiego covered herself with our flag. It looked so good. I loved that moment. It was a beautiful moment. So you guys, when you shine out there, Kenya is proud. We are proud of you. It is those things that make us feel united. Such moments we forget of our political affiliations. We forget who is who. We only remember we are Kenyans. So we are proud of you. We know whether you won a medal or not, you made our nation proud. Those who participated in boxing, volleyball, rugby, and all the tournaments. We are happy that you chose to represent our nation. May God bless you, and those who are yet to be in their sports as from tomorrow and even as they wrap it on Sunday. We wish you the very, very best. God bless you. We are waiting for more medals. It is well with our nation. I guess I don't know if you have something. I think we should wrap it.
Guys.
Bye everyone. Thank you for everyone
Good
who joined.
night.
Hey,
Good
have a
morning.
good
Good day.
morning.
Good night.
Good morning
Good
and
day.
good day.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Okay.